Welcome back. I apologize again for the technical delay, but we were not broadcasting over the internet. To people who are just tuning in, we will post the entire meeting we'll upload it up after this meeting, but I believe we're broadcasting now. Again, thank you for your patience, and we'll continue forward. Peter, see if we get our momentum back.
Whoever's next.
Who's the next department head? Josh.
Morning, Chair, Garameni, members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. Before we get started here, I've taken a little bit different approach today to talk about some of the things that didn't work for Public Works as part of the previous urgency ordinance, and then talk about some of the things we'd recommend if this board decided to move forward with an ordinance, what we think would help ensure or maximize the potential for success. As the county administrative officer previously mentioned, we don't have an opinion on the approach that you will take. Our goal today is to educate and inform both the board and the public on procedures and policies that could help maximize chances for success in the future and to highlight some of the failures from the previous ordinance. So looking at Public Works, we have about 4 different areas that we have concerns with. My goal is to introduce those briefly, a little bit of background on why they're important and some of the issues we had. So grading permits was one of the things that we had issues with. Grading and permits are important. And by the way, for background, while building looks at grading permits as far as pads and pad construction of buildings, Public Works is responsible for grading on the remaining portions of sites. And there's 2 major issues with us when it comes to grading. It's drainage concerns as well as soil stability. Every time you go in and do an illegal grading, you affect the drainage on the parcel. That could negatively impact numerous parcels downhill from you, especially if you're high. As folks know, water runs downhill. So it's something we need to be concerned with. Some of the issues that we faced during the urgency ordinance, frequently we came across illegally graded parcels with poor or insufficient grading. As part of that, we did not, and you'll hear this as a theme, we didn't have a mechanism in place to sufficiently deal with that or to bring those into compliance. We had impacts to drainage area, drainage patterns, which affected neighboring parcels. At some sites, we had improper compaction, meaning that if down the road, if that was used for some other use, that could impact safety. In the rare cases, not that this happened frequently, but if folks brought in imported borrow, if they brought in extra soil, we don't know where that soil comes from. If that soil is contaminated, it couldn't have environmental impacts. All of these required significant efforts to deal with, to mitigate, and there was no funding mechanism to help reimburse some of these efforts. And again, as you've heard as a highlight by sheriffs, planning, and others, the impacts to this affected our ability to deliver our core services to the public. Focusing on encroachment permits. Encroachment permits are important, and that's having legal right and legal access to county roads. That helps us control the public right-of-way. It also ensures that when access points are put in, not only are they done properly, but they're also done safely. It helps minimize the risk to the county, not only to us as a whole for liability, but also for our roads and our infrastructure. This not only includes roads, but it also includes drainage and related to the draining of county roads and county property. Again, similar to the drainage issues, we had many illegal encroachment permits that were done after the fact with no mechanism in place to bring those into compliance. We also had unknown methods of construction. So when someone does something illegally, do you have them go back and dig it up and redo it again, or how do you determine that if it was done? How do you identify that it was done properly and done legally with the appropriate structural design? Again, this does impact county roads and infrastructure directly. In some cases, in some extreme cases, it could lead to some unsafe conditions where the county could be held liable. And again, it takes significant efforts to mitigate these without any funding mechanism and affected our ability to deliver core services. One aspect that there were considerable concerns and issues as related to emergencies and other issues is legal access. Not every parcel necessarily has legal rights and legal access. If a parcel, for example, is on one road and takes access off another road, they may not only not have legal rights to do that, it could also impact emergency procedures. If someone's going to an address of a parcel and their road's actually on a different road, it could negatively impact the ability to respond to that issue. So as I mentioned, it ensures proper readdressing in case of an emergency or other issue. The other thing is when folks take illegal access off private property, it diminishes the private property rights of those who currently have access to that. That could require extensive efforts of the private property owner, usually through civil court, to resolve those issues. We do get involved with that because the county has to determine in a lot of cases whether they have legal rights. The county surveyor is a lot of times involved with that to determine that. And again, a recurring theme, no mechanism in place that prohibits the private use of owners without legal road access rights being brought into compliance. If there are issues, if we do issue a permit or issue rights without having that legal rights, the county could find itself in having some liability. And again, significant efforts to mitigate or deal with that without and affecting our ability to deliver core services and without having the structure or the resources in place to do that. And finally, one little adjunct that affected our road maintenance division was the eradication of illegal cannabis. Why is that so important? Because illegal cannabis grows must be not only disposed of properly and safely, but quickly, and in strict accordance with the law. And from time to time, the sheriffs did ask the road maintenance division to assist them in the eradication efforts. When our maintenance crew is asked to do that, since it has to happen quickly, we have to stop our other work, which further impacts, in particular, we've talked in the past about a lot of the things we're trying to do that impacts our ability to deliver those core services. There are unknown health risks and exposure to our maintenance workers. And as well as we do have Class A drivers who are frequently drug tested. So I don't have the science behind this, but if I have Class A drivers involved with illegal substances they are tested for, does that increase the exposure of them to being positively tested for a controlled substance as part of their testing program and potentially affecting their employment? Are the maintenance workers eradicating in a legal manner? Our road crews are good at clearing brush and clearing debris. They're not well versed in eradicating cannabis. There are some concerns, and I can't speak to, the sheriff would speak to more to this, but is there any risk from potential criminal activity? If our road crews are removing large amounts or their opportunity for retribution, I haven't heard of this frequently, but as someone who cares deeply about my road crews and what they do, that's a concern that runs in the back of my head. And finally, again, no significant mechanism to help fund these resources, and it affects our ability to deliver services elsewhere. So shifting into if the board decides to consider a future program, here's some things that we highlighted that could help in that process, at least from our side. Number one, in coordination with the planning department and others, we do agree that there should be some policies in place that require approval by the state or by the county different departments before a grow is allowed to commit. Just like building a house, you wouldn't allow a house to build without having their permits in place first. We would see a similar argument there, that we want to see folks have their permits in place before activities begin. That includes, we have 3 different processes that we look at, 2 permits, a grading permit as well as an encroachment permit. We'd like to see folks get those before we move forward. Those are pretty straightforward processes. Those aren't things that would significantly muck up a process, but we want to make sure they have those in place, as well as the applicant providing proof of legal access to their parcel. Again, I think those things, when they're done correctly, and we can help educate the public on that, they can be done pretty quickly. For folks who maybe have an existing site who's not in compliance, especially with some of our permitting requirements, we need a process in place that allows some sort of as-built, basically an existing condition to be brought, verified as in compliance. We have some ideas. I will not bore you to death with that. You got a lot of other things to talk about, but we think that there's value in having a process that clearly identifies how these parcels can be brought into compliance. Obviously, and it's a theme you'll hear today, that in order to do this, especially if there's a significant increase, that impacts our core services. We're relatively lean right now. Having those additional resources, providing those additional resources have the potential to impact our core services, and we would recommend actions to help increase staffing or other resources in order to deal with that. One of the things we recommend is, as part of this, a lot of this time and effort requires costs. One thing with public works, most public works activities are funded through the road budget. It's inappropriate to utilize the road budget for cannabis-related issues. So we recommend some sort of structure in place to be able to adequately recoup the costs for us to provide services related to this industry. We have some, and when we do consider that as part of cost recovery, we recommend all the resources, not just my necessarily per hour time or other staff's per hour time. There are other resources that are necessary, everything from computers to equipment, vehicles, those sort of things necessary to support an activity like that. So we would recommend that the board consider those as part of a potential fee adoption. We recommend an annual review and adjustment to that fee to make sure we're in line with the current costs. I've seen too many times, and not just here but everywhere, where a fee stays the same for a lot of years, and each year as these costs increase, you're reducing the amount of capability to recover those costs. I do recommend that any remediation efforts be handled by a third-party contractor, someone well-versed in the ability to do that. Our road crews, as I mentioned, that's not their forte. They do a lot of things really well. That's not in their wheelhouse, so I would recommend finding another resource for that. One of the things I'd highlight is, as we talked about, our ability to bring things into compliance or have options to work with the property owner. We don't have a lot of tools in our toolbox to bring someone into compliance. If someone's out of compliance with an encroachment permit, there's a fee. It's way out of date. We don't have a lot of the tools necessary. So a lot of times we're kind of hitting our head against a brick wall with basically it's almost incentivizing folks to not come into compliance because the penalties related are less than the cost it does to bring. So that's something we'd bring to your attention and we'd ask you to consider more closely. And finally, I think there's a recommendation here to give us some time to come to a thoughtful conclusion with this. We need to develop procedures that work for the board, that work for the public. We need to determine how we're going to best coordinate between departments. As mentioned, if we have multiple permitting agencies, how do those departments talk to each other to make sure we're all on the same page, that we're all going down the same process? How do we make the format? How do we share data? If we do bring on new staff, we have to train, recruit staff, and currently right now we're having difficulty doing that. So I have positions that have remained open for years because I can't recruit people. So now we're going to have to recruit a lot of new people, which will be an issue. And I think most importantly beyond that is through my prior experience in other agencies, there are a lot of people who do want to come into compliance. And so we want to make sure we have the adequate resources to train, educate, and inform the public for those who do want to come into compliance to make sure they're doing that, that they have the tools necessary to do that. So again, that's briefly the Public Works perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions now or later on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josh, I appreciate your presentation. I know that you're fairly new to the county, so much of what I may speak about with the grading without permits were not things that you were firsthand aware of. But it was quite extensive. Whether it's continuing to this day to the level it was, probably not. But the point still is that we have not taken any steps as a county to disincentivize people who grade without permits. In other counties, if you do that, and you're aware of those, you put that ground back to native, and then you come back and talk to us. We need to provide some kind of a mechanism to be sure people understand the seriousness, not only to the property, but to their neighbors and to the watersheds when they're denuding properties of vegetation and making these. I know we're in the process of working on an SWMP. Okay, acronyms. Stormwater Management Plan. And that needs to be a critical component. If we ask for forgiveness later by creating an as-built, have we really done what we've needed to do from our side to ensure that the neighbors' properties are not affected? And that's a great concern on my part to say these as-builts, I would love to see them gone. I would love to see us say you blew it, you didn't get the permits, you got to go start over. I guess maybe that's just more of a comment than a need for a response.
That is a comment, and I just want to highlight, despite the fact that I've been here 4 months, and I may not be fully vested in the prior process, I do come from a county who also had significant cannabis issues. I spent 2 years as a marijuana abatement hearing officer for that ordinance, so I've seen the same questions and concerns on both sides of the public. The grading was certainly an issue in my county. We had similar issues with some of the procedures. This is not unusual. Calaveras is not the only county that doesn't necessarily have this structure in place to adequately deal with these issues. I will say that I do agree in some cases as-built permits can be extremely difficult or nearly impossible. I think there are other cases that we can do it. I think it's a case-by-case basis, but I think if we do establish a policy to do that, it needs to be very clear and it needs to have strong teeth and enforcement actions if they can't come into compliance.
So then the next question has to do with damage to roadways, because during the urgency ordinance, we had a lot of water trucks running on our county roads, and also I had a local road district complain that they were getting no cost recovery for the damage to their roads from heavy equipment, not just from water trucks, but also from other heavy equipment on their roads. That's a concern because we're not seeing a cost recovery to keep those roads in place, especially in those areas where they're vulnerable anyway because of our lack of maybe timely maintenance. So is there something that we might be able to do on that?
Yeah, Supervisor Mills, there's a couple of different things, and I want to highlight that there's two difference between a public road and a private road, and when oversized vehicles go on either of those, obviously with a public road, the county is responsible for maintaining it. The issue of cost recovery for the impacts to that is an issue that all counties and cities are dealing with. That's something the board could consider as part of a fee structure for the permitting process to help offset the impacts to roads being affected by the activity. That's something that's within your purview and certainly could be open for discussion. Private roads are different. Private roads are maintained by residents. They're not maintained by the county. Under a perfect agreement or under a utopian world, everyone gets together and pays for their fair share of maintaining that road on their own, whether it's annual maintenance, whether they have a homeowners association. I have seen in my previous jurisdictions that there are some responsible folks who help do that, and there's a lot that don't. And so the impacts to that are disproportionate of other maintenance to other more residential uses. How that's handled, the county is traditionally not. Counties are traditionally not involved with that. It's private property disputes related through the courts, usually through civil procedures. I don't have great action or direction to the board on that, except that should be under your consideration if an ordinance is ultimately drafted.
And how I would speak to that is with PR 4290. I mean, the counties adopted that back in 1992. So if we're going to talk about road widths, road grades, turnarounds, and all of that, that is a larger discussion for all of the roads in the county, whether it be private or not. That as we look at projects or we look at additional land uses, that planning and everybody else has to have, the board has to come to some consensus that is an important issue.
Supervisor Mills, I agree. For folks in the room, 4290 is the fire code standard. So there's the fire code in the state of California requires minimum widths for roads. That is certainly within your purview to discuss how future development of parcels, especially on private or public property, how they address that. I do want to highlight that one thing I did not discuss today as part of my discussion was fire safety. I'm hoping or anticipating that someone from fire will talk about that. If they're not, I'm happy to come up and talk a little bit more about fire. More broadly, though, that is a concern, and that's, I think, one of the concerns you'll hear from fire and others is how do we adequately protect ourselves in the event of a fire or some emergency. There's a lot of things that go into that. One of those is making sure not only do we have adequately safe and maintained roads, but secondary access to make sure that vehicles can get in and out in case of emergency. Again, that starts encroaching on areas far beyond this discussion, but it is a worthwhile discussion if the board chooses to move forward.
Thank you.
I believe watershed and stormwater shed is a grave concern throughout the county, especially after we went through everything we went through last week. A question I have, and I think Peter may be able to weigh in on this also, is when it comes to grading permits and grading issues, this is with the urgency ordinance, this was a commercial business, and I believe that grading issues should be, overseen very well. But with other ag industries being on agriculture, what type of a grading permit does a grape vineyard or any other farm on ag property need to get?
So I'll touch briefly on that. If Peter has anything to add, he's more than welcome. So right now the requirement is 50 cubic yards or more of moving of dirt. So if a commercial use or if a vineyard or anyone comes in and they move more than 50 cubic yards of dirt, they're required to get a grading permit. It's likely that the structure of the grading permit would be similar. I don't see, you would treat it as you would other similar uses, but again, and it kind of recognizes the fact that minor grading changes, moving a little bit here or there, may not potentially have a large impact. But if you're moving hundreds of thousands of cubic yards, or thousands of cubic yards of dirt, you have the potential to significantly impact the site. So, without getting too much in the weeds, no pun intended, the use of the grading permit infrastructure that we have right now, I think will be adequate for this. But I think that would work. And if Peter has anything to add, I'm more than willing. Peter, you got anything else to add to that? I guess not.
I don't really have anything to add to that. I think that what we saw with the grading for cannabis cultivation sites was quite different than what we saw for a vineyard or an orchard. They were, basically flat terraces where, for the most part, plants were put in pots, while a vineyard or an orchard or other agricultural activity, there's some minor contouring of the site, but it's not a full-scale leveling of the site. So that would be the primary difference that I've noticed, in working on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Calaveras.
Mr. Pack, I don't see a lot of the things that you brought up any different than any other project. Encroachments are the same. Access, illegal access. I mean, we've had a lot of drama in this county about that. So it isn't, I don't see, or if I'm hearing you correctly, Public Works would be wanting funding to help with this. And I guess I don't see for most of what you said, I mean, illegal access, encroachments, those are pretty pro forma things that we do with any, whether it's a house or whether it's a commercial or an ag. I'm not seeing where you're requesting something different for this than you did for the others. And then one other, unimported borrow material, and we want to test it and et cetera, et cetera. Do we do that for other projects that need, you see signs saying dirt wanted because they want to do whatever they want to do? Do we require that for those projects as well? I don't remember.
Yeah, let me answer both those, and I'll take your second question first. First of all, yeah, we do test when they're bringing in significant amounts of imported borrow. Now, if someone's on the side of the road going, hey, I want some dirt, and person A talks to person B, I mean, we're not, inserting ourselves into that process. When we are looking at significant amounts of imported borrow, we test, and we test ourselves. So if we bring in an amount of dirt on a public road, we're going to test that soil to make sure it doesn't have any lead or other contaminants. And so it's the same, it's a pretty standardized process. It's something, and that's not frequent. Most folks these days in the construction industry, folks in the construction industry know this, is you try to balance your cuts and your fills. You try to take soil over here, move it over here, so you're not having to import a lot. But in the few cases that it do, yeah, you do test it. And you test it for a number of contaminants. You make sure not only for contaminants, but for structure. So if you put a lot of clay in there, it doesn't have the same structural capacity as other types of soil. So these are all the things we look at, in particular if you're going to use what's called structure soil, so soil that's meant to hold up, structure. So that's something that we do look at. Going back to your first question, I think you're correct. A lot of the issues that we've talked about are not wholly unique to cannabis. You see these sort of issues that run the wide range of commercial and residential services in the county. The one thing I would highlight is that the services necessary to meet the potential expansion due to cannabis are on a level of magnitude significantly higher than what we provide now. So without giving you any very specific numbers that I don't have in the back of my head, I mean, we'd be looking at order of magnitude jumps double to triple of the amount of permits we currently issue as far as encroachment. As far as grading would be at least 3 to 10 times as much. So it's not necessarily these are new activities. It's just that we'll be asked to do so much above and beyond that we're going to have difficulty meeting our benchmarks to be able to process those adequately.
Assuming grading is required.
Assuming grading is required, absolutely. And not all these permits apply to everyone. If you're doing work on private property, and you're not doing a lot of grading, Public Works may not even be significantly involved in your permit. So each one's unique. Each one's a little bit different. I'm a little, and this is a little bit of a worst case scenario. If we get a large amount, the 700, let's say, for example, that Peter brought up earlier, everyone's doing encroachments, everyone's doing grading. I mean, that has a significant potential for significant impact. So again, my goal today is just to inform you the potential impacts that could occur with that, without giving an opinion either way on which action to take.
The one that you brought up that I thought was interesting about providing third-party contractors and not using road crews, and they are not to leave District 3 as long as we have these storms. Thank you.
Fair enough.
And please, they've done an awesome job.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
This, I appreciate it.
I
Thank
totally
you.
agree.
And taking care of my half of Avery Sheep Ranch is just perfect. I thought that had some validity. Did you experience that in other counties where the road crews have been asked to help with eradications, and did they hire third party?
Yeah, so we did. My previous jurisdiction, we had an ordinance in place for 4 years. It was permitting. It was if there was eradication, a lot of times the sheriff would ask us to provide that service. Again, it was the same issues that I identified here, the same issues I dealt with in my prior county. Having to pull off site, having to find remote areas. You just can't go next to the busiest road in the county and take care of it. There's going to be a line out the door. So you have to find remote areas. You have to find areas that are not well traversed, areas that are secret that other folks don't know about. So those are all, that takes considerable time and effort. Then you have to dig the hole. You have to, usually you burn it and then cover it. Even that necessarily, in order to fully eradicate it, takes considerable time. You can't throw a match on it, wait 10 seconds, and put a little dirt over it and call it a day. So you have to burn it. You have to burn it completely. You usually cover it. And I'm probably not fully describing the entire process, but it would usually take us an entire day and a road crew staff in order to go do that.
So did you hire?
No, we did not at the time. The eradication at the time was not as frequent enough to require that. So we were able to do that with ours. Now, the sheriff, I believe, a little later on had hired someone separately. It wasn't through Public Works, so I think they had some folks that were also doing that for them. But we were doing a fair bit of that eradication for them.
So the last thing, you talk about cost recovery. Are there not mechanisms in place now for cost recovery when these issues come up?
Not with the prior ordinance, there wasn't. So a lot of the services that were being provided were provided through our core operating budgets. So that's something that we'd have an interest in. Yeah, go ahead.
No, could you give me an example? I mean, if somebody has an illegal access and they have to correct it, it's their cost. I mean, for an encroachment, they pay Public Works a fee for an encroachment permit. I guess what I'm looking for is what kinds of resources that you would need that would be different than what we do for any other project.
Yeah, so I don't think the resources are that much different. It's not like we're doing A, B, and C, and we're being asked to go do D and F. I think what we're still seeing within the core services that we provide, encroachments, grading permits, again, it's the level of magnitude. And a good example is the illegal access. That was a good point where we had a lot of folks who were residents who were calling in concerned with these grows that didn't have legal rights to their property. A lot of vehicles were going back and forth, damaging the road. That's not our purview. It's unfortunately it's a private property dispute. Nevertheless, they look to us for leadership and guidance. A lot of times we provide resources such as whether it's the discussions, whether it's some of the research to determine if that has legal rights or not. With the encroachment permits, if there's illegal encroachments, we're going out to try and assess those, going out to determine what the damage is, with very little mechanism in place to recover those costs. So, and when I say that, that's where the costs, the incurred costs were occurring were through these activities related to some of the irresponsible activities occurring, and us trying to respond to the resident concerns, and again, without having a fee structure in place by someone who applies for a permit and does it legally, it's difficult to recoup those costs. And with recognizing that, we may not, are we recapturing every cent of every phone call of every person? That's not realistic. But to have a structure to recoup much of our costs resulting to the increase. And like I said, I don't think there's a bunch of new resources. I think if you have 4 permit technicians right now that are taking encroachment permits, we may need 2 to 3 more to account for the increase in permits. I may need additional public works inspectors to help deal with the significant increase in new encroachment permits. So,
But then you would be charging them no different than any
well,
other project.
that's another thing too, is I would recommend as part of this to look at that fee structure. So the fees we have right now have not been revisited in a lot of years. I think it's quite unlikely. A lot of times our encroachment permits are a basic fee. It's a few hours. It kind of incorporates a relatively modest amount of effort, and then we recoup the applicant the unused portions. These costs, in order to look, especially when you're doing after the fact, can require considerable resources. So my recommendation is, if we do go on that path, is that we have a mechanism in place to recoup the costs necessary to do that.
So what you're saying is we need a nexus on fees regardless of what the project is.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank
And then I would recommend a regular revisitation of that, just because every year things change, things progress. Having an eye on that, I think, would be appropriate and moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Stopper, I think you're next, or Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, Calaveras County doesn't burn and cover.
Thank you.
We do take it to our landfill and cover it there. We do provide appropriate safety measures while that operation is going on, because there are unknown chemicals that have not been tested, so we don't want to leave those potential contaminants on site. And just wanted to be sure the public knew that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
So 50 yards could include the soil they're moving in, even if they're on smart pots above the ground. A lot of the new regs, I don't think there would be any complaint from either side that we would consider pushing a heavy metals test on soil moved in or out, because if they grow on it, they could fail lab tests later, and subsequently they would just have all their profits destroyed regardless. So they wouldn't want to move in bad things with lead to a certain level and so on, for the fact that this was not a consideration during the urgency ordinance. I think it definitely would need to be something that needs to be considered now, so I'm just saying that, yes, we need to consider that. Thank you. And thank all your employees and everyone in Public Works this last week. They've done a phenomenal job. I want to agree with Marita on that.
I don't know, I was just given a road complaint. Could you plow a certain road?
Absolutely, happy to do it. So, and I do want to highlight one thing too, is most of my experience, and this is the same with cannabis or with other industries, is there's good players and there's players that are not very good. And the good players, my experience, want to come into compliance. If you do grading, there's requirements as far as stormwater, catching stormwater, the appropriate dissipation. The idea is to, when you dispel waters away from your parcel, they're at or lower conditions of what they were prior to development. And my impression is you want to make thoughtful policy that was able to work with folks who want to come into compliance, at the same time have the ability to aggressively resolve issues that aren't in compliance. So again, recommendations from us, nothing more than that.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Supervisor Callaway's comments and thank your road crews for the work over the last week. I know that some of those men and women look like they're dead on their feet by the end of this weekend, and I really appreciate their efforts. Good people. I'd also just want to clarify one thing. It's my you said that it's my understanding that agricultural operations are specifically exempt from grading permits. You said they weren't, and I just want to find out if I'm off.
I don't have the code in front, excuse me, I don't have the code in front of me. Was my understanding that to a degree, and this is something I probably need to go back and check, maybe during the lunch break or something, that ag is exempt from the grading ordinance, but it could be that if you're moving, over the 50 cubic yard threshold, then it would kick it in. I'd have to go back and check that.
Can we check that out when we take a break for lunch? I'd like to know that because just want to make sure we're comparing apples and apples.
Right, yeah, that's my understanding. I concur that we need to check into that, because it was my understanding that agriculture in the past, whether that's changed or not, I am unfamiliar, on agricultural property did not need a grading permit.
We'll check on that at our break. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Josh.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Back to those roads. Mr. Maurer?
I think next up would be the building department and code compliance.
Building and code? Jeff? Sabrina? Sabrina, you're on.
Good morning, Board. I'm Sabrina Cable with Code Compliance, and I just want to thank you for listening to staff today and taking what we have to say into consideration. A lot of what I'm going to say is going to reiterate what Peter said in his introduction. And I also wanted to thank you in advance for excusing my candor and frankness at times through my presentation. So I wanted to go over first the successes that we saw with the urgency ordinance. The main thing was strong relationships that were developed between county departments as well as state agencies. And like Peter mentioned, the silos were broken down and we have much better communication now. It's carried on to other aspects of our jobs to this day. So I'm very grateful for that. The other success was the 2017 February update of Chapter 806 that allowed for the expedited enforcement of unlawful cannabis. We had extreme success with that program. And lastly, it was a crash course, but it was a good learning experience at the end of the day. Our staff learned a lot. Going from there, we'll go into the challenges code compliance faced with the urgency ordinance. From its inception, everything was done on a reactionary basis. There was no time to prepare or get ahead of any potential problems. It was basically an onslaught from the beginning, which we are only beginning to recover from. Some of those problems were lack of staffing. We had to rapidly recruit and hire staff. No adequate training. That includes identification of hazardous materials, water code violations, grading violations, etc. And most importantly and noteworthy was the complete lack of safety equipment and training for our staff. There were no baseline physicals done for staff. We had no oxygen monitors, no respirators. And we will never know what harmful substances staff was exposed to or any extent potentially done. You've heard that we had to build the plane as we were flying it. Very much an apt metaphor. I like to say we were eating Oreos as we were brushing our teeth. That's what it felt like. We had to develop the inspection program as we were running it. We had no time to create forms or documents beforehand or develop an interdepartmental data hub. There were no clear and concise procedures relating to inspection and site assessment. How much was to be expected of code compliance officers doing their compliance inspections? So to go down a history of registered cultivation site inspections, more often than not, violations were found at cultivation sites. Staff was required to issue correction notices. Correction notices gave cultivators 10 days to make corrections. Oftentimes, these corrections included obtaining permits, which could not be completed in 10 days. Officers would continually have to follow up and see if permits were being obtained and corrections were being made. Permits were applied for and not seen through to final. Staff had no time to simultaneously issue notices of violation and administrative citations for unresolved or uncorrected violations at grow sites and follow up in any timely fashion while trying to conduct other inspections. And many of these issues remain unresolved today. More and more hand-holding was being expected of code compliance staff throughout the correction process, and this was an overwhelming burden on staff. Staff would recommend a site for denial based on failure to follow through with corrections or failure to accommodate inspection. If planning denied based on that recommendation for denial, generally the cultivator would appeal denial. Precedent was set that officers had to guide the cultivator through every step of correction and attempt inspections ad nauseum, or the appeal would be granted. This created a bizarre double standard that required code compliance to act as a concierge service, or essentially as a group of social workers who had to walk applicants through basic requirements of compliance with the UO, building code, and applicable state law. Thus, our department had an inability to conduct the amount of inspections that were needed due to overwhelming follow-up and hand-holding, for lack of a better word. Throughout that entire process, no matter how non-compliant or harmful a site was, registrants were able to cultivate and to continue to cultivate through months of appeals. This ability to cultivate and subsequently profit while remaining out of compliance or uninspected took away incentive to follow through on corrections, accommodate site inspections, and be compliant. To go down a list of common violations that we found at grow sites were unpermitted buildings, unpermitted hazardous alterations to structures, containers, etc. Hazardous or unpermitted electrical power. Oftentimes, extension cords were used negligently in lieu of permanent power sources. Generators were used as sole sources of power, running constantly. Illegal camping, living in trailers. Unlawful sewage disposal, dumping sewage from trailers onto the ground. Defecating on the ground, outdoor showers. Water diversion. Inadequate fencing and security measures, occupancy issues, buildings that have a U occupancy or that had no listed occupancy at all, which were built as accessory buildings or to residential structures, had no power or water when they were signed off, but were later wired and plumbed and used for commercial purposes with employees inside, no egress plans, no sprinklers, no fire extinguishers, and no commercial impact fees were paid. Unpermitted grading, illegal encroachments. And that's a general list of what we found on grow sites. And throughout all of this, it was expected of code compliance to also deal with the overwhelming amount of unregistered grows. We didn't have enough staff. Too much time was spent coddling those who needed corrections. And even though staff was hired solely for the regulatory program, all hands were on deck to deal with the tremendous workload and regular code enforcement suffered. One note, the board should not operate under the assumption that those that were not denied or those that were registered have cultivation sites that meet the requirement of the building code, fire code, state law, or satisfy the requirements of occupancy for employees. Many do not. In conclusion, what we found during enforcing the urgency ordinance was we had a complete and utter lack of preparation and resources. To go into what the county can do to ensure success if you choose to go with the program, absolutely no cultivation until the site is fully approved by every applicable department and a permit to grow is obtained. Proof of local authorization for any given premises or cultivation site should not be granted until it meets the requirements of the building code, fire code, has required grading permits, encroachment permits, and all buildings are signed off for their proposed occupancy. There is no incentive comply without this. Additionally, staff shall not perform inspections until appropriate safety equipment and training is obtained. We recommend we keep the initial number of registrations to a manageable amount, bearing in mind current staffing levels, expertise, and the challenges the county faces with recruiting qualified candidates. It is imperative that staff's regular workload not suffer due to a new regulatory program, as we are just beginning to get back on our feet. Each of our 4 field officers in code compliance have an average of 90 open and active cases right now. Excuse me. With current staffing and resources, we could probably handle processing 25 cultivation sites. Keep in mind, an inspection and compliance check involves more than just going to the site and looking around. It involves helping the applicant figure out which permits they need to get and which local departments they need to visit to achieve compliance. Program could potentially be opened up to more registrants in the future once the program is finely tuned and appropriate staff is recruited. Additionally, we request that staff is given time to prepare before the program goes live. This includes developing concise procedures, determining what exactly will be expected of each department, creating appropriate forms and documents, determining how to share data between departments, and recruiting, hiring, and training staff should the board not want to keep the initial number of registrants to an amount manageable with current staffing levels. There must be a power source on site, no reliance on gas, diesel, or propane generators. There must be a sewer hookup or a signed-off septic system and code-compliant restrooms on every site. All buildings on a parcel containing a cultivation site are required to get building and fire permits for their intended use and occupancy. Clear and concise fencing requirements. Leave little to nothing up to interpretation. This was a big problem with the UO. People use chicken wire, deer fencing, and other similar vulnerable materials when the intention was to prevent trespass. Additionally, have fencing standards that prevent blight. No visqueen, shade cloth, tarps, etc. Greater setbacks in parcel size to prevent neighboring parcels from being affected by odor. And we had difficulty measuring canopy out in the field with the tools we had available to us. So we would recommend a survey by a licensed surveyor for difficult to measure canopy areas. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions.
Supervisor Nance, you have a question?
Yes, Ms. Cable, I'm going to start out with kind of an owner's question. When's the first time that the county actually provided you a blood panel test? Blood panel?
We haven't to this date.
Under whose protocols, hazmat protocols, are you currently working?
We don't have any.
I provided the U.S. Forest Service, as you may not be aware, was shut down in 2016 because of the lack of hazmat protocols in their eradication processes. I did get a copy of those protocols and from Barney Gatt with U.S. Forest Service, and those were delivered to the Sheriff's Department. You're saying that you have not had any protocols put in place that you operate under today?
No, sir.
I'd really like to be sure that if we're going to go down this road, that we build in some thresholds for ceasing operations. That at some point, everyone clearly understands, here's the line in the sand, you either can get it, you figure it out, or we're done with you. And there's many counties that do that. They just simply say, here's what you have to have. If you don't have it, and we find you don't have it, I'm referring to Alameda County, and I'm referring to Contra Costa County. They come in, they eradicate, at that moment, it's over. You do not get another permit from them, you're out. So we have to have some type of a built-in threshold. I'm also concerned about the general plan, Mr. Maurer, talking about the dark skies ordinance. It is in there. At what point do we stop seeing the caterpillars in the sky at night? It's quite obvious, even today. So I'm concerned that your office is still overwhelmed.
We are, and bear in mind, we work business hours, so we often don't get to see what happens at night.
You ought to get in the air and take a look. It's quite impressive. But I really want to go back to this hazmat thing, that part of our process here needs to be sure that there are hazmat protocols that you folks are operating under, and that you have the safety equipment necessary to be on these sites. I consider that any of these sites to be hazardous until such time as it's proven that they're not. That is standard protocol for the fire service. It is standard protocol for many other methods of operation. And I'm deeply concerned that those processes are not in place as of today. And you know that I personally was with you on one. So I'm aware of that situation. It's been ongoing for a number of years now.
And I know that Ms. Hawkins is also aware, and we do have a new, I believe her title is safety coordinator, who's been working with Ms. Hawkins to keep staff safe.
It's not a matter of you going out unprepared. It's a matter that you shouldn't even be there unprepared.
Correct.
That is my deep concern.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you for your input.
My pleasure.
What's a caterpillar in the sky?
He's referring to lighted hoop houses, I believe.
A what?
Lighted hoop houses at night.
Oh,
Supervisor Stopper, you had a question?
I have a few, sir.
I have some too.
As to flights in the sky at night, you're a complaint-driven, code compliance is complaint-driven?
Generally, yes.
Yes. But if someone were to go on one site and see something wrong on the next property, then that's a viable solution to them possibly putting something through code compliance.
Yeah.
Many of you were in code compliance were originally hired through the urgency ordinance, correct?
That's correct. We have 2 employees now.
Now,
We had 3, 1 left.
right.
Yes.
Understood. And even if we were to take cultivation illegal before 2016 out of the equation, you have a lot of work on your plate, right?
Yeah. Yes. As I mentioned, each officer on average has 90 cases not cannabis related.
So as with many departments, to get your job done without cultivation even being part of the equation, you haven't been properly staffed in a long time, even prior to the urgency ordinance.
That's correct. I feel now we're adequately staffed. We could always do more with more, but we're very happy with the staffing levels we have right now.
Even with that long list of 90 complaints apiece for you all to catch up on.
Correct.
Okay. Definitely, your suggestion on interdepartmental data exchange, I think that's something that we need to talk about with everything we do, and I'm very glad that at least the urgency ordinance brought more departments closer so they work together, because there's a lot of things that cross over for all the departments that they need to start working in together. So I think interdepartmental data exchange is crucial for everything we do. We're here working together, providing the services to the community.
And it just makes it so much easier to have access to where planning's at with the processing of the application. Did they have their code compliance inspection yet?
There's something you brought up on building permits. So you were giving people 2 weeks or 10 days to remediate some of the code compliance issues so they could proceed. But as we know, a building permit takes much longer. And from what I understood, you said some people had filed for a building permit, so you're allowing them to continue on the premise that they're going to finish that building permit and get the proper permits, whether it be a small structure or anything else. Is it your experience that any of the people that were continuing to cultivate, let's say legitimately underneath the urgency ordinance, had not ever finished those building permits after the ban was put through?
Yes, we still have several outstanding.
So those, if, let's say, if someone was considering possibly letting the people grow that were in good standing prior, that would be a concern that we need to check into in the future to make sure that they finish that part, because they aren't necessarily completely compliant because of that.
Correct, and bear in mind, a lot of those permits that were pulled were as-built conversions, so they had already done the work without permits, and then were required to come get an as-built permit, so that it could be properly inspected as best the inspector could do and signed off as safe and compliant.
That'll be good for now, I'll let some other people proceed.
Supervisor Callaway?
That issue of as-built is no different than we've had
Correct.
for years.
Correct.
So
It was just,
it was just
to pass on,
magnified.
yes, they had their site inspection, but here's where we're at. They're stuck, they applied for their permit, it hasn't been finalized. Time was of the essence.
What I'm interested in is best practices. Again, nobody's addressing best practices in other counties. I mean, Calaveras is not unique. So that when you mentioned there was no baseline health issue and equipment, are other counties also requiring that? And other counties are using their ag departments to do some of the kinds of things our code enforcement's doing? I'm just concerned, are we going too much in one direction? What is happening elsewhere? Not that the concerns aren't valid, but what are we doing if a baseline's required for a code enforcement person, it should be required for an ag person, should be required for deputies, should be required for planning department? Is that what other counties are doing? I mean, I'm having a problem understanding, where is it that your department needs it? Wouldn't all departments need it? Do all departments do it in other counties? Because the issue is still the same.
I can't speak for other counties. I don't have that data. Ms. Hawkins might have it available. I'm not sure if she's going to speak today. All I know is we had an incident where one of our officers was inspecting a site and went into a greenhouse where they were actively burning sulfur. We went into another site where there were CO2 burners, and we had no oxygen monitors. There's also the mold exposure. We don't know what we're exposed to, that's my point. And we will never know because we didn't have those baseline physicals.
And that doesn't happen with anything else we do or inspect, except in the cannabis industry?
As
You
far
know,
as I
like
know.
mold in houses that I know they've seen.
Code enforcement goes into some heinous
yeah, they do.
situations, including cats, hoarders,
Right.
where we would love to have that safety protocol in place.
Got it. So
Our
it isn't
office-
just for this, it's for
No,
other things.
but this brought
understand.
a lot of it to light.
Yeah. Got
When
it.
you're going out, you have to complete the inspection. If we get word of a hoarder situation, it's not, we can
Oh.
send
I-
in someone else, perhaps a contractor, to, evaluate it.
I mean, those are similar things to what Mr. Pack
Yeah.
was talking
Yeah,
about.
absolutely.
Okay, again, I guess I'm interested in what's happening in other counties regarding how do they do their enforcement, and is our code enforcement doing things different than what ag inspectors do in other counties that go out and do the same thing our code enforcement's doing? So, I mean, if you have any of that data, I'd appreciate that.
Not presently. I don't have a
Okay.
problem compiling it for a
right.
future date.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, subject to the sheriff's confirmation, I believe that they are doing blood panels on all of the deputies that are involved.
I know that the MET team had baseline physicals.
That team has
Yeah.
been, and also your ag department here, where they're involved in chemicals, are also doing a blood panel. So you're the only department that I know of that is not. GIS layering might be an additional tool here. Just getting all of this put into a single layer so we can understand when you go on a site, oftentimes it might not meet the threshold for hazardous material. However, it's a death by 1,000 cuts where you have a combination of events scattered over multiple sites, you suddenly can build that threshold very quickly. And if we can establish a GIS layering that shows where those locations are and we're aware of them, even if the cleanup hasn't been completed, at what stage are they? What is the level? And so in a 20-acre parcel, it might be nothing, but given a 640-acre section of land, it might be quite important. So those are the kind of things that I think need to be on a layer. You discussed odor, and I know that the state of Washington is light years ahead of the state of California when it comes to odor and odor control and odor issues. So I would hope that when we look at that, that seems to be the number one rub with neighbors and property disputes. So it has to be one of those primary focuses of our attention if we're going to go forward. If this means pushing it indoors, as many counties have done, with scrubbers, et cetera, then so be it, because that will take the fight out of the issue for neighbors.
I agree, and that will lead to a successful program. That's why I mentioned the fencing standards and the blight. I know a lot of times people would say we'd rather see the plant than these hideous fences they have put up, where it's basically a beacon saying, hey, there's a grow here.
Well, I just want to be sure that we're not impacting the free, full use and enjoyment of our neighbors' ability to use their property. That really has what it has to come down to.
I agree, and that's a big part of why our department exists.
It is. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper.
Part of the process in getting these applications approved is being within compliance of the standards prior to the license being issued. So at a certain point, we're going to, well, let me say this correctly. If we were to think about regulation in the future, how long would it take you to go through the checks prior to that license being delivered? And it depends on the number.
Yeah, it totally depends on the number. Right now, the number 25 keeps being brought up. That's about 6 inspections per officer that we have right now. Could be done in no time. And like I said, things were dragged out because they were able to cultivate all the while. Where's the incentive to comply? Things are going to be done a lot more swiftly if the ability to grow is contingent upon passing inspection with every department.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No further comments. Mr. White, do you want to?
Good morning. Jeff White, your interim building official. I'd like to thank Sabrina for a very well-prepared presentation. It was very insightful, and she did a great job. I'm part 2 of the presentation, and my list got shorter and shorter and shorter as I watched everything proceed. And following my presentation, I'd like to inform you that the fire districts, there's 9 of them in the county, have representation here today as well, and they'd like to express some of their concerns. I'd like to take a minute and talk about building codes. Building codes are not something that everybody is aware of. You only become aware of the types of things that affect you when you want to do a project. On the big grand scheme of things, California has adopted the California Code of Regulations. Approximately every 3 years, those codes are updated. And by updating those codes, it comes to the elected board to adopt those codes. And if there's any amendments to those codes, then they are also presented. So right now we're on the 2016 code. So the next code cycle might be 2020. There is always some changes in the code that have to be examined that are different from the last code cycle. Having said all that, I'd like to bring to your attention that in the building codes, in Chapter 3 in the Code of Regulations, Volume 1, buildings need to be identified for their use, occupancy, and classification. Now, I say that because I assume that we're going to probably have new construction that is related to this industry, and it would be treated in no way differently than any other business or any other commercial venture. So if we're talking commercial buildings, we have a set of rules that need to be understood. No, the rules are very well spelled out in the California Code of Regulations, the Health and Safety Code, the Business Professions Code, Civil Code, and we can go on and on and on. The idea of the codes is to provide for building safety. So building safety is why we are here, and the premises, it needs to be safe. I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with the idea that safety should be the most important thing that everybody thinks about around their property and that sort of thing. Looking at a perspective for a regulation, it would be, let's take again the commercial aspect of this. We want to have people have a successful submittal, and a successful submittal will help expedite the process if they, and the key to this is getting design professionals, which is actually required by this Business and Professions Codes for commercial buildings, to help them understand what needs to be prepared for construction documents so they aren't constantly shifted back and forth with lack of a complete submittal. So if we can get the people in all areas of the industry, not just this specific industry, but all commercial buildings, to fully understand that, they would have an easier time of getting their permits processed. So the documents being prepared by a professional really it's time well spent, and also a contractor, professional contractor, disciplined in any type of construction that's going to be generated on any property. The contractor, plumbing contractor, electrical contractor, B license and A, whatever. There's a lot of different contractors. That is another good thing to keep in mind for a successful, happy ending to what your project's going to be. So, as mentioned before, one of the things that concern us in any environment is what's being stored in these buildings. And hazardous material, if there's no reason why they can't be placarded for identification. So the fire department, the ambulance, the sheriff's office, the code compliance officers, the building inspector, or just a casual visitor can understand that there's something in a building that might be worthy of concern. So I heard the portable generators have been talked about. There has been problems with those, and I think the fire department has, for instances on that. And then one of the things that can't be overlooked with commercial buildings is the need for accessibility. Accessibility is state law, first time, every time, all the time. So if you are an employer and you have a business and you have one or more employees, state law does require that there has to be some accessibility requirements for visitors. If you're supplying goods and supplies to the public, that's an automatic, we know that. But also businesses that employ people need to be aware of what their accessibility obligations would be. Now, that some of them may not need a lot of compliance, but we don't know that. And that's where CASP, a Certified Access Specialist, comes in. If you enlist the services of a CASP certified through the Department of State Architects, they can help you understand what you need in your business or whatever you're trying to do to what your accessibility risks may or may not be. So the other thing that we're pretty sure is not gone away and is alive and well out there is the change in occupancy or use. The code is in 3408A in the California Code of Regulations on existing buildings basically states that No change shall be made in use or occupancy of any building that would place the building in a different division or the same group of occupancies or in different group of occupancies unless the building is made to comply with the requirements of this code and the use of the occupancy. There's a little more that goes on to it, but I think you get the picture. That when you if you change your occupancy, you've changed the use. You may have changed a lot of things that you didn't know about, that the code requires that building be reviewed for the types of changes that have been made. So that's a critical thing that I don't think is well understood, but I need to bring that up because it's important to know that. So happily, I wasn't first, so I can tell you that a lot of these questions that I had written down here, or these concerns have been covered, so I don't want to be redundant in mentioning the same things over and over again. But I would like to have an opportunity to turn this over to our local fire jurisdictions, unless there's some questions preceding that.
Let me, Jeff, I think that's good, but I want to make sure we're staying on order with what Peter's got planned out.
Okay.
I have no problem with the fire district speaking. I just want to make sure we're going in the order he's prescribed.
It's really up to the board's prerogative here. I know at the beginning of the meeting you'd indicated you wanted to hear from all the staff first and then have an opportunity for the fire departments or any other agency personnel to speak before opening up the public, but it's totally, it's your show.
Very well. Let's ask questions of Mr. White first. Mr. Mills?
Thank you. Jeepers, Jeff, I've known you a long time. Let's go back a moment. If you had a roof redone, you have a set fee for the sheathing inspection and the final inspection. It's 2 trips. You've got a fee schedule already established for that. One of the things I think was missing from the conversation regarding the UO was the number of trips that staff took to any one given site of which there was no cost recovery. It was just a free trip, and it was a constant holding of hands to bring people into compliance. I would hope that if we run down the road of regulation that we seriously consider how we're going to treat each individual trip and for what purpose those trips are to take and how do we recover the cost so it becomes an enterprise discussion rather than the way it's being hit right now. Secondly, I think it was really important what you said about change of occupancy, and that is that we can't grandfather buildings to correct a deficiency, and that property owners need to understand that when they change a use, they need to come before the building department and get some clarity on what other things need to be done to bring that building into compliance. The last thing that a fire district wants to do is to come into a structure that they know has a specific use and then, surprise, now their whole entry procedure changes. So it creates other issues beyond just the use of the property. It's a safety matter.
And that certainly is one of the concerns, and I think historically we've seen that as a problem, that you've issued a permit for, say, a metal building that's a U occupancy, and it has a use specific to that, and then the next time somebody goes out there, it is changed into something entirely different. So it's morphed into something that falls into the existing structures right in the code that allows for that to be reviewed for change in use and change in occupancy. So yes, any change in occupancy, it needs to be considered for the code requirements for the other occupancy. On your question about cost recovery, that has always been a problem. The fee study that we're operating under now was generated based on approximations of trips and so forth and so forth. The idea being to not subsidize any projects out there and get full cost recovery if possible. It's generally less than full cost recovery by several percentages, might be 80%, 70%. So with the problem of cost recovery, we we are obligated to make inspections until we are satisfied that what we have inspected complies. And many times it takes more trips than originally calculated on the estimate for the permit. So it's a moving target. It's not the new fee study hopefully identifies these things a little better with an upgrade for what the real costs are now compared to when this was done in 2007 or something like that. So the cost recovery, I have to say, is a concern because it's an everyday issue that we deal with. Also, I forgot to mention hoop houses, I think, which is, what was the term you used, caterpillars in the sky? That is, I think that we could look at other counties and develop some set of standards for those kinds of things. There's our large counties, or large use of agricultural types of those structures in, like on the coast where they grow flowers and artichokes and whatever else. So there's an agricultural aspect to that, but on this, whatever scale that we see historically that has been used in the way of hoop structures, I think the county should look at developing standards for that. And there are standards out there that other counties have established as well.
Mr. Stopper.
My last vacation I'll get for a long time was in December, and I went down Southern California. I drove up to Santa Barbara with my daughter, and we drove through Santa Maria, San Luis Obispo, and there's just miles of hoop houses with flowers and other types of agriculture in them. Not necessarily your commercial marijuana, but in some areas there are those also. Each trip that you go out and you recheck these was applied to the registration fees, correct?
If I understand your question correctly, it should be evaluated at the time of whatever these structures are intended to be used for. So we try to get ahead of the issue to find out, is this a little hoop house or a big hoop house or non-permitted? So the industry, there has to be an industry that I think supplies standards for the larger types of things that you're talking about that would have ventilation and aisle space and accessibility and those types of things.
Okay. I think I need to clarify what my question is, because I'm past the hoop houses now.
Okay.
During the 2016 urgency ordinance, when there was repeated site visits because there was non-compliance for that specific industry, those site visits were administered through administration were cited to the registration fees.
That I don't know. I would have to defer that to council.
They were paid for by the fees. The code compliance officers who did those repeat inspections, their entire salaries were paid for out of the cannabis fee fund.
So to follow up on that with the information Ethan just provided you, cost recoveries in the sense that we realized we gave money back on the registration fees.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Biden.
Hi.
You mentioned having placards on buildings so they know what chemicals, fertilizers, and so forth are in the sheds, because they're required to have pesticides and so forth in a covered building of some sort. Would that not also apply to any of the other agricultural products? And I mean, I'm assuming garages, automotive centers already have that requirement. And I mean, the idea is a good one. I'm just saying, should it be applied? Should that be something we have a code on that applies to everything?
Well, the NFPA does, the National Fire Protection Agency does speak to placarding, and they are specific to what types of hazardous materials may be on board. Say if everybody's seen tank trucks driving down the road
Right.
with the oxidizers or the flammables and that sort of thing. So it's similar to that would probably more apply to not necessarily residential, but more commercial oriented. So there is an opportunity for those sites to be inspected for whatever hazardous materials they're displaying or advertising by the placard, and ongoing maintenance of that to make sure that if they need more placards to identify things that are lawfully permitted in those uses, then that would be a great advantage for emergency personnel.
Well, all ag, they're required to get a pesticide permit from our ag department for whatever it is that they're going to be using. So whether it's cannabis or any other ag product, whether it's vineyards or almond orchards, they're required to get pesticide permits too. I mean, the timber industry's a big example in this county. So we, the county, knows what pesticides or fertilizers are being utilized by that particular industry. So do I hear you saying that you or maybe the fire districts would think we should have a placard on the buildings where these are stored? Because these will probably, I mean, you have indoor grows, which could be in commercial areas, but they have the same pesticide requirements as if it's an outdoor grow. So I guess I'm asking, because your idea is, a valid one, should that be on both?
I think there is carryover from commercial places that are in business that do operate with hazardous materials. A lot of the time they are placarded, and I think the local fire districts do their examinations of these sites to make sure that the identification features are displayed for the purpose. Now, on a regulation through an ordinance, I think it would be to everybody's advantage to have a placarding system in place which is definitely the same as universally used everywhere. That says these types of symbols based on the types of chemicals that are in these buildings would be displayed in places where they're openly and obvious. Did I answer your question?
Yes and no. I mean, I hear where you're going with that, and, it's not that I don't support it, but the county also has the ability to tell, in this case, the cannabis industry, you cannot use any hazardous, what would be deemed hazardous materials. You get your pesticide or fertilizer permit from the ag department. They have to keep a list of those fertilizers or chemicals or whatever it is they use. Doesn't matter if it's the timber industry, a garage or
Golf course.
or golf course. They have to, or whatever. They keep a list of everything the applicant uses. So
Yes,
they're required to.
I would totally agree with what you're saying, and I think that the agricultural department and the environmental health department probably has the long-range maintenance plan for that sort of thing, as well as the initial placarding requirements. I think they could speak to that more specifically, as a building department wouldn't necessarily be reviewing for those types of things.
Just sort of a sidebar from your wealth of experience, do you think that the California Code of Regulations, when they update their changes, is going to have things in it regarding the cannabis industry?
That's a very interesting question, and typically what happens is the California Code of Regulations are usually adopted off the International Building
Right.
Code. So ICC does the first round of codes, and then California does their amendments to that. I would think that the high level of interest that this has created within this state I would hope that there would be some consideration there. I'm hoping that they would be looking at this as not so much specialized, because we are talking about the building codes, that would be able to identify some of these things that we have learned through trial and error.
Well, like the comment you made about the hoop houses, like, just a thing. Thank you.
Well, and I think that I would expect that the California Code of Regulations, when those are adopted, I wouldn't be, if there could be something in there now that is similar to that, but I think that a better identification as to sizes and construction methodology would be important. One of the things that I didn't talk about yet is the problem with 4290 and the WUI, which is a wildland interface building specifications for structures. It's plastic isn't going to make it. It's got to be approved by the State Fire Marshal's Office list of materials for permanent construction, probably even temporary construction. There's a reason for that, as we're all very well aware, that the idea is to passively provide buildings to protect themselves as much as possible through fire-resistant construction. So if you look in any of the California Code of Regulations, every chapter and every book that is under regulations has a matrix in it, which is approved by various different state agencies, and the California State Fire Marshal's Office is almost going to be checked on almost every single one of them. So that's where our codes come in.
We're falling behind schedule a little bit, actually way behind, but so I want to, it's Supervisor Mills, you had a couple questions?
Just a
To
quick
wrap up.
comment, so that we don't derail ourselves, is that with placarding, as you know, there's a quantity or a weight threshold to that. DOT is one of the drivers on those decisions. So I'm sure that our Ag Department is already familiar with what those levels are, and just to be sure that a building is adequately placarded for fire safety purposes or emergency access. That's the only.
Oh, yeah, I don't see any reason to not cover that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Would you like to?
I would like to, I'm going to stick with staff first, and then we're going to have the fire chiefs come and present. That's all right. Mr. Maurer?
So next up on the list would be Environmental Management Agency, Brad Banner.
Brad?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The first question was what worked for the urgency ordinance, and I guess I'd just echo what's been said already, the teamwork that was established. We were acquainted now at that time with administrative, compliance, and environmental issues and challenges that we'll face again if the board decides to regulate again. And we've all become more familiar with the concerns and issues of the community. So stepping forward, we have that knowledge base already. I just want to say, and as far as if the board chooses to regulate cannabis cultivation again, what can we do to improve the regulatory processes? I talked at length with our staff person, Stephanie Hessler, who went on the inspections, and I talked with the other environmental health staff, and I talked to county staff from the other departments to try to get their input. And then I discussed it with Crystal Lynn Anderson from Trinity County, who's the environmental health director there, and then the manager of hazmat for Humboldt County, and the environmental health director there that happened to be in Hawaii but emailed back and forth with me, Wesley Nix from Placer County, who is probably one of the most knowledgeable hazmat people of environmental health directors that I know. So I have a high regard for his input. Heather Forshey from Marin County. Heather is the environmental health director's lead in the cannabis, so information that comes in kind of is channeled through her. So I talked to her, and then I was able to talk to Griffin Perea, who's the Water Board's cannabis regulation manager. So he's in charge from the Central Valley, and he gave some good input. And then Todd Talhammer, who you may remember. He is working up in the Butte fires now. He's the guy from Calaveras Cycle that ensures that those sites are cleaned up adequately before people can move back in. So I have some comments that they're not all just off the top of my head on this. I have like 5 suggestions. One is to improve the regulatory process. We should better differentiate between the cultivators that are attempting to comply with our requirements and be regulated from those that aren't, and that need these civil or criminal enforcement. There is a difference. The consensus has been, the experience has shown that the regulated sites tend to not present the safety hazards from chemicals in the unregulated sites. Stephanie tells me that when she visited the sites, one that's going through the regulatory process, the chemicals are pretty much contained in one area and the place is fairly neat, whereas the ones that are rated, the unregulated sites, where there's just bags of chemicals everywhere. So there is a difference there, and also there's not the need for the law enforcement presence that there is on the unregulated sites. So there is some difference there. The second thing is to improve the regulatory process. We should better define and communicate departmental and state agency roles, both internally between departments and with the public, because there's been some misunderstanding of that we've had in the past. The Ag Commissioner regulates the use of pesticides, as you pointed out, and has always been the Environmental Management Agency's primary contact with the agricultural community. They are linked up with that more than anybody else. And incidentally, they may not be here today for the presentation. I just learned this morning, so FYI on that. The Air District, part of the Environmental Management Agency is the Air District, and it regulates generators greater than 50 horsepower, and also could regulate these filtration systems for the indoor grows, and also could conceivably assist with nuisance odor issues. And we have a person in this that's highly qualified. He's been a consultant for the school districts and stuff, and if we need him to step up, he would be more than happy to. Environmental health regulates water, wells, on-site wastewater, solid waste, handling of hazardous waste, and management of hazardous materials if they're above these thresholds that was mentioned. And the thresholds are 55 gallons of liquid, 500 pounds of solid, or 200 cubic feet of compressed gas at standard temperature and pressure. So the CUPA, the Certified Unified Program Agency, gets involved if it's above those thresholds, and we're kind of out it if we're not. And something that I think really needs to be understood is that environmental health's role as the CUPA does not mean that staff's qualified or equipped to be first responders, has technical specialists. We don't do the categorization of hazardous materials that are unknown. The Sheriff's Department does that. We're not, aren't spill responders. We're basically, we have a set of regulations and procedures that we have to oversee as part of the CUPA, but we're not in that other role. And I just think to help reinforce the distinction between the regulated and unregulated sites, staff assisting and advising regulated cultivators navigate through the registration process should not be the same, if possible, as staff that are doing the enforcement, doing the in an adversarial type of situation with the folks. So it's just, I think, important to keep regulated sites in our minds somewhat separated from the ones that are the unregulated ones. And it does put code enforcement, I've talked to them about it, it puts them in a difficult position. On the one hand, to be the hammer doing the enforcement, on the other hand, be holding people's hands and trying to help them do things right. So, number 3, to improve the regulatory process, we should provide better guidance to staff regarding safety issues so that concerns about safety are neither overstated nor understated. In this regard, Griffin from the Water Board had a good conversation with him. And the Water Board, using an industrial hygienist, has come up with some safety protocols for staff investigating sites. And I just real briefly touch on them because this comes up over and over again. They do make a differentiation between indoor grows and outdoor grows, and between regulated sites and the unregulated sites. And for the regulated sites, they start out with 2 administrative processes. Right when they're first contacting the operator to set up the meetings and inspections, they have an extensive checklist they go over, asking them what chemicals they're using, how much they're using, how they're storing, and when they were last applied. And then they document that real thoroughly. And then when they go out to the site, they do the same thing. They ask the same questions and then ask them if there's been any application between the time they had the initial contact and now. And then they inspect the site. Their personal protective equipment is work boots and long sleeve shirts. That's what they wear. And they have available N95 masks. That's those masks, you have fit that you just breathe through. And they have Tyvek suits. So they have that available, but they go out there just with their long sleeve shirt and work boots. And then if a site they find something that's not according to what it should be with regulations, they make a decision whether they can continue the inspection by skirting that area and looking from side road or whatever, or whether they need to just turn it over to enforcement entities to follow up with enforcement. If it's a major spill, they get Department of Toxic Substances Control to go out and go through that process. The difference in an enclosed site is they also have a meter that can determine whether there's too much carbon dioxide there. And back in 2017, our environmental health manager, Lisa, was probably in our department, the most knowledgeable about hazmat issues, purchased one. So we do have one of those that can be used. Number 4, to improve the regulatory process, we should better align expectations placed upon our departments implementing the program and the resources available. And I know this has been touched on, but there's nothing more frustrating from a staff perspective than have unrealistic expectations put on them, where they're just more or less feeling set up for failure. And I think it needs to be borne in mind that the recruitment process and training can take considerable amount of time. As an example, for a registered environmental health specialist, you can't easily hire one. They're just not, they don't come to work. Judy will tell you, you can put out an advertisement, you can send it to all the registered environmental health specialists in the state, and you might get 1 or 2 applicants that you probably wouldn't want to hire. So they're hard. So you end up starting with a trainee. Then the trainee has to work for like a year and possibly take a college course to finish off their requirements just to be qualified to take an exam that's offered a couple times during the year. And so it's a process. And an alternative to this, I would suggest at least get looked into, is in 2017, I drafted an environmental assessment and enforcement specialist classification, which is basically, I took Tulare County has one, and then I ran it by Maurald Gabriel, and Todd Talhammer, both of which are probably the state's leading experts in hazmat and in cannabis sites. And they gave input, and I updated based on that. It hasn't been through human resources, but that might be a alternative to get somebody that has possibly could be more focused to help, I think. So, number 5, this is the last one. To improve the regulatory process, we should incorporate new elements into the regulatory program to address gaps that were found previously. And really recommend we look at a permit coordinator, somebody that's going to actually work and facilitate these people. You know, it's a little bit like, I'll give you an analogy on a septic installation. If you want a septic system put in and you hire a contractor that does that for a living, you're going to get that system put in probably fine. But every once in a while we come across a homeowner that wants to do it themselves and rent a backhoe. And then it takes a lot more work. It takes more time in kind of helping that person get through the process. And I think something like that would would help alleviate problems up front and kind of help, again, make that distinction between the unregulated ones and the ones that want to be regulated. The other thing is just two more things. One is this issue of orphan sites. That's a term that water boards use. It's been brought up here. When you go out to the site and there's nobody there to talk to, or you're not talking to the right person. So the regulation can deal with that, because it's, you want to be able to, when you go out to visit the site, you want to have somebody that's in charge to talk to, the appropriate person. And then finally, if these sites wash out and they go to the enforcement aspect, we've just got to make sure that the residuals are taken care of, more than just the plants being cut down, that there's chemicals there, whatever is needed, that site's cleaned up, so we don't just walk away from those sites. That was my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Stopper.
Not so much a question as a statement. Thank you, sir, for reaching out across California to your peers and getting information from their experiences. It's the type of research I like to see, and that'll be all. I think you addressed the issues pretty well.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. You talked about a single point of contact. We have a number of sites left behind, so-called, that don't meet the thresholds necessary for your agency to get involved, and yet they're there. At what level do we then, where do we go from here to getting those areas cleaned up? Because is code compliance going to need to be involved in it? How do we get at cleaning up those sites that don't meet your thresholds? And I'm going to give you an example. The butane cylinders over here at the high school didn't meet your threshold.
Well, that's something I've talked to code enforcement quite a bit about too, and try to brainstorm on something like that. And I think it's an area we need to work on, because I'm not really sure.
One speaker at a time, and he's speaking.
Because I know there's Dirty Works or something like that hauls things out. There's a point where you need to get an expert in to take a look and assess the site and determine what needs to be done. Maybe a boiled down version of what DDTSC does, because what they do is they require a work plan, and then they get a professional, turns in a work plan, and then they follow through the work plan. When that's done, then they sign it off as cleared. We don't really have anything like that, I don't think, that we're following, and maybe something like that could be worked in, because if we're going to truly make a distinction between the enforcement sites and the regulated sites, there needs to be that transition so that that gets taken care of, and we don't just walk away from them.
I just want to be sure that that's included in the conversation, because there seems to be a big gap between what your thresholds are to get engaged and all of that that's down below here.
Right.
And that, what do we do with that? Who's involved and who's going to deal with it? Because in essence, it's property that's just sitting there. And if we don't handle it, somebody eventually is going to see a result. So I just ask that we incorporate that into this discussion.
I agree.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much, Mr. Conner. Mr. Maurer, will Ag be here in the afternoon?
I don't know. Kevin was aware of it. I may or may not, so I guess we just move forward to the next one. I think the only other person we have here from the department head, I think there's two. There's the personnel director as well as the auditor controller. So whoever wants to come up next, go ahead.
All right, we're going to try to break around noon, so let's go with one more presenter, and then I apologize to everybody. We're not going to get through all these comments this morning. We'll take it up again. We're not going to do an hour and a half lunch. We're going to do an hour lunch so we can make up some time. Madam Auditor Controller.
Rebecca Callan, Auditor Controller. One of the major issues that we had was, and you kind of hear this sentiment through every single person that gets up here and speaks, is we were trying to put this together at the same time that we were trying to run the program, and trying to do that with 738 original commercial cannabis applicants, which didn't include the private grower, the caregiver grows. It was just 738 just of the commercial cannabis. So you can imagine how many departments were impacted. And one of the discussion points that we had early on was that not everything was going to be funded with the regulatory fee, because we just didn't know what the impacts were going to be. So that's why it was really important to address the tax, the excise tax, because the excise tax, while there is this misnomer that it's to be this funding source for all general government, its intent was really to fund the unknowns related to a regulatory program, because we didn't know. We didn't know if everything was going to go great and everybody's going to comply and do exactly what they were supposed to do, or if there was going to be hazardous waste issues, environmental issues. Was there going to be impacts to our landfills, to our road systems, to public works staff, to the library, to HR? I mean, we didn't know. And so we didn't intend for the excise tax to really be there to use on general governmental activities. It was really to pay for those unforeseen circumstances that the regulatory program wouldn't be able to accommodate. And so when you hear the public works director come up here and say he was having staff actually be involved in the eradication efforts, those were the types of things that we were talking about. When you hear from other departments that the fee that they were charging doesn't quite cover the cost of actually going out and doing multiple inspections. Yes, you're correct with regards to code compliance. Going out, that was paid for through the regulatory program, but there's other fees and inspections that took a lot longer to be done that weren't really regulatory in nature related to the cannabis program. They were related to other aspects, and the fee didn't cover that cost. So there's really no recouping of all of those costs. There was impacts to the sheriff's department. There was impacts to the district attorney's office, to the jail, to county council, my office, the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, planning. There was not a single department that wasn't impacted, and we can't say it was directly related to the regulatory program or that it was even directly related to cannabis overall. It just was this enormous wave of activity that came in that none of us were prepared to deal with. So, when we talk about that lack of funding and there was no mechanism to pay for some of these costs, that was the whole intent of the excise tax. So I warn the board and I warn people, that are looking at that and eyeing that as the stopgap for other revenue sources. That's why that money existed. It was to help facilitate hazardous, dangerous liabilities that to this date we still don't know what the liability exposures are going to be. We're still trying to figure out what do we do with properties that had hazardous waste on them, and how do we move forward with that. There's just still parts of kind of winding down the program that we had under the UO that we haven't completely finished and haven't quite entirely figured out what the exposure of that is. There were landfill impacts, and Brian wasn't here to talk about the impacts to integrated waste, but there were, because we don't do, find a remote site, dig a hole, light it on fire and bury it. It was actually going into our landfill, but we don't have a mechanism in place for how we pay for that. So I think that also the sentiment that you hear over and over and over again is, you're correct that there are things in place already to deal with certain aspects of this industry, just like there are for any industry. But when you have, this much coming in at one time, it was impossible for each department to adequately be able to do it. So even though in some cases the Board of Supervisors approved additional staffing, approved us to contract out, approved higher budgets, we refunded money because we couldn't hire the staff. It wasn't for lack of trying, it wasn't for lack of recruitment, it wasn't for lack of the board approving staffing changes in each of our respected departments, some of us, not all of us. But it was just a matter of, we have 60, and Judy can speak to this, we have 60-something open positions right now that have nothing to do with cannabis. It's been an ongoing issue recruiting for Calaveras County. Part of it has to do with housing. Part of it has to do with Googling Calaveras County and not necessarily liking what you're seeing when you get the Google search up. I think part of the issue specifically with recruiting for cannabis-related positions, there was a known uncertainty with the longevity of that. Am I going to leave a position that I have longevity in, that I'm vested in, and come here, and then potentially have that position go away in a year or two? So all those things we were trying to combat, and that is a big reason why we had trouble specifically for those types of positions. Another area that we had issues with, we didn't have established policies and procedures, checklists for departments to follow. We're trying to put all that together while we're going out there. And that makes it difficult because I think industry people that were really trying to comply, they felt like the rules kept changing. Well, they kind of did, because until the departments would get out there and realize, oh, we didn't address this, that would be a problem. So that was constantly changing. So having established policies and procedures with regards to whatever the regulatory program is before the start date is important, making sure there's checklists for inspections and there's checklists and educational information for industry would be very helpful. I think the big issue that I saw, and I still see it even with the refund program that we're dealing with right now, is generally, if you're going to go into business, you probably have a lot more experience in following regular rules with regards to hiring employees and insurance of those employees, workers' comp, break rooms, and all these things that go along with having employees. What we saw a lot was this was kind of new. And so they didn't know all of the things that they needed to comply with. So having that information available to them, for any industry, makes it easier for that industry to be successful. We have issues right now with business permitting, that you try to go get a business permit and you have to go to 5 different departments to try to get that done. So that was kind of an issue. And one of the other areas that I particularly had a real difficult time with was there was no centralization. So I would have to, and I know this was a frustration with some supervisors, and I know it was frustration with the public, and I know it was frustration with industry people. They would have to go and talk to 6 different departments to try to gather all the information to determine what their answer was. And, trying to figure out, which stage an application was in or where's the holdup, made it difficult. It also made it difficult for my office, well, how much budget is left, because we've got umpteen departments that all are engaging in their piece of the program that is all hinging on a particular budget. So trying to figure out, I can't go to one person who knows where the process is at any given time. I'd have to go to 6 or 7 or 8 different departments. So having that centralized point of contact and point of focus would have been very, very helpful on a whole myriad of reasons, not just internally, but externally. And I think that it would give the ability to react better. So if things are working or things are not working, at least you have that centralized point of contact who can identify which piece is not working and what changes need to happen. I watched it was a 60-minute special. It was right before the California election with regards to whether cannabis should be legalized for recreational use. And the governor of Colorado was asked what words of advice would he give to any states where this was going to pass. And what he said was, start slow and start small. You can always expand, but trying to retract is very difficult, if not impossible. If you want this to move forward and you want this to be successful, be mindful that we're all still learning how this is supposed to operate and what is in the best interest for our entire constituency, and trying to find a middle ground if that's what the board so chooses. So start small, because in a small, for a small sample, we can change. We can make changes relatively quickly. If you try to make changes on 738 applications, it doesn't go well, or it doesn't go at all. So I think, you know, one of the questions that a lot of us, all the department heads had is, what is the board's, I guess the board's intent? I mean, if you want to regulate because you want to have something in place, is it because of the money, or is it because you're trying to support a certain sector of the industry? And I guess that really determines what size of program and what we can handle and what we can accommodate. And if it really is about the money, just be wary that tax was to pay for the unforeseen consequences, and we still haven't seen what all the unforeseen consequences are.
Any questions? Supervisor Stopples.
I completely agree with this emerging industry that the sheer number of applicants in the county was overwhelming. Yes, they brought up some 700 some odd commercial applications, but from my understanding, with personal and caregiver/medical licenses, the number was closer to 1,000. Mm-hmm. And that's an astounding number even to hear now. So through your experience in trying to track all this, I understand, you know, probably a central person would help streamline it. Would you also suggest like project codes for timesheets?
Yes.
And that way, someone, if they're in code compliance, they're working on something that has to do with it and something that doesn't, they could put down that project code for 2 hours that applies directly to the registration fees, for example, or if it doesn't fit within that criteria, we would go back to, let's say, excise tax.
Correct. So I am not a genius, but and I can't tell the future, but I do use common sense. Before all of this started, my recommendation was we actually have 2 project codes, one for regulatory and one for non-regulatory, because I just commonsensically believed that the question was going to be asked at some point, what are the non-regulatory impacts of the program? I didn't have support for that. So I can make recommendations till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, if it's not a requirement, then it is what it is. So I do recommend very strongly that if it's the board's, you know, if the board wants to know what the true impacts are of an industry, then you have to look at it in 2 ways. One is there is a regulatory nature, and unfortunately what we just experienced is there is also the flip side. It's the other side of the coin, which is a non-regulatory exposure to costs to the county, and that the board needs to recognize both of those and give direction to staff that you want to have both of those identified.
In my experience in other industries, we use those already for that very reason.
Supervisor Mills.
Just very quickly, Ms. Callan, you stood there in March of 2016 and repeated exactly what you just said. So this is not a new discussion. It's just the previous board didn't hear you or wasn't ready to accept what you were saying. but it did lead to a myriad of accounting issues that came about as a result, and I think to some degree some public infighting that occurred as a result as well.
Yep.
So hopefully this board will understand the value of a sound accounting process that has to go conjunctively with this, if that's the direction the board intends to go.
And I think it helps you ask questions and have a better result of information, because you can decide, you know, our fee isn't high enough, or fee doesn't cover enough. We're too restrictive in our language related to this program. Or, you know what, there are limitations what the fee can actually handle. We have to recognize there are costs associated, that other side of the coin, and how do we deal with that? Is it a tax? Is it looking at our other fee structures? Is it, you know, how do you identify that? But in order to get those answers, we actually do have to account for them.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the board, we will take lunch to 1:10. We'll start promptly, so everybody be ready to go. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the February 19th Board of Supervisors meeting and our study session on cannabis. We will pick back up where we left off. Mr. Maurer?
Yes, Judy Hawkins from the Human Resources Department would like to speak next.
Judy?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I apologize, I'm not as prepared as everybody else. I'm not on the list to speak, but I would like to bring to the board's attention that, you know, our personnel issues is a big part of this. That, you know, when the board gives the staff the ability to hire, it's not that easy for us, for HR, to just go out and bring in the positions. It's when you're talking about an unemployment rate that keeps bouncing between, you know, 3.9, 3.7, and then when you're talking about positions that require a degree, is 1.9% and less. So talent is very difficult to find. Some positions take us 9 months to a year to be able to fill. And so being able to say we need, you know, 3 planners, we've been looking for a planner for years. So there's, you know, it's not just that easy to go out and find staff. We have to plan for it. We have to carefully come up with a strategic plan to recruit, and then go out and try to find the proper staff. A lot of times we need specific skill sets that we do not have. We may not have those skill sets here in this county, and so we have to recruit people that either have to relocate or commute. And for those to relocate, we have challenges there. We have a lack of affordable housing. We also have a lack of employment for spouses. And those are some of the top reasons we have people that will back out once they'll accept a position and then back out. And so we do have to take in those considerations when we do look to add staff. It takes time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. Judy, Ms. Hawkins, we started the year, we had 640 roughly positions in the control list, and I believe we started the year with 106 open. What's our level right now, about 60 or 70?
So we do have about 100 positions open, but not all of them are being recruited for. Okay. So we are actively recruiting for, we just had a orientation today with over 20 people in the orientation. So we have filled quite a few positions. And so the last I looked, we're actively looking, I think, for about 65 positions. So we do have some positions we're not actively recruiting for.
Congratulations. That's a lot of work for staff to put that together.
Oh, my staff did an excellent job today. It was one of their larger orientations. So we are, we have some very successful recruitments, but there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that go into it. A lot of tears.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Maurer?
So I believe there are two other people here from staff that would like to speak. Brian Moss from the Administration Office and Barbara Sullivan, the Treasurer Tax Collector. Also, Catherine Talbot from the Ag Department is here, does not have a prepared presentation, but if you have any questions for the Ag Department, she's prepared to answer those. So I'll turn it over to Brian next.
Thank you. And let me remind everybody, questions are what worked, what didn't work, and what suggestions do you have regarding cannabis? Brian, you got the ball.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office, Integrated Waste. There was a statement made before the break about the cost of integrated waste in cannabis. Beginning in October 25th of 16 all the way through November 1st of 18, including overtime, my staff costs came to just in excess of $16,000. So I just wanted to specify that for the record.
Thank you.
Ryan, what does that include? I mean, what is that covering?
That covered all of my staff costs of regular time plus overtime. That did not include airspace, and that's another calculation that I'll be working on.
Airspace? What is airspace?
Meaning the actual space that the cannabis is taking up. The good news about it being an agricultural product, it does obviously compact well, but there is still there will still be related cost. It might be minimum, but a related cost to how much airspace is it taking. So the more airspace we take,
in the landfill.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. I'd asked for that information, I believe, about a month ago, and very interested to know just how much that has contributed to the landfill and the cost of that area that's been used, because we need to think about that in the longer term, too, as we have additional eradications that are going to come down the pike. So all of those numbers need to be part of this discussion.
Correct, and it's also critical for us in the bigger picture, in the broader scope, as we move towards closing Phase 2B and opening Phase 3 of Rock Creek.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that number once again?
Absolutely. With regular time plus overtime of staff, and bringing cannabis and dealing with it, my cost is just in excess of $16,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Treasurer Tax Collector? Notice I didn't just call you Tax Collector this time.
In this situation,
I'm learning.
maybe. Good afternoon, Barbara Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Basically, I'm the last one almost on the...
Fire's after you.
Yeah. So by what happened before, really a lot didn't work. Like I said, most of us did. We did work together on a lot of this, which was awesome as it happened. I didn't get my window security. That's a very big plus. Thank you. The additional staffing I needed at the time worked out because I had an unsecured position open. So I knew if I couldn't work that position into just being cannabis or something happened, we could use her. It worked because this is a type of an unsecured tax anyway. So that worked. I still have my employee still doing the position. Record keeping was interesting because we weren't sure where that was going to go when we first started all this. If we knew 500 to 900 were going to come forward, we took care of 576 is what it was at the time. When it gets to me, those are the ones that are already approved, going through the process, that type of thing. Then some could fall off and some could go forward. So I wasn't sure on what information you needed as far as statistics or anything. We did collect 80% on most of the cannabis tax. Being that the applicants were all handled manually, that would have to change if it was anything between 25 and 50, around that over, but it would have to have a software program to actually track this because we need to do it correctly and for outstanding debt, for auditing purposes, even with dispensaries on the Measure C tax. I have 3 dispensaries and only 2 are paying at this moment. So we don't have a lot in place as far as appeals or going after people, because everything stopped anyway on cannabis, so we kind of stopped too. So going forward, I would say big stuff that needs to be looked at is our current process for the appeals, the process within the departments, the procedures and policies. A lot of people had already addressed that. So that's why I'm kind of the tail end, thinking most of it has been said. But if there's anything that you can ask me, if there's questions at my end, because other than that, it's just covering this by Measure C tax, because I'm not under the regulatory. I would be under the Measure C. So to this day, I'm still taking in Monday. Little by little, I'm taking in some. So we still fill out the form. We still, keep track of it. But it takes more than one person to count money, too. So, yeah.
Supervisor, questions from the board? Supervisor Mills, your light was on.
Oh, thank you. In the 80% tax collection, is the remaining on Teeter right now, or when will that go to Teeter? It
Not
doesn't
Teeter,
go at all?
That's total collection.
Okay. That was the question. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
80% collected. You say people are still paying,
We have them come in about once every 3 months.
but people are still paying.
One.
It's surprising.
I've got that question too, Barbara. What are they paying? I mean, for what?
They're paying whatever installment's outstanding.
For the Measure C?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I was responsible for collecting, was the Measure C.
You're saying you collected on 576 people, 80% approximately collected, number very slowly rising. Approximately how much money did you collect over the term on Measure C taxes? And let's include dispensaries in that conversation.
12.8 million on the Measure C, and 328,017 on dispensary, and 241,018. That's minor dispensary.
So approximately overall $13.3 million,
Roughly.
approximately. And that would have been money that could have been used as a stopgap, as we were given an example earlier, to take care of the things that, let's say, the registration fees.
I don't see that part.
Right.
I don't get any money for it.
Okay, no problem. I knew you answered my question very well. I appreciate it, Barbara.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right?
Any other questions from the board? See none, thank you very much.
You betcha.
Appreciate it.
So I think next would be the presentation by the representative of the fire chiefs.
Chiefs, who's talking for you? Schwartz?
Thank you. My name is Joel Schwartz, and I'm speaking for the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association. That includes Chief Dickinson from Calaveras Consolidated, Chief Rohrbaugh from Altaville Maloney's, Chief Stone from Central Calaveras, Chief Fullerton West Point, Chief Johnson Ebbets Pass, Chief Wilkes from Murphy's, Chief Young San Andreas, and Chief Delordo from McCullamy Hill, and my fire protection district, Copperopolis. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, Interim CAO Lopez, Deputy County Counsel Turner, Planning Director Mora, and Interim Building Director Jeff White for including us in this session. Most new industries present unique challenges and very steep learning curves when they're driven by innovation and enormous profit. It's about staying ahead of an ever-evolving consumer demand that drives the incentive to experiment. The cannabis industry relies very heavily on using hazardous and explosive substances to create different and better quality products. The problems in this industry and in Calaveras County are amplified by the proliferation of illegal grows
that disregard any regulations and safety standards. The Denver Fire Department, with 5 years of experience in dealing with the fire hazards of legal marijuana, is always playing catch-up. To prepare for this study session, I reached out to a variety of sources, including the NFPA, fire industry publications, fire codes for cannabis cultivation that are employed by Santa Rosa, the state of Colorado, and the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, and of course, the Fire Chiefs of Calaveras County, to identify as many best practices as possible. Marijuana cultivation and production is an industry loaded with landmines that create an endless list of threats that could result in serious injury or death to our firefighters. Common issues involve grow houses and residences used for marijuana production. There are numerous hazards, including the presence of fertilizers and other chemicals, pressurized CO2 and propane cylinders, entanglement risks, structural modifications that we know nothing about, overloaded electrical circuits, and bypassed electrical meters. Inspectors regularly encounter facilities experimenting with solvents and processes that haven't been approved by the city or the state. Because of these issues in Colorado, it's important for inspectors and firefighters to get into facilities early and often. Denver Fire inspects facilities twice a year. The Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association is in full support of hiring a county-wide fire marshal. We believe the fire marshal can provide an expertise administering and monitoring compliance with the newly created Chapter 38 of the 2018 NFPA code that applies specifically to growing and processing marijuana within new and existing buildings. This NFPA section was designed specifically to help authorities navigate some of the more challenging aspects of the industry, including but not limited to explosion conditions, fumigation, automatic sprinkler systems, automatic emergency power systems, hazardous materials, exhaust fumes, carbon dioxide emissions, flammable and combustible liquid extraction systems, inspection, education, and training. How do we pay for ongoing compliance? That's the key. Ongoing compliance, monitoring, education, training, and protection of our firefighters. In June 2018, 67% of the Monterey County voters voted yes to an annual marijuana tax on commercial cannabis businesses to fund impacts upon fire prevention services, responses to fires, hazardous material, and other emergencies. Their tax was 18 cents a square foot to the cannabis cultivation, 10 cents a square foot on nurseries, $1 a square foot on manufacturing and retailers, which is where the big money is. All adjusted annually by the CPI. The current standards we use for determining necessary fire flow are contained in the NFPA Code 1142 titled Water Supplies for Suburban and Rural Firefighting. We currently have an in-lieu water fee in effect from 1995. It does not include commercial or agriculture, only residential units that are not served by fire hydrants. The Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association has been working for the past year with Bonnie Rich, the CAO's office, and are in the process of getting an RFP for a nexus study so we can update this outdated resolution. Each of our 9 fire departments has a water tender because of the 1995 in-lieu fee, but those water tenders are aging and require maintenance, major repairs, and in some cases, total replacement. Our experience has been that when we respond to a grow house fire, if no lives are in jeopardy due to the unknown dangers and intensity of the fire, we typically employ a defensive posture, and we focus on containment and preventing the fire from spreading. We use a lot of water. To briefly recap, hire a countywide fire marshal. employ Chapter 38 of the NFPA Code for growing and processing marijuana, have annual or biannual inspections to ensure compliance, create a continuing revenue stream for compliance monitoring, ongoing training, education, protection, and equipment for the firefighters of Calaveras County. Update the in lieu water fee resolution from 1995 as soon as possible to include agriculture and commercial businesses, plus raise the one-time only fee created almost 25 years ago to one that reflects our current economic climate. Continue to include the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association in this process. Finally, we endorse the idea employed in a number of jurisdictions. Only after verified compliance with the 2018 NFPA standards and the other county and state codes will the growers be given a permit to operate. And I just want to leave you with this thought. Firefighters always show up. Whether it's for fire or whether it's for medical, we show up. We typically respond in under 9 minutes. We do not know what we're about to get into. It's very important. Compliance and permits matter. That's it.
Thank you very much, Chief. Questions from the board? Ms. Callaway.
The $900 water fee, I mean, I agree with you, we need to do something about it. And it might or might not be for what it was intended to before. I think it needs to be looked at in a broader scope. We're talking about cannabis today, so I don't want to get in the water tender issues, but I'd be happy to have that discussion at a later time. The county has the ability to say that the cultivation sites, because that's what the agenda is today, cannot have hazardous chemicals. So, I mean, that would take that issue off the block. The only time you would have it is if you had illegal grows, which you have now. But that dovetails with the meth houses, because there's more hazardous chemicals used in the meth industry than it's used in the cannabis industry.
Yes.
So that issue of responding would be critical if you respond to something where there's a meth incident. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes.
So on the one with the fee...
But what I do want to say is, if we're responding to a grow house, whether it's indoor or outdoor,
Right.
if it's not permitted properly, if we don't know what's there, we have to be really careful.
Okay, I don't have, everybody wants to go look at the grow sites. I mean, every department's saying, we want to go look, we want to go inspect. So, as far as I'm concerned, you can go inspect too.
Sure.
But, on the one that Monterey did on $1 per square foot on manufacturing, that's not, at least as of this moment, it's not part of the discussion.
That's correct.
It could be by the end of the day, but at the moment. But retailers, that's dispensaries. So would you
Correct.
be saying that you would be supporting a fee for these dispensaries we now have in the county that have been here for whatever, 5-6 years without issues?
This is my opinion. I think that's where the big money is.
With dispensaries?
Yeah.
Well, not unless they become true retailers, there isn't, but you're right, that's probably where the money is. So I guess my concern is that some of it, as a board, we could address in terms of hazardous materials, if that's the concern of the Fire Chiefs Association.
Well, I wanted to give a general overview of the entire industry, even though I know you're focused primarily on cultivation. But one thing leads to another in this industry. And we're dealing with an awful lot of illegal
Correct.
grows as well. So I'm putting them kind of both together because these are the hazards that we run into. And I want to make you aware of the hazards we run into and the kinds of solutions that people have employed, other fire departments have employed.
So, based on the experience of the fire districts in Calaveras, has there been a difference in what you meaning collectively, have experienced with the registered grows versus the illegal grow sites?
I'm going to have to call on my colleagues here to help me with that answer.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
that's,
Can I do that?
If I could just add on to her question.
Sure.
When you answer that, how many fires started at legal grows?
In Copperopolis, I can't think of one.
I can answer the question. I can answer the question, sir.
Well, I would like to, hear from the chiefs.
When we go to a fire, we can tell the difference if it's a marijuana grow because there's these plants that look this way. Never have I gone to a fire where I stopped to see if there was a permit on the door. I checked the electrical panel, I checked the gas, all that stuff, but I've never ever looked for any kind of a permit, only a street sign that says where it is. But I know I was reminded by one of my board members that there was 4 of them started in Calaveras County at illegal grows. You would assume illegal people do illegal things, and that was why they started.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rich Dickinson. I'm with the Calaveras Consolidated Fire District. And when it comes to legal or if it comes to a registered grow, it was a short window period. I will tell you this, down in the Valley Springs area, we were approached on one grow. There was a grass fire with us and CAL FIRE. A gun was involved. We had to pull back. We had to wait for ESSO to get on scene. Once they mitigated the issue, we were able to get in there with hose lines. Normally, us and CAL FIRE will leave our hose lines in place for 3 days so we can come back and make sure the fire doesn't kick off again. And the problem we're having now is they're stealing our hose. I don't know who's doing it, but there's things that have impacted us that haven't been before. But more importantly for me, our firefighters, they're human beings too. It's something new for us. We're learning. The industry's learning. NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, just adopted and put this Chapter 38 in, and it's nationwide because we don't know what we don't know. So we're all learning. But the grows are going to continue to get better. I'm not an advocate either way. My job is when you call 911, we come and we take care of the problem. But it is an impact on us, and all I'm asking for with the rest of the chiefs is just to give us an ear, give us an opportunity to help whichever way we go so we can get better, because we really don't know. If it ended up being where there was going to be 700 grows, I could tell you that the illegal they're going to come in with, I know we had on 26 an issue where a sheriff was involved with a high-speed pursuit. That dealt with probably the illegal grow that was up in the Murphys area. There's some other things that are going on, and we know that people are coming out of California, from out of California to here, that are complicating the problem. So at the end of the day, I'm just saying for the fire chiefs, we don't know what we don't know, but we do want to make sure that we get all the ordinances in place. I have an ordinance sitting with you right now with county council. It's pending. I'm hoping I get that through. But without ordinances, without regulations, without giving me the teeth to be able to do what I need to do, it puts a huge crutch on me. So I think that's where we're at right now.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. Well, to that.
We have one more.
Chief Stone.
Jeff Stone, the fire chief for Central Calaveras Fire, which is Mountain Ranch, Railroad Flat, and Glencoe areas. Ms. Supervisor Callaway, you asked if there was a difference between how we respond. We have a pre-fire plan for every business in our community, and we don't have a ton of them, at least legal current businesses. We have Sender's Market up in Mountain Ranch, a couple small stores in Railroad Flat. But when we respond to one of those places where we have a pre-fire plan, we have just that. We have a plan. We know what to expect. We have contacts to gain additional information. And so that is why, versus when we respond to any other incident, we don't have any of that information. And so we think it's critical that if these are going to be legitimate businesses, that they fall under some regulatory scheme so that we can gather this information and have a plan going in to address whatever the issue might be. So I think that was the specific. Is there a difference?
Yeah, Chief, no,
the other thing, though, sorry, is last year we had a record number of calls. We had 466 calls for our fire district. We typically run about 350. I think it's important to note that this is occurring despite the fact that I know our population has declined. Because of the Butte fire, because of the cannabis activity, there have been a lot of people who have left the Railroad Flat and Mountain Ranch areas, but yet we're continuing to see an increase in calls. So that's what I think the impacts are.
So, Chief, understanding the cannabis scenario and just reading the papers over the years, your area also has a lot of meth labs. So do you have a response plan that's different from a meth lab than if you go to a cultivation site?
So, well, we don't have a response plan for meth labs because, of course, none of those
they're not
are legal or anything. But yes, we do have specialized training on how to respond, and if we identify something as being, a meth lab, then yes, our response is different. And the sooner we can identify that that's what this is, the quicker that we can implement a plan, and the safer and more quickly we can mitigate it. So, although, really anecdotally, and I think in any statistics we have, meth use is not as prevalent as it was. Well, certainly the manufacturing of methamphetamine is not as prevalent as it was 15, 10, 20 years ago.
You would know better than all of us.
I would.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills, you had a question?
Thank you. I know that Chief Rohrbaugh had appeared before the City of Angels camp in late 2017, and he spoke to, because he worked with the City of San Jose Fire, about the large number of structure fires in the city that were directly related to growing within a structure. So with that, is your staff prepared to deal with the confined space technology that you would have to use in deployment in an unknown structure of that type?
Well, we do practice confined space. That's a specific task that we do train our firefighters for, and we're always training in that area. I don't know what else to tell you about it other than if we're going into an area that we don't know, we have to grope our way through it if it's deemed safe. That's the first thing. After you do the 360, you got to make sure it's safe to go in.
Okay. Secondly, is the Sonoma County is working with the PRC 4290 regarding roads and trying to establish, especially they found that a lot of these grow areas were on very narrow roads, long lengths, no turnarounds, that kind of thing, and trying to, is that something that we really need to focus on here in your areas?
Well, I can tell you, each time I have to have one of my engines towed, it costs about $600. And we were stuck at three times in the last 5 months, just in Diamond 20. Because getting up to that house on the type of road that these particular individuals had, we got stuck. Our water tender got stuck, and 2 of our fire trucks got stuck.
I'm suggesting maybe that those particular parcels be precluded from the discussion simply because they don't meet the safety that you need.
But if you decide that it's okay for a grow to exist in a place like Diamond 20, and you don't have any rules regarding the access off the main road, it would have application. It all depends on where you decide to allow these grows to exist.
And lastly, for those that are interested, they could certainly contact Chief Chapin with CAL FIRE in Fresno because of the demand letters that I have in my possession, that those, there are fires here that have been on both permitted and unpermitted grow locations in Calaveras County in 2016. They are in the process of issuing the 2017s as we're talking today. So I just want everybody to be aware that we cannot separate the two.
Right. I'd like to add one thing. Earlier, Mr. Mills, you talked about placarding.
Yes.
And placarding for me, I worked in the Bay Area for 32 years for Fremont, as BC for 23. Dealt with a lot of illegal marijuana grows in-house. Couple things. They don't want anybody coming in. They don't want another marijuana grow to know about it. They don't want the bad guy to know about it. So there's a lot of booby traps. There's a lot of issues that deal for firefighters. And again, this is the illegal grows, and we're not looking at that. Hopefully, we're just talking about, but it is going to bring that impact. But I would be more interested in the commercial buildings we had down there, the MSDS sheets, material safety data sheets, and those are when we're pre-planning. It gives us the pesticides, it gives us the chemicals, it gives everything we need to know, so prior to however many grows are going to be in the area, we can see exactly what we're dealing with. So we can make a measured, calculated decision if that building or if that grow is on fire, how far we're going to engage on dealing with the incident. I would rather see that instead of placarding. Placarding is very generic. It doesn't really tell you what's inside there, but the MSDS sheet, material safety data sheet, gives you everything you need to know.
Well, then you're kind of speaking to indoor growing or in residential particularly should be.
And I think we're going to be we're talking about indoor growing. I know San Andreas had a big one up on the airport up there, correct?
We're talking about,
Yeah.
let's focus, we're talking about legal growing.
I understand. And so I'm just talking about the placarding. If we go that direction, I'd rather see it be the other way.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper.
Mr. Dickinson, I'm glad you brought that up because in the water industry where I work, we go through MSS sheets and, they've changed the name from MSDS now. So they're material safety sheets. And we have all that information there, but we also do placarding at the same time. And I think any legal grower would be more than willing to do such because, look, I heard a response time of 7 to 9 minutes. You don't have time to call environmental health or whoever's holding those sheets. So when you walk into a situation and you're not talking to anybody, you want something up there so then you're going to be like, oh, we need to pull this material safety sheet on this because that's what's in this building. So that's the first step to being aware when you walk in there. And I definitely care about our firefighters and first responders because they need more support throughout this county, and we want to keep them as healthy as possible because the few we have, we need to keep out on the streets working with everybody. And I did want to address also the issue that we are talking apples and oranges here. We keep bringing up illegal grows. We're talking about legal grows today. If we put through this plan that you're talking about in the future, only the legal actors are going to be the ones held to it. The illegal ones are going to still be doing they're going to put up a MSS sheet for it because they're like, I'm not drawing attention to myself. Like your example from San Jose or wherever you worked in the past. Roads, access. This is an issue throughout the county. It doesn't matter what business, home, everything else. So if you're going to decide to start holding one industry to a certain level, you need to hold everyone to the same level.
Hey, happy hands.
I completely support your idea personally. I think it's brilliant. I think that more people should be proactive in coming forward with any new industry and applying what makes it safety or not safety, and so on. I don't need to get too in-depth in it, but I want to thank you gentlemen for your presentation today because I definitely would be a person that would consider what you proposed if we were to move forward with something in the future, this should definitely be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you all for attending. Peter, you want to wrap, and then we'll go to public comment?
Well, that concludes the department heads' staff presentations. I think at this point, the next step is to decide what direction you want to go. But I think it's appropriate to open up public comment now. I would hope that the commenters sort of focus on the decision that's before you right now, which is, do we reverse the ban and work on a regulatory program, or do we keep the ban in place and nobody go home? So I would say open up for a public hearing would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much. Can you raise your hand if you intend to speak at this public comment? Okay, I do have the discretion to limit people's 3 minutes, but I'm not going to. But here's what I'm expecting from the public. I want everybody to be polite. If you don't agree with someone, just hold your tongue. If you do, you're welcome to do happy hands, and that includes the people out in the hallway. I don't want to be hearing cheering from outside. If you could say something in 1 minute and not 3 minutes, it's appreciated. If you're agreeing with someone who's right ahead of you, instead of saying the same thing over and over, if you want to stand up there with them and say, I agree with what Manuel says, that's appreciated too. We need to move through today, but I want to make sure everybody has their right to talk. So, does everybody agree? Everybody nodding? All right. Let's go. Sir, you are number one.
My name is Ron Huckabee from Valley Springs. Sheriff DeBasilio, last time I attended a meeting here, said you cannot separate the illegal grows from the legal grows. If you have legal grows, you are going to have illegal grows. The sheriff today said the same thing. So to try and separate those and what our firefighters are going to be dealing with is erroneous. That's number one. We were sold a bill of goods about the revenue the last time. We needed the money. We wanted the money. We found out from our controller that it didn't cover any of the costs that we have incurred, and we're still cleaning up areas. We need to stop using the terms fast track and urgent. This needs to be done deliberately, slowly. You hold the future generations of Calaveras County in your hands right now. It sounds like you've already made up your mind, the majority of you. I've heard slips from the Board of Supervisors about when instead of if. We need to look at SB 13-28 through Department of Public Safety to Colorado. If you haven't gone to that site and looked at it, 147 pages. This Department of Public Safety in Colorado that's talking about the impacts on the counties and the communities from their marijuana laws. Everything is negative. I don't know why you would want to pass a law after what you've heard up here today. Why would you want to pass an ordinance when what we've heard from all of these people has been somewhat negative, at least negative to me, that it's not something that we want to go into? There's a deforestation problem in this area. This whole county is a watershed. And those people that you're talking about, legal grows and placards, they're going to have in the back of their truck, if it's going to increase their crop, a chemical that's going to help them, whether they're legal or illegal. And you're going to come and look at a little placard and walk in a little room and you're going to see all these chemicals, when in the back of their truck they got chemicals that they're going to be putting into our watershed. You need to protect this county, and it's in your hands. And if you have not gone and looked at that study from the Department of Public Safety in Colorado, you need to. I know Mr. Tofanelli has. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Mills has. I don't know about the rest of you, but you need to do it before you ever vote on this.
Did you three read those clippings that I gave you? Did you? Did you read it? Did you read it? And did you read it? If you didn't, then I consider you guys cowards and traitor to this county for letting this crap go on. Last year, you guys said no, keep it no. Last year in 17, I turned in 3 illegal pot farms. One was by illegal wetbacks, the other ones were a bunch of bums. Excuse me, sir.
Sir, I will not tolerate that type of language. You will not use that again, or your time will be expired.
Well, whatever you said, I didn't hear you.
Don't speak in those terms, sir.
Anyway, on the third bust, it was in a house. I kept an eye on that place for 3 months. These guys were on clockwork. I finally turned that place in.
Time.
Excuse me, sir.
Can he move over to the microphone, please?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh. I turned that place in. 2 weeks later, they finally went in and made a raid. But what was really odd about it was that 5 days before the raid, those growers didn't show up. And who were the growers? They were Vietnamese. Gooks.
Hey, sir, you're out.
Good.
Get out of here.
Good.
Hey, you're out of here. Officer, make sure he leaves. All right. All right, everybody, let's all learn from that. Take a deep breath and let's move forward. Shh. We're going to try to get back on track.
I can do a little better than that. I think Calaveras, there's good, bad, and ugly in all industries, doesn't matter what it is. I'm one of those families that moved to Rancho Calaveras because I needed to grow enough pot for my son. Okay, I wasn't a long-time pot grower. I did it because they're going to cut my son's brain in half. Nobody here has talked about the medical side. Nobody here has talked about the patients that got screwed during the ban, and we are one of them. My son's 90% seizure-free because of cannabis, and I don't want to lose that. Because of this ban, we've had to try to borrow and find the kind that works for him, and it's been a horrible nightmare. My other son started having seizures in 2017, so now I have 2 boys with seizures. Okay, and now he is on pharmaceuticals and can't take CBD because we weren't able to grow enough. Pushing it inside, there's no way that we can grow inside, nor do I know how. The equipment, my electric bill is $700 a month now. If I was to add to that to grow his medicine, it would be totally astronomical. So the patients need to be protected. It's not just the commercial people. What about the patients? God forbid I had cancer, and what was I supposed to go do? Can I grow my own medicine? That needs to happen. The patients need to be protected the most. It's hard taking care of a special needs child, but having to worry about his medicine too makes it 10 times harder. That's all I ask. Thanks.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors and staff. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you for everybody coming out today and for the information that was provided. My name is Pamela Epstein. I am the CEO and managing partner of Greenwise Companies. We are a cannabis law firm and consulting company. I represent not only operators, but I have served specifically as the city attorney for the city of Hollister, helping them through their regulatory process. I have also provided sample ordinances and helped with the city of Culver City as well as the city of Hesperia, all of those cities currently regulating, all of them having bans on the books beforehand. I think it's important that when we're addressing some of these issues, we've heard that property owners should be owners. That is inequitable for several reasons. Some people don't have the wherewithal or the economics to afford owning a property. There are ways, though, that you can make a property owner responsible. There are property owner authorization and acknowledgement forms. It is the same form that the state process requires you to have. The city of LA also, because they had a proliferation of property owners leasing to non-compliant operators, they are imposing a $20,000 a day fine to those who are knowingly allowing illegal operations at their properties. They are also authorizing the Department of Power and Water to shut off water and power to those businesses that are conducting illegal operations knowingly. I think it's important when we address the environment. I used to work for the Sierra Club. I ran the first environmental law and policy clinic outside of San Diego. I am very particularly sensitive to environmental issues and environmental degradation that come from illegal operations. And I think it's important to note that those are illegal operations, and those are currently existing, and in a vacuum devoid of regulation, they proliferate. And so when you have a process by which you can include fines, indemnification agreements, environmental benefits plans, things that ensure that there are cleanup, that if you were a prior operator and your site is not remediated, that you must remediate before getting a license. I think it's important that we bring on the process as quickly and efficiently as possible. Deliberate is important, but deliberate and slow doesn't help anybody. I would appreciate the opportunity to continue to coordinate with the county in any way that you would see fit, providing any additional information that may be necessary. I work with a security company that has provided security plans for outdoor grows in Colorado. Here in California, he is a retired police officer and works with several different jurisdictions, as well as a retired fire chief who can come in and assist with security and safety plans. It would be my absolute pleasure to do so, and I want to ensure that every legal operator wants to be as legal as possible, and therefore they need the regulations in which to do that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gino De Herrera. I'm from Mountain Ranch, California. I don't know if I can outdo that. That's pretty. I better wait in line again. Anyway, I'm a retired probation officer from this county. I worked with the Calaveras Narcotics Unit for about 10 years in this county. I know a little bit about marijuana, methamphetamine, just about everything. Back in the day, I was one of those, I was a probation officer assigned to the drug unit. We talk about, our labs as prevalent today. In my time, I entered and worked about 75 labs in this county. I left this last year for about a year because I came down with a lung infection, and I spent the winter in Mesa. I'm back, and I could do this. I think that, I was happy about the ban because marijuana grows came everywhere around my residence while I was ill. So I had to give up my cattle, my sheep. My boys took them, and we took off in our motorhome. And I was kind of disgruntled when I heard that, possibility of coming back. The reason for that mostly, I think, is because, California already has implemented the recreational marijuana law. Medical marijuana is something that goes hand in hand with that. The word that scares me is commercial. And the reason for that is just based on my training experience. Anytime there's a term legal grow and there's the term illegal grow, you know what? One brings the other, and it sucks, but it's life. And a lot of time, there's a lot of crime that trails it. And I have a lot of Vietnam vet people that I went to medical marijuana grows here in Calaveras. And, they got to a point, Eddie and Ballard and I were partners way back when he was our commander. And it was interesting. They used to actually call us and say, hey, Gino, hey, Eddie, can you come up and check my grow? Make sure my little recommendations posted. Am I fenced right? What should I do with the extra marijuana? We tell them, we'll destroy it for you. Don't sell it. Don't give it away. It's all the same thing. We had a really good organization with them. The other thing that bothers me about the urgency thing was when it came about, no one, I don't want to use the word greed because I don't want to upset anybody. I have a lot of growers that are friends. I have a lot of, on both sides. But what bothered me is nobody worked with the kids. Okay, thank you.
Al Sagala, Taxpayer if I've learned anything this morning, it seems like the county really shouldn't be in the regulation business. Look at all the problems, even though some of them are solved. And it's true that the ones that did get registered were doing a good job. They weren't polluting anything, according to our agricultural commissioner. But we have stronger regulations from the state right now, and it seems, why reinvent the wheel? Why not allow the state regulations to take care of the regulation problem, and then we could focus on land use, zoning, things like that. And the question I have, sometimes the state enforces its own regulations. If it does that with the marijuana regulations, then we don't have to worry about our budget. Of course, we pay state taxes. So if that's a simple solution, why don't we explore that? Prior to this meeting, a few days ago, I sent an email to a list of supporters and friends of our Taxpayer Association. I wanted to do a poll, and the 3 questions were: continue the ban, establish local commercial cannabis regulations, which is what you're considering now, and allow state regulations to address the issue. That third one won the poll. It seemed to make more sense. We do have some people that want to continue the ban, and some people that want to do a combination ban and regulation of medical marijuana. But back to my main point, why not let the state regulate it and be done with it? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Terry McBride, District 2. Many of the staff members that spoke earlier about being so completely overwhelmed when the first authorization came in, allowing grows and such, we're also dealing with Butte Fire. And I want to commend them, frankly, because talk about hell on earth, we were living it, and then they had the cannabis come in. And I can only imagine the memories that brings back to them, and none of it can be good. Where we live is dead center of Grove Central in District 2, in a camping trailer with PG&E, just, we all know what's going on with that. And we were completely and utterly surrounded by illegal grows. Completely. I got to listen to gun shooting over and over. Well, I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm a strong component of it, so okay, that's your right, but for 2 hours, are you kidding me? And I got to have quads running around and around and around because, hey, we're in the country now. You would think I would hate marijuana, and I really want to see it stay. And you know what? Who I want to see growing it are these folks. These folks here and the ones in the back. These are good people, and they've been thrown into the same cage as the illegal ones. The illegal don't care about our county, don't care about their neighbors, and they sure as hell don't care about the laws. These folks are bending over backwards and saying, please tax us, please give us regulation, we will do whatever you want us to do. And the illegal grows have been here since I was a kid. I won't tell you how old I am, but I was a kid, and they're going to be here. And do you know what? I've had illegal grows that were busted, and some recently, so when all these folks were good enough and they packed their bags and sat there and said, please let some common sense come back to Calaveras County, those other folks were still growing, and they were using the illegal stuff. They're growing medicinal marijuana. It's organic, for God's sakes. They can't put pesticides and that sort of stuff on it. It'll kill people. It has to be organic. So if it's going to be medical that we're aiming at here, then it's organic. And as far as putting up the signs and all that, I'm not one person I'm sitting next to is saying, oh gosh, I don't want to do that. They're like, okay, work with them. Thank you.
Hi, Board. Ann Hill from McCollum Hill, District 2. Commercial pot growing, the voters in our county voted no commercial. The ban is in place, just leave it that way. Which, by the way, took 2 years, which in turn took 2 years away from governing our county. looks to me that every time the Board of Supervisors changes hands, the issues of grow or not to grow will come up. That's really stupid. When it was allowed, it was nothing short of chaos, as you heard by every speaker this morning and part of this afternoon. Many growers wouldn't follow the rules laid out. The pot was illegally removed from the county and state. Growers tried to get away with not paying taxes, or they didn't even take care to watch to not pollute the water and soil. Illegal pesticides and other pollutants were used a lot, and we all know that by the containers left behind. We do not have the manpower to babysit the growers. The growers in Iowa don't need to be babysat, but pot growers need to be babysat. The extensive list of other things that happened, and this is only a partial list, it was the size of the property, not in my neighborhood, how many plants, the quantity of water used, stolen water. Now fire hydrants have lock boxes on them, and that's at county expense. We had stolen water tanks. We have, that was discussed earlier. There was lots of garbage just discarded along our roadsides, and the ones that I can tell you about are the refrigerator, clothing, cars, truck bed, and regular household garbage. More county expense to clean that up. There was human slavery in West Point. There were speeders on the one-lane roads constantly, and that's one thing we're so grateful for not to have anymore. The theft of plants at gunpoint. The box trucks, many times each day up and down the road. We had 2 box trucks that could make 6 round trips a day. Bad for the roads. Property values are suffering. The people suffer from the loss of quality of life. Our fire district, my fire district, does not have enough money to have full-time employees. So you put this on the ballot, get it out there, let people vote on it, and you're going to see that we still have the majority do not want pot. There are many important issues that need to be addressed, and this isn't one of them. It needs to go away, and let's address other important things. Thank you.
Aurora Weatherby, District 5. I've heard a lot here this morning. I thank the department heads that spoke here today that brought up all the problems that with the urgency ordinance, what has transpired with those. I was glad the ban was put in place, and after hearing everybody talk this morning, it's a wonder you're even considering doing this again. The general plan to me was what you agreed to tackle first in your meeting in January, the first one you had. And to me, this is putting the cart before the horse. We need to get the general plan done first. It's been years and years trying to get it completed. I understand that it was almost completed and should have been put before the board last November. But for some reason, it was punted into this year. So I went ahead and did some due diligence right after the general election, and I put together some pamphlets for you. This first pamphlet I have is, and I've spoken to these people and listened to their phone calls. It's from the Americans Against Legalizing Marijuana, and it's called Marijuana Man-Made Disaster. This pamphlet highlight area in red are the concerns that they have, both front and back, and address many issues related to marijuana, illegal or legal. The reference points from which they took their information are all at the bottom of the page in order, in numbered orders. On the red headlines here, that gives you the order in which they were taken, so that you can refer that, go online, look at it, read it, and inform yourself. One of the things I found very interesting in this pamphlet was that silent poison appears in their reference in here. And silent poison was put together by Supervisor Mills and the research that he did. The second one I have is from the American Medical Journal, and it's called Viewpoints. And it's got questions in here that are very important, segments that you need to read about cannabis and what it does and what it doesn't do. The next one is by Alex Bernson. He's a Yale graduate. His wife is a psychiatrist who works at a psychiatric center, and he wrote a book based on interviews and studies done. It says, "Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence." One thing that I took from this, and it's mentioned in this, and I have this, yeah.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke, District 4. I too want to thank the staff for their presentation today. I know we've all gone through this in the last 2-3 years actually, seeing the chaos and the demand on the staff, the fact that nothing else was getting done in our county because everything was geared to trying to regulate this marijuana industry. So I do want to thank all of you for coming and doing this to the board and to the public. This is our opportunity too. But we also need to take into consideration the impact on the citizens that made Calaveras County their home. I know we talked a lot about the staff and all of that, and I agree with what was said and how horrible it was for our county. But there's also the other side of it as well, and that's the citizens who live here, the citizens who voted you in. We have to remember that side of the story, and I'm sure today you'll hear other comments on that. But the crime, the guns, the dogs, the smell, the road condition, the traffic, and water issues, these were real. That's what got me to start helping to bring this to other people in the county, because we had to understand what was going on and how it was affecting people. And why is this industry so difficult to regulate, and why is it different? Because that's another thing that came out today. You want to believe, well, it's just like growing grapes, isn't it? It's just like any ag product. Well, no, it isn't. Marijuana is not a mainstream product. Look around, listen to all the other counties and cities in the state of California that have banned it or have not allowed any dispensaries. This is not mainstream. And marijuana is not growing grapes and tomatoes. Marijuana is a drug. I grew up in the 60s. I knew about marijuana. It was a drug then, and it's a drug now. I taught my kids that it was a drug, and they're wanting to teach their children the same thing. They don't want to see this become mainstream and just something that everybody gets to have. The industry is full of illegal operations. If you read the report out of the LA Times talking about the marijuana in the state of California, very few people registered their grows. The majority of grows are still illegal in the state of California. The state of California has not gotten the tax revenue they thought they would get. The growers have said, we're overtaxed. You know what? We'd rather just sell it in the black market. And that's another thing that's happening. So what makes you think that this time it's going to be different than the last order? Once you open it up, they all come.
Good afternoon. I just want to go back to 2014. Of course, none of you were here. I was. That's the year that AB 266 was being formulated in the state legislature. I followed AB 266 and reported regularly to the board. When it got near the end, it became apparent that Calaveras County was not ready for prime time. I told the board those exact words. It is too big, it is too uncontrollable, this county is not ready, we don't have the staff, our environment is too fragile, and we don't have the intellectual horsepower to deal with it in this county. It gets out of control totally. Well, the board voted 5-0 to do nothing, or 5-0 to do nothing. They're all gone, of course, thank goodness. Right after that, were you interrupting me or asking? No. Anyway. Okay, thanks for the interruption. What we ended up with after that were two of the worst ordinances that I've ever seen. One was called the urgency ordinance. The second one was called the urgency ordinance. You had version 1 and version 2 that were different only by the dates. The way they were implemented caused a land rush here. And then we had to rush into the what they call the legal program with applications and all that. 770 people signed up for permits. Only 250 of them were issued or something like that. Now, what happened to the other 500? Are they still legal or illegal? That doesn't count the other 1,000 that came in to hide amongst all the pot growers here. So the problem continues to get worse. What was very satisfying today was to listen to almost every single department head and anyone who has anything to do with this program, and they all fell on their swords today saying, oh my goodness, we did it wrong. We didn't know. We need something else. We need more. If you're going to do this, we got to have this, and this. It's the same thing I told you 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and no one listens. You cannot manage this industry in this county. It is too far out there. There's too many criminals in the area. The damage to the environment is too great. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't believe it. Any one of you can tell me, honestly, that the outrage from your constituents and people in this county are demanding that we go back to regulation. I don't believe it. Measure D failed. Proposition 64 failed in this county. You know, we had a very successful petition drive, 5,200 signatures. There has not been one indication that the people want to go back to regulation. Now I ask you, why are you wanting to do this? What are your masters telling you to do that got you in those seats? Thank you.
One of the big concerns that I have is that marijuana, once referred to as local weed by ranchers, and they wouldn't want their cows eating it. But here we are discussing this at length, and it's just insane, because we're sending a message to our young people about that it's okay to use marijuana when it's not okay to smoke and it's not okay to drink, because there's a lot of advertising against smoking and drinking, but there's no advertisement about what pot does to them. And you can tell them that you're too young and your brain isn't developed yet until you're 24 years old. But they're not going to listen. They're going to want to do what adults do. And if they don't do it in front of them, they're going to do it behind their backs. And everybody knows about smoking behind the barn. And that's what kids do. And I don't think it's a good message to send young people that we're going to put up with this in our county, state, or country. I am really, really concerned for our children and the message that it sends to them that we have tolerance for a Schedule I drug that's against the law federally, and we're just acting like it isn't there. And I'm very sad, horrified, because even the unconceived are affected by it. If the father or the mother is using it, it can affect the unconceived child. And whatever stage the pregnancy is at, it can affect that pregnancy at that particular stage. And I don't know what those things are. I'm not a doctor, but it does affect the pregnancy. And whatever stage it is, that's what the kid didn't get. And if they're using it all the time, God help us. And I've seen picture after picture showing what they look like, and it's not pretty.
I was late getting here because there's a burn tree across my driveway. I got burned out 3 years ago. It was horrible. But the worst thing was the permits that were issued afterwards. You want to keep the language civil? To me, it was an obscenity to do that to people. I missed the part illegal, legal grows. There's been 3 fires near me. I've been burned out once. I don't want to be burned out again. Seems like there was a statistic from a few years ago of the 30 legal permitted grows that were re-inspected, only 8 were in compliance. What is my background? I lived in Berkeley during the 60s. I'm not against marijuana use if it's done well, or even the cultivation. But even people who have a tolerant attitude are against it. I'll have a blow-up. I'll bring it in next time of a pit bull that was completely mauled because within 3 miles of me there was a dog fighting ring. Bad element, it brings in a bad element. Not all people that grow, I think some of them should grow. The people that are part of the community, I think they should be allowed to grow. I have some ideas about regulation. 3 inspections of a year, do soil samples, test the water, go into every single outbuilding. I don't believe that the majority of the growers are in compliance. I think they're going to bring in more plants. I think they're going to use pesticides and herbicides. It's not right. I think this man said, why did you do this to people who were suffering? I'm still dealing with the Butte fire. It's going to go on. It's always something new. Spurge, it's going to take over. It's highly flammable. I've spent thousands of dollars to take out dead trees. I'm trying to keep from burning again. And the illegal fires, there's an explosion, 2 fires. Whether it's illegal or legal, I don't care. And why are you doing this? I think it's greed, and it doesn't affect you or the people that you care about. I lived in Berkeley during the 60s. You know, your local dope dealer had a sense of ethics. If he was dealing something, he'd try it out. As far as
I'm Will Moore in District 5. I'm neither a producer nor consumer of marijuana, although I have tried it, but I didn't inhale. I agree with the concept of regulating this product rather than banning it. I mean, as everybody knows, the county's full of grows, whether it's legal or not. I agree with what Mr. Segala said about why are we reinventing the wheel? Why are we reproducing all of this process that the state is already doing? And the answer is to regulate it to death. If you can't ban it, kill it by 1,000 cuts. I think that's the process. There was a joke going around back in the Prohibition days about if they legalize booze, what are we going to do with all those millions of unemployed bootleggers? And there's a kind of a same situation going here. I know a couple of small growers, not through that, but through different things, and they're supporting themselves. But the gentleman from the Sheriff's Department is talking about a 20-acre minimum. Well, none of those people could afford to buy 20 acres of land. So the way this thing is looking is you're trying to create fewer large growers instead of many small ones. I think you're going the wrong direction on that. You should encourage the small growers since you're going to have them anyway. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Woodford. I'm in District 4. This is the first time I have been here. I decided to come to see what the meeting was about and to hear both sides. And I would like to hear sometime from the board the question that the man in the plaid shirt asked, that if the majority of people in the Calaveras County are for banning marijuana and don't want it here, why are some of the supervisors wanting it? Why are we doing this again? It sounds like every department of the government here, from public works to fire to police, we are not equipped in this county to handle this big of a issue. Let someone else do it that has the facilities, has the people. We have trouble getting people to work here because we can't find enough people. We can't find the employed. We're having trouble now just running our government here in the county, let alone adding something to it. How in the world are we going to do this with no money? How are we going to do it with no people? I think if the marijuana wants to go, they need to go someplace where it's a better way for them, a better place where they're wanted, not in a county where people don't want them, and let them do the cultivation, but not in Calaveras County. This is not what we're about. We don't have the money here. There's so many more important things. As far as the general plan, what about all the planned unit development that we had around here? All that tax money would go to Calaveras County, to our restaurants, our retail stores, everything. I think we're getting sidetracked here with the marijuana issue, and we need to get back to where the county is. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Trent Fiorino, District 1. I know we hear a lot about that we need a better supply for our medical marijuana. New York Times article from January 2019 stated that California produces 15.5 million pounds a year of cannabis. California consumes 2.5 million pounds of cannabis. That's over six times less than what's produced. Why do we need to produce more? Our governor, Newsom, when he was lieutenant governor, said that California exports, which means we sell to the black market 85 to 90% of what's produced in this state. Again, why do we need to produce more commercially? The state doesn't need any more marijuana. The only reason you would do that is because you see dollar signs in front of your eyes, and you think that's going to bring dollars into the county. But we've heard from our county staff, and we've heard what the cost is to this county. It's not bringing dollars in, it's bringing problems in. Why do we want to continue to do that? Another article in the San Francisco Chronicle last year stated that the problems with illegal growing increased in California after regulation was put in place. The sheriff of Humboldt County has said that they've seen a marked increase in violent crime and crime in Humboldt since legalization. Legalization and regulation does not get rid of the problem. Experience has shown, and even in Colorado, other states, they won't even keep statistics because they know which way it's going to go. They don't show it. Has shown that more problems have come in than have gone out when you legalize it. Our county allows, we call it a ban, it's not a ban, it's just a strict form of regulation. We still allow 6 plants to be grown for personal use. That is more than enough for anybody. Back in my day, in the 70s, when we smoked pot, and I was a heavy pot smoker, we grew pot, I know how much plant you can get off of a plant. I also know what it was like to be tied up at gunpoint and robbed because somebody wanted our pot more than we did. And they took everything we had, took all our money, but my roommate, who was dealing illegally at the time, was able to reconstruct his business out of the plants that they didn't get, because there was more than enough for the 3 of us in the household. There was enough for him to, at that time, get another $2,000 by selling that to get his business going again. You don't need to grow it commercially to have enough. I know that from experience. The other thing that we don't talk about, we talk about the medical use. Yes, we've heard the miracles of hemp for 2 years. Why aren't we allowing hemp cultivation?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board, Supervisors. My name is Bob Reeve. I live in Valley Springs, and I'm very impressed with the presentations that have been made today. It's been very educational. It was very well done. I'm driven by the book that I read as a university student by John Stuart Mill called On Liberty. And Mr. Mill says government should intervene only when somebody seeks to harm another person. Of course, he would have been opposed to attempted suicide as a capital offense, but that having been said, I have provided you an article, one I found. I've had several, but I thought this was very informative. It talks about the permanent adverse effect that marijuana has on adolescents, and that is a harm to other people. So on that basis, I would ask you to consider perhaps continue with this ban. I noticed that living down in Valley Springs, particularly by the Marvells, used to be a lot of bums. Half a dozen would hang out for days at a time on the side of one of the walls down there. And since the ban, they've gone. And I asked me, well, what were those people about? So they were working on some of the marijuana farms. But they're gone. And so I just saw a change in character in terms of those uncomfortable people. One of them was found sleeping in one of our churches up here one night in San Andreas. So I just submit to you that if this article indicates that adolescents that take marijuana are permanently affected, it has an adverse effect, that would fill Mill's definition of why the government should intervene. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Frazier. I've been a property owner here since 2002, and I am an attorney that focuses on sports, entertainment, and real estate matters. Currently in that position, I am operating as the chief drafter for a cannabis advertising policy for 2 major motorsports. I'm bringing this part of my life to your attention because I am fully aware of how cannabis has evolved into mainstream business. To not be able to do contemporary business in Calaveras County is an economic disservice which stagnates growth and deprives the public here of the ability to operate in the same revenue exchange as the rest of the state. In addition to some small business ventures that I have here in this county, I myself pulled a permit for a small grow on an 80-acre A1 ag parcel when the opportunity presented itself. From 2016 to the start of the ban, I personally spent more than $85,000 solely in local businesses here, including the hardware store, contractors, restaurants, and groceries. Since the ban, those were all related to just that parcel. Since that ban, I have not spent a cent here on that parcel other than my property tax. It is cost prohibitive to do almost any type of growing on that parcel by itself. Obviously, I would like to see the cannabis come back for the greater economic good of the public. This agricultural product has short-term job-generating potential that otherwise does not exist in this county. I support growing on A1 parcels above 50 acres and would like to comment on a couple of potential points that I have heard here. One is that the request for a mandatory home on a property where a grow might be licensed. I have found in my own background that forcing residential construction on agriculturally zoned property changes the nature far away from agricultural use, and it creates cost restrictions and barriers to freely change that between people who currently own the property and the next generation of people that solely want to engage in agricultural practices, whether those are cannabis or not. The second point is that a lot of discussion is about growing either cannabis or not cannabis. I'd like to suggest some contemplation about cannabis as a basket of goods in the permit, including some sort of mixed-use ag license where if you have 50 acres for sale and you grow 1 acre of cannabis to 10 acres of another viable marketable product here, I think this would be very helpful for overall job contribution that doesn't just rely on cannabis. Finally, I'd like to say that as a lawyer, I represented several other applicants here in the county on the creation and operation of their businesses, including their cannabis application.
Thank you very much.
Tell you about it later. Bye.
Hello, my name is Jason DeSalvatore, District 1. My partner and myself own retail hydroponic stores in the Central Valley, as well as we own real estate in District 1. We've had the property for about 5 years. We were cultivating originally under Prop 215. When the permit process came about, we were excited about joining the process. We have 2 parcels that were adjacent, both in Ag 1 properties, 10-acre and a 30-acre parcel. We paid our $5,000 fees up front. We paid our taxes of $44,000 for each one, so we paid over $100,000. We got our hoop house permits. We installed hoops with the intent of upgrading them to fully automated houses. We paid for engineering, paid for about $15,000 in engineering to bring in, fully automate our site and get everything up to code. So we automated 2 of the houses and then paid for as-built permits to bring in and make sure everything was going to be done correctly. Those were completed at the end of 2017, December. In 2018, the ban went into effect. We got a call from the planning department. They gave us our plans back and a refund for our permit applications. So we shut everything down when the ban went into effect and sit there vacant. Large detriment compared to what's going around in the rest of the state. We're teed up for 2 state licenses and to begin the business that we started from the ground up. Most of the revenue that we had taken from the site over the previous 2 years, we reinvested. And to have that kind of the rug pulled out from underneath us was detrimental not just for us, but for apparently many members of the county. We had 2 sites were both still compliant at the time the ban went into effect. We also opened up a branch of our hydroponic stores in Valley Springs. We paid for business licenses. We leased a 6,000 square foot building in Toyon. We put a couple $100,000 worth of inventory that we went out and stocked the shelves to help supply the market. The ban went into effect. We tried to play ball for about a year, took a tremendous loss, and shut the doors. Just like the last comment, we spent a lot of money in this county. We'd like to maintain business in this county and continue to work with the county with whatever regulations might be in place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all of you county employees from wherever department you may reside for working with everything. I'm just really tired. It's been a long haul for everyone. I have a couple things I'd like to say. My name's Kevin Clay. I'm in District 2, and I own 2 240s, purchasing a third. I hear a lot of, in the old real estate adage is the most restrictive restriction restricts. Well, I don't see why you wouldn't make it easy on everyone and just adopt the California regulations, so I'd like to put my plug in for that. You don't want to over-duplicate regulation. The UBC was, or the California version of the UBC was adopted in 2016. No, that'd be the 2016 one without any changes. So just leave it alone would be my recommendation. I'm having a real problem with requiring grow sites to be fully approved prior, just not a reasonable requirement because of the we're not professionals in planning or building codes. We can hire some people, but not everybody can hire a general contractor or a soils or an attorney or those types of professionals that we need to comply with incredibly diverse regulations in different departments. We do need the help from those departments to hold our hand a little bit. I know the incredible frustration that we've all had through the UA and its implementation and death. A lot of frustration in county employees and in the growers too. So there's just a help us with those, and I'm sure you'll get a higher percentage of compliance than you'd ever thought possible. Off-grid. I happen to be off-grid, and frankly, we all should be off-grid. Take your life back. Don't disallow us any sort of off-grid operations, regardless of the component of or the structure of our electrical generation, whether it's wind, solar, propane, as long as it meets environmental health guidelines, who cares? If you can set those guidelines up and let us do that off-grid, that would be awesome. I'm really quite irritated and tired of the people who say, why don't this particular section move, this particular group of people move to where it's allowed? Well, I'm going to say this once, and I'll never talk about it again. Why don't the banners who support a ban move to a county where it's banned? So we've got to stop saying that. We've got to stop fighting. It's going to happen. We'd need hoop huts with permits back. That would be something that would be very good to see in the regulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and madam. I would like to thank staff. I think they have done a wonderful job through everything over the past few years, and I definitely appreciate them separating the legal regulated farms from the illegal unregulated farms. I've always only grown legally, 215 and 420, and then came an opportunity to have a business. I only did it legally. I am one of the people that did get in. I am registered, or I was registered, and I paid, and I paid, and I still owe people. I only did it legally because I would not make a very good criminal. I would end up in prison and I would not be standing here today. Regulated cultivation means that you are going to follow the laws. You are going to follow the rules. You are going to pay what you have to pay. Maybe not always on time, but you get it done. As far as medical, doctors have told me they don't care if it's recreational. It's all medical. Yes, it is a drug. Drugs can be used medically. It's all medical, even if it's just as simple as that glass of wine at night. Legal cannabis, a legal cultivator that cultivates commercially has to abide by laws. They have to be tested. They have to grow organically, which is better than most of your food. They have forced the ban. Thank you. Punished me. Because I did it legally. Because I followed the rules. And there's those people out there that didn't, that are getting away with it. Shame on me? I don't think so, but here I am. So there's testing. Even if I don't ever grow commercially again, let's talk about the people that are citizens in this state, in this county, and they should be able to grow their 6 plants outdoors, not indoors, outdoors, and that should be everyone. I only have a few minutes left. I agree with a lot of these people that have been up here speaking for the industry. I am tired of seeing empty buildings. Thank you.
very much, John. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Carol Couchman. I'm in District 2. I'm the COO of Peace of Mind. We had a registered cannabis garden in 2 locations in Calaveras County before the ban. Both were compliant and both had temporary state licenses. One of our gardens will not be eligible for commercial cultivation if the board moves forward with regulation, but we can deal with that. What we can't deal with are the questions that I have. Listening to all the different departments today, I appreciate their answers, but it gave me some questions. For example, the captain said that they had data to support criminal activity due to commercial cannabis. Well, he can't just say that. We need to know what that data is. And that's kind of the theme, like public safety. They said it not addressed crime levels in the last 2 years of the urgency ordinance. Well, the sheriff spoke at another event and said crime had gone down. So, you know, there's questions I have. Why is the planning department still unprepared? They had 2 years to prepare and funding to train people and figure out a process. There are blanket statements about horrible stories of lawyers and criminals, and I'm sure that happened. I totally believe that. But what about the good people? What about all the good stories, the people that did it right? Why are we not hearing about those stories? Why is it always the bad stuff? Grading without permits. We did that because we thought it was under ag. As soon as we found out it wasn't, we went and got an engineering thing and got all the things done that they told us we needed to do, and we were good. Roads, the impact of cannabis on the roads. What about the cattle moving? I have cattle on my property that get moved twice a year, and they bring up these big trailers, I guess they're called. What about wine grapes? What about the trucks that have to truck the grapes to where the wine gets made? That's impacting the road just as much as a cannabis truck would. So, you know, all these things where it's targeting and saying that cannabis is doing this and that, and how many health violations, how many had sewage being illegally discharged? Maybe 2, but that's all we hear about from that lady. What about all of us that I had the inspectors come out one time and got my permit? We had no findings. We had all our MSS sheets up. We had everything the way it was supposed to be. Why are we not hearing about those stories? I don't understand. There was some good in the urgency ordinance. There was some good things that happened, and we need to hear about those. Cleanup of sites. What does the county do when you find a meth lab? Who cleans that up? What about when there's a toxic spill of chemicals at a vineyard? Who's responsible for cleaning that up? Wouldn't that be under the same rules as a cannabis eradication?
Thank you very much, Carol.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Norton. I'm a resident of West Point. I was a registrant under the urgency ordinance, and I got my farm approved. It was on 12 acres, zoned RA, and I just get very worried when I hear about 20-acre minimums about my future, and I'm hoping that if you guys are going to make limits, that I could suggest doing some sort of tiered system where less acreage can have a smaller canopy size. I'm willing to grow less if I can stay in business or go back into business in the future, because I like to live here and enjoy my time here, and I feel very privileged to have a cannabis farm here when I did, and I would like to stay in business and be able to keep going. Thank you very much.
Just a question on process. If we have questions for staff, can we ask them now, and do they come back and answer the questions, or is this just strictly comment?
Strictly comment.
Okay. I heard Supervisor Mills talk about CEQA for each project. I want to talk about basically what I'm hearing from a lot of people in the band camp is that the fallback is family farmers shouldn't even try to comply. We shouldn't even try to do this because big corporate is coming. And if you require CEQA for every project, that ensures that no family farms will be able to carry on and that only big corporate will be allowed to be here because the costs are prohibitive. The Ag Commissioner from Sonoma County there's a great 3-minute plus video on his experience with this, and he said that the regulations that the state are putting down are so intense that his analogy is it's like trying to kill a fly with a sledgehammer. No other ag could withstand the regulations that the state are bringing in. So I think it's really important that we stop pretending that wine isn't a drug, that glyphosate overuse in vineyards isn't getting into the watershed. There have been tests done on wine, even organic wine in California. It all has glyphosate in it. I don't know a single registered farm that is using glyphosate. It's an herbicide. It is poison. People are winning $100 million judgments for the carcinogens that it brings on cancers. The county uses glyphosate all over the county. I think it's really important to stress the 200 farms that were in compliance at the time of the ban. We have many state licenses that were provisional. If there were a way for the county to accept the farms that were already compliant, already permitted, and get us back to business. I heard Peter say that there is no urgency. It's not urgent, so we shouldn't have an urgency ordinance. Well, for those of us that lost everything in the Butte fire, invested everything we could in the program, and then had to take a year off last year, it's urgent. We need to get back to work this spring. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
People would like to speak, if they could please line up. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jed Richardson, Mountain Ranch. I wanted to address some of the comments made this morning during staff presentations. I came in a little bit late, but I didn't hear if we got the answer about whether agriculture was exempt from grading permits. I know that specific language was in the code last year, unless things have changed. And I'd also like to point out that many structures predate the building department and the building code. And if we were going to ask for that buildings be brought up to current standards, that shouldn't be done if they're going to be used for a similar use, such as a residence. Most of the issues regarding occupancy seem to deal with the large number of people living on a property. Well, that's the nature of an agricultural operation, I can tell you, as a grape farmer. You have temporary workers in the summer, and this county is deficient in the fact that it has no standards for temporary agricultural worker housing. I can't be expected to add 3 bedrooms to my house to house temporary workers for agriculture. Standards for hoop houses, it sounds like we're going to start to develop those. That's great. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything for me. I was forced to demolish my 2 organic vegetable hoop houses because I was in a zoning that didn't allow hoop houses because they were considered as greenhouses, not hoop houses. Well, those hoop houses were paid for by the federal government for local food production. Now the counties deprive themselves from that. The issue of hoop houses is one that has been addressed, by other counties. Many counties have regulations regarding hoop houses, and the whole state of New Jersey allows hoop houses. And they're all considered temporary ag structures. I'm curious about how the number 25 keeps coming up as far as potential legal grows. I heard at the end of last year that perhaps 200 would be necessary in order to balance the budget. And I'm just wondering how we got down to 25. I'd also like to suggest that there be a process to deal with regulation that deals with the core issues first. In other words, we should make a list of issues such as setbacks for odors, line of sight, screening, security, for proximity to sensitive areas, proximity to densely populated residential areas. Only after we take a look at this and possible ways to alleviate any issues with those, should we look at zoning and minimum acreage, because I think that will naturally follow. You may also wish to, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Susan Morse. I have 3 matters to bring before the board today for your consideration. I have attended meetings where threats of lawsuits against the county and of the Board of Supervisors were made by marijuana growers. Further, I understand there were lawsuits actually filed by marijuana growers against the county and the Board of Supervisors. My request is, going forward, so the public understands the risk involved and the amount of public funds spent, I request that the board report to us, 1, the outcome of each of the lawsuits already decided, 2, the stage of each pending lawsuit, and 3, the expenses of litigation associated herewith, including but not limited to the attorney's fees, costs of suit, and the expert fees. Also, on November 21st, 2018, a document was filed with the Calaveras County Superior Court by County Council with an Exhibit A attached to it entitled Treasurer's Tax Collector Barbara Sullivan's Report of Delinquent Measure C Commercial Medical Cannabis Taxes Outstanding Cannabis Debtors 11/15/2018, just a few months ago. My concern to you is, are any of the registered growers listed on this list, referenced above, cross-referenced with the people who have or will be making claims for refunds of registration fees? And will the County of Calaveras offset any refund claims against any Measure C tax owed? And that amount of money that it has been unpaid is $3,238,946.91. I believe these are registered growers that have not paid the tax yet. Okay, third concern is, everyone understands there's a problem in determining what the costs incurred by the county were relative to the urgency ordinance and the ban ordinance. My understanding is that the accounting was actually conducted but is being withheld from the public based on attorney-client privilege. My question is, will there be an independent accounting conducted and reported to the public so the public can better understand if the board has carried out its duty to the public when the board acts? Because we're still kept in the dark. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Board. Bert Schufelt. Nice to see you guys again. I'm one of the people that paid the $13 million in taxes, and I wonder what, one of the 80%, I wonder what other tax collection rates are. I don't know who maybe Barbara would be the one to talk to about that, but it was my understanding that we're actually a pretty good group and a pretty good cohort, and that amount of compliance is noteworthy in the tax collection game. The county code that exempts agriculture from the grading requirement is 15.05.080, little letter I. It says that anything related to agriculture, you're exempt. The county doesn't find cannabis to be agriculture, so it's more of an academic point, but I was surprised that Public Works and Planning didn't have that at the ready. And talking about zoning, in North Carolina, the entire state outside of incorporated areas, they rely on the private sector to deal with anything through CC&Rs and HOA. That's how you have zoning laws in that state. And, people are worried about their roads that are maybe they're county maintained, maybe they're private maintained. It seems like there's a public sector, a private way to go about handling that. And these areas could just, get together and have a road association and have rules that way. And we don't need to involve the government in policing neighborhood disputes. Just an idea, a little far out of the box over there in North Carolina, but also maybe similarly to our area demographically. The dwelling requirement seems misguided. My current zone doesn't require that I have a dwelling to engage in commercial agricultural activities there. Seems reasonable. I wouldn't want to have to build a house. I mean, I do want to build a house. I'm not trying to do it on a cannabis regulation timeline. Making it contingent on that seems unnecessary. And I would be more than happy to have a pre-fire plan set up with whoever my closest fire guy is to help put out the fire in my big grassy field, and we can plan for that, and we'll get that one handled. And I have no problem with signage, MMS seats. The UO wasn't a disaster for me. It gave me and my family a job. It gave us, prospects for upward mobility. I have a 3-year-old son. I have another one in the oven. My wife and me, we give back to the community constantly. We lived here for more than a decade, and this was a great opportunity for us. And I only see one guy sitting up there who helped take it away. So everyone who says the people don't want us here, I don't see that. It doesn't connect with me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't believe this is about the people, and I don't believe it's about the people that are growing it illegally or legally. It's about the product. The product attracts criminals. That's just the way it is. The criminals want a piece of it. For 2.5 years, myself and several of my neighbors experienced what comes with illegal grows and legal grows. I was intimidated by gunshots every time I would go up to feed my horse, or nearly every time. It was so often I was calling the sheriff's department several times a week because they asked me, please call it in. If they start shooting when you go up to the barn to feed your livestock, please call it in. Well, I called it in and I called it in, and that went on for months. That's just one of the things that happened. That was illegal. It was legal, I guess, because they had a 215 card, okay? And they were growing marijuana and they were protecting it. And it was gang members. Well, when they were finally eradicated, I thought, wow, okay, I can get my life back. And that's when we had the land rush, and that's when people applied for permits, and that's when the legal registered grow took over, and they trapped and they threatened my husband. They also threatened my neighbors by showing him their AR-15s. They went on and intimidated a volunteer off-duty sheriff. I put up with this nonsense up until the ban went into effect. It was so out of control, my family would not come to visit me. They barred my grandchildren from coming to visit me. They felt it was not safe in Calaveras County, and particularly in my neighborhood. Well, the ban took effect January 2018, and my family has come back over a dozen times. I've got to see my grandchildren, show them what cows are about, show them what horses are about, what ranch life is about. I'm not willing to give that up. And if you bring regulation back and you take away full use of my property or full enjoyment of my property or devalue my property, I want to know who's going to be responsible for that. Thank you.
Marty?
Marty Crane, District 5. Today was mentioned that our county is and was unable to regulate the commercial cannabis industry. I just want to propose that, could it be that we continue to fight with one another instead of actively communicating, respectfully listening, and actually considering each suggestion? We're neighbors. We succeed or fail together. Stating that every time we get a new supervisor, everything changes seems to be maybe a true statement. There was the urgency ordinance. Then new supervisors who had no interest in fixing that legislation came on. They wanted what they wanted and went for a ban. When challenged, they said it wouldn't be fair to ask staff to change in midstream. Seems like they went ahead and had the staff change in midstream. And then after that, then they said it wouldn't be fair. So we didn't need to suffer individually and collectively as communities, as a county. I'm grateful for the study session today, and my hope is that we can take an honest look at how we come together and solve our collective challenges. Today is an opportunity to do that. Please think kindness in our policies, because they impact real people, our neighbors. Please ensure that we develop policies that provide for fair and balanced opportunities for all. With this cannabis industry and in the all-important general plan update that's coming right before us. Thank you.
A crisis of leadership was the largest problem with the UO. The second problem has to do with how old the general plan is and the zoning derived from it. Projected future growth under the 96 plan was grossly overestimated. Rural residential was intended to allow commercial agriculture on parcels as small as 2 acres. As you all know, it only takes $2,000 worth of intended resource production for a particular property to be considered as conducting commercial activity. Apparently in 96 that wasn't a problem, but in 2016 it was. Rural residential in combination with unclassified zoning designations provided the implausible number of potentially developable properties necessary back in 96 to justify the flawed growth projections. This is why updating the general plan properly is so important. What used to be considered as acceptable on anything from 2 acres plus is no longer. Zoning designations under the new plan must take into consideration the existing densities of communities and reassess whether all of the surrounding land is really best suited for placing as many residences on as many properties as possible. The rationale for creating the zoning as it exists today can be explained by one word: greed. The more structures, the more residents, the larger the tax base, the more bonds to be floated. The county benefits from more and more people coming here. How? These grandiose developments have not yet come to fruition, nor have the ones that have been built been required to pay for all the impacts that they have had on our rural way of life. These differences are far from irreconcilable, but where does the definition of a neighborhood begin and end? This is essentially the most important thing we need to figure out today. Given that the state of California's laws on cannabis are the most restrictive across the nation, regulation is the only environmentally preferred alternative, just as the conclusions of the white papers cited in Silent Poison stated. The majority of the hard work regarding inspections has already been done by the county employees, except for those left pending that should not be forgotten about. Going forward, the state regulations will be more than sufficient to oversee water quality and product testing standards that will ensure compliance with all environmental requirements. Give us a reason to trust in you again. Let those of us that are still here that want to comply, want to pay our taxes, and continue to steward the land that we own and love, to get back to work, please.
Good afternoon. I didn't plan on speaking on this topic because it's not one of my main concerns, but I want to tell you a story about a friend that I have. She was born with a severely handicapped child with a multitude of health issues. And over the years, as that child grew up, suffered from serious seizures, tried every medication that they could prescribe for her. About 3 years ago, she decided she'd try CBD oil, and the seizures stopped. The problem was she could not, under the medical marijuana legislation, produce enough to supply her daughter on her own. So she relied upon friends and acquaintances to help with the oil. She feels that it takes about a pound of marijuana a month to produce enough oil to keep her child's seizures under control. When the ban went into effect, she stopped giving her child the oil. She spends about a week or two at home and then 2 weeks in the hospital, where they stabilize the child on alternative kinds of drugs. What happens is she disclosed to the doctors that her child seemed to be under control with the oil, but in the hospital they don't provide the oil. They give a federally sanctioned substitute. 2 days on this substitute, the child develops severe pancreatitis. They stabilized her, stopped the medication. She seemed to recover. So they re-prescribed the federally sanctioned medication. The child suffered from severe pancreatitis once again. The seizures have recurred. She's at her wit's end. The child, all the other conditions are exacerbated with every seizure this child has. She feels the organic oil that she has been using up till the ban went into effect actually had a positive effect on the child's condition. We need to have a process where it can be used and sanctioned. Thank you.
Next. How many more speakers do we have? All right, I see 2 more, so if you guys could stand up there. Is there more? So check with the people in the hallway because, all right, if we could make sure we find out who wants to speak so we can keep things moving along. We're closing in 2 hours. I apologize for interrupting your rhythm.
Thank you,
You got the ball.
I wasn't going to speak today because I play on quite a few different roles in this county on a nonprofit. We have to be neutral, but I can tell you from the person that stood up here and said that people should move to other areas that don't like marijuana, don't live where I live. There was 19 half-acre grows in my area that were legal and illegal. I am now putting up a metal gate in my property along with surveillance cameras that cost me over $3,000 because of what you guys are discussing today. It doesn't matter to me one rat's you know what, if they grow or not. Leave me alone. Leave my community alone. Leave my daughter alone. Stop approaching her with the marijuana. The kids that are from the growers' homes are approaching our kids in our schools. Just to let you know, in case it wasn't a reality to you, guess what, you guys? It's really happening. Go to Bret Hart. Talk to some of those young ladies. Susan Morris and I were there in the parking lot at Save Martin Angels Camp one day. Talked to 4 young ladies about it. It's everywhere. The young children shouldn't be doing it yet. When you're 21, do whatever you want, okay? I drink wine. I have a good time on my Fridays and Saturdays. But you know what? When they're young children, their minds are still growing. Don't affect me with what you want. I retired up here. I paid for my ranch. I own my property. I don't impose anything on anybody else if I can help it. I respect other people's properties. I work hard to help others. You guys, everybody on in this board and in this room need to be considerate of each other. I don't agree with it, but it's not my place. It's not my lifestyle. But I don't disrespect people who do it. I try not to. So come to an agreement in this county. Make it fair for everybody if it means to ban it, as I agree with, or not ban it. But have consideration to everybody that has stepped before this podium. Your county employees have said what they have said, and it makes merit. We all have a voice in this. We all have a future in this county. At least I do. I don't want to move out of here. But you know what? I know a lot of people that are leaving. And it's not just because they were growers. It's because of what is coming back before them. I stand to fight it. I stand to make people educated on things instead of making them feel bad for their choices. I help to educate them on the choices that they make. And that's your job, and that's our county's job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kurt Von Putt-Kimmer, District 2. I'm an architect, land planner, and contractor. Speak from those regards. The first one I want to bring up is it doesn't seem to get much attention that we're pushing, that most of the ordinances are pushing grows indoors. There's a reason that we've come here to grow, and that's the climate, that's the sunshine. That's what we want to be. The worst thing we can do is push the grows indoor from an environmental standpoint because of the amount of energy they will use with light, ventilation, and everything else. I would not recommend that. Second, the urgency ordinance is getting a lot of flack. As an architect and a land planner, I have gone through that process hundreds of times. And Director Muir made a very arduous application. And the reason there was only 700 applications is because half the people that contacted me couldn't afford me to prepare their application. I think you did a wonderful job putting that together and thinning things out. That application process was very, very good. I think we need to take that same approach to what's going ahead of us. There's a difference between a 5-acre grow and a 1,000-acre grow. There are processes similar to a conditional use permit that will allow planning department to put that, to use a sledgehammer for what it's used for instead of driving a tack. Thank you very much for your time.
Justin Catalano, Calaveras County. I want to talk about security. The sheriff stated that the registered grows should have licensed security guards. The illegal activity that's associated with this product brings by a certain element of crime. We could probably just do some weekly drive-bys past all the grows just to have a police presence. Seems like the fire department's taken a proactive measure for education and training. We should support that. These people protect us, and if they want to help, we should encourage them to help, and we should support that. Jobs in the community. We need to help recruit and train. Lots of different ancillary professions that come with the cannabis. One of them we were talking about was the third-party removal of products that might be grown illegally. Well, if we take a sample of the product, if it doesn't contain anything that's detrimental to the environment, we could just compost it. That would probably save a lot of money. Organization amongst the different departments would help streamline things. I didn't really have a problem with the process, but it could have been tricky for the majority of individuals. Overtaxing this product, a product that's never been taxed before, and then having individuals have to pay extra to do something that they didn't do before is hurtful to business. So if we don't overly tax it, it would probably help have more people comply. Land use, for every acre, maybe we should just allow 1,000 square feet for up to 10 acres. You get 1,000 square foot per acre. After 10 acres, allow the individual to do the maximum square footage. We should allow for all facets of this industry. It would make a robust economy that complements Calaveras County, and it would benefit a lot of people. Schools could be one of them, and cannabis culture is generally always been part of the community. We're individuals that like to contribute, myself included, and I think you'd have more people if you allowed this industry to thrive. Thank you.
I've been up here before, and it seems like I always end up saying the same things. I live in District 2 since 1998, and before that I was over in another part of Calaveras since the old Gulch Fire. I'm going to speak mostly about other people, not about me. The thing I'll say about me is my house was burned out in the Butte fire. I'm on a trailer up on a little road that had 7 properties, and only one house survived. Other people came in to use that land. They were all growing. There's one, I don't know whether they were growing legally or not, probably not. The others have been growing legally, and they haven't been growing the last year because they're still staying legal. And one of them had said when he first came, what can I do to make you happy? I want to be a good neighbor. I said you could make a donation to the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance down in town, and he was giving them $500 a month. I said, how long can you keep this on? He said, as long as I can keep growing. He can't keep growing. So the community has lost that. There is somebody who is still there and takes care of the road, which has taken a beating this winter. And like one time I went, there were 6 fallen trees across the road. I couldn't have got out. He makes sure to do that. I don't know what this man is living on, but he's still there managing to survive and taking care of the road. These are good neighbors. He also takes care of the road, and when the people at the end of the road who have a daughter who has seizures now because they cannot grow any longer to be able to afford her CBD, she has more seizures now than she did before, and he makes sure that the road is clear so that they can get her out to emergency services. I've heard it said that it's not an urgency here, and for some people it is urgent. A lot has been learned during the period of the ban and during the period of chaos when registration was put together without people knowing as much as they needed to know here. A lot has been learned. There are some people who manage to jump through all the hoops and keep growing legally and have not been growing the last last year. And if they are not able to grow this season, there are only a handful who will survive and be able to provide the basis of the quality of cannabis growing culture that I would like to see here.
Thank you very much. Let me just pause for a second. How many more speakers do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're going to have one more speaker, then we're going to take a bathroom break for 10 minutes, and then we're going to finish up the last 4 and move on. Pardon? Is there another? 6. There we go.
Hi, my name is Ann Dillon, District 2. I own my property. As a licensed compliant grower, I've lived here since 2013. I lost everything I owned, my home, an animal, in the Butte fire. I have yet to receive my PG&E settlement. I have struggled every day since September 11th. I hear people talk about the roads, the environment, and all the bad things in the county, and it always seems to come back to the growers. But here's the thing. The Butte fire is what ruined this county. The Butte fire ravaged District 2. It took everything I've ever worked for. I hold an MBA. I'm not uneducated. I'm not defiant in law. After the fire, I got really, really sick. Conventional medicine didn't work for me. Cannabis did. It saved my life. And I don't think that in any way, any person against marijuana or who has stood up here and said all the bad things that they can say, could say that that medication doesn't work, because I'm proof that it does. Because I wasn't going to make it through what I was battling. And it's very hard for me to stand up and look around and looking in this room and looking over this side at all these people that think we are so bad. We give back to our community. We spent a lot of money. I stayed in this county, and I had nothing. And I'm going to continue to stay in this county. And I would ask the board to please consider that not all growers are bad. Illegal growers are bad. Yes, I agree with that. But I agree that people like me, friends of mine, other growers, have very good intentions, and the medicine and what we do grow does save lives, and it is documented. New England Medicine Journal, all of them. If anybody would just stop and take a look at what medicinal marijuana can do for some of the largest diseases that kill Americans. It's overwhelming. So please, I ask you all, listen to some of the growers. I know that people don't want to be around it, and we aren't trying to force it on them, but we should have the right to do it if we do it the right way. I will comply with whatever you guys ask because that's what I do. And I haven't done it for a year, and I'm struggling more now than I ever have. Thank you.
Thank you. You last 5, we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, you're first on desk. That's it. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. There are 5 people left to do public comment. Please come forward. Whoever wants to go first? 6? Wait a second, I had... 5. Well, we need to get going.
Yes.
Vivian?
Good afternoon, Vivian Sechu, District 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you have realized, but this is the most heavily regulated industry in history, period. From grow monitoring to supply chain data traceability and reporting requirements, product quality testing, tax collection and remittance, to mandatory state audits, our legal industry players have to jump through so many compliance hoops all over the place, from licensing to operations. What else more do we have to do in an industry which is quickly becoming legal worldwide? You cannot continue to be on the wrong side of history, completely detached from facts and reality. We've heard concerns stressed earlier from members of the public regarding environmental issues. What about the soil? What about the water? What about all the hazardous chemicals and pesticides used by growers? Fact. The state's strict lab testing requirements, which producers must pass in order for their products to even enter the legal supply chain, is measured in parts per billion. Let me repeat, parts per billion. And according to Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 5715, the state's testing requirements look for cannabinoids testing, moisture content testing, Category 2 residual solvents and processing chemicals testing, microbial impurities testing, such as E. coli and salmonella, homogeny testing of edible cannabis products, Category 1 residual solvents and processing chemicals testing, foreign material testing, terpene testing, mycotoxins testing, heavy metals testing, water activity testing of solid or semi-solid edibles. It would not make any sense for legal and compliant growers to invest and work towards fulfilling all the state's strict regulatory requirements, only to fail at the point of testing and to have all their products move for destruction. That's right. If a producer fails for even one of the aforementioned state testing requirements, and if their products cannot be remediated, everything is moved for destruction. This is state law. In conclusion, you cannot ban illegal growers and actors. You can only ban the legal ones. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, District 2, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. It's been mentioned that the voters of Calaveras don't want cannabis in their community. I think that this position is one that can be tested against the evidence, and the evidence does not support this position. In the last election, Ben Stopper won his district by 26 percentage points. Marita Callaway won her district by 13 percentage points, and Sheriff Rick DiBasilio ran and won by 16 percentage points. Each one of them defeated a ban candidate who campaigned specifically on their support of the ban. Ban candidates lost by double digits across the board. Voters rejected the ban ticket. If the voters supported the ban, they would have come out and they would have voted for the ban candidates that ran in 2018. But universally, their position was rejected by the voters. 60% of the voters of Calaveras County voted for candidates willing to do exactly what you are doing today, reconsidering cannabis regulations. They wanted strict regulations. They want revenue that comes from it. They don't want a land rush, and they don't want to see, hear, or smell cannabis in their daily lives ad nauseum like they have for the last few years. That's really what the people voted for. They didn't vote for a ban. They've never voted for a ban. They voted for pro-regulatory candidates, or those at least willing to consider regulations, who were characterized by their opponents as being pro-regulatory. That position is not opposed by the voters of this county. Today we've heard staff, they've presented a number of the lessons learned from the urgency ordinance. They've also presented a number of concerns if we were to reconsider regulations moving forward. They've also provided a host of concerns with regard to the ban. Only indoor and unpermitted grows currently operate in the county. As we heard from the fire districts and the fire chiefs, these are the hazards. These are the situations where they go into unknown, unregulated situations, where they go into indoor grows that are increasingly dangerous because they have no way of knowing what they're going into and they're operating in confined spaces. Regulated grows, I can guarantee everybody would be down to set up a pre-fire plan with every district across the county, because the last thing a registered grower wants to do is start their property on fire and lose millions of dollars of investment. That's just obvious. There are 190 or so approved farms under the urgency ordinance. There are 190 approved farms under state temporary licenses. Those are the only farms that could possibly operate this year. Of those, there's really only about 100 that are still in the district, in good standing, and on acreage that is probably even in the realm of possibility. Those 100 farms are all that can be considered.
Hello, everybody. My name is Darren Toski. I'm from San Andreas, class of 93. With Ben. I went to Columbia and studied politics and ag and economics. Then for the last 20 years, I've been in between Calaveras and Santa Cruz. I finished at the University in Santa Cruz in politics and ags. I own properties in both counties. I had permitted gardens here in the mountains, and I'm working currently in Santa Cruz on permitted ag, special use, RA properties. The name of my farm is Zion Farms, and I currently live in Santa Cruz. I just said that, I think. And I'm currently going through the new permitting process in Santa Cruz, which we formed a working group. And from there, we formed a cannabis department, which really helped take the pressure off the permitting department. And then we had an open period of enrollment, and then we went from there. I can talk more about that in a second. I was going to say, this is a healing herb, as alcohol is in ways for everybody here. This is a healing herb. We have to remember that. That's why it's a medicine. And Calaveras is not mainstream. I heard something about mainstream. We're different. We're not Amador. We're not Tuolumne. We're not San Joaquin right now. They tried to do their ordinance and they dropped the ball, which it's coming. You know, this is the biggest investment opportunity we have as a county, and it is a healing herb. The state of California, as you guys know what's happening in Salinas, the Monterey ordinance is amazing right now. But too much too fast happened in Calaveras with the Butte fire and the emergency ordinance, with a lot of newbies not understanding the local creed, which we apologize for, because the last thing we want to do is disrupt our neighbors. However, we need to embrace a regulated system. So hopefully we can go ahead and do that. Like I said, the Santa Cruz process is working well. I think we should really look at that. I think we should have a no one left behind policy here in Calaveras County for all the locals, because a lot of people didn't get to register. A bunch of new people came here and did. There's a lot of good families here that could, do well with this farming commodity. I think the Mills report, I'd like to see a Mills report on SPI and clear cutting. That would be interesting, on steep slopes over our watershed. And with grading, taxes, logging, that kind of stuff, which, that's talking about clear cuts and damage. That was a lot for our county, as Meretta was here, and she knows that. What else? Yeah, so I'd say phase 1 application, let the pre-existing farms operate this year that are in good standing, and including gardens that were unjustly removed during the appeals process. There's a lot of good families and gardens during the appeals process were removed.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Tom?
Just want to say first that while a lot of attempts were made to conflate registered and regulated growers with the other kind, I think staff did a great job of making a very cogent argument in favor of regulation, even if that wasn't their intention. And to expand a little bit on what's been said by the last two speakers, I want to focus on what we can do now. We can't really realistically open up any new cannabis businesses in the short terms. No new grows, distribution, manufacture, testing. We can't aggregate canopy on larger parcels. We can't do most anything other than this year, right now, in the short run, reinstate a handful of the registrants who ended up in good standing with both the county and the state, because the state backlog for licenses is so long that nobody else could even possibly conceivably begin this year. And all that, to add to that, that's all at the same APN with the same amount of canopy as listed on their temp applications and nothing new. It's a no-brainer to me. We're only talking about offering opportunity to restore some of the few operators left standing who trusted the agreement we made with the county, followed the rules, worked hard, invested a lot, only to have it taken from us. You have an opportunity to act right now to restore some part of what's broken. This is like last call for local farmers. This is a matter of urgency for us. The people who you don't reinstate this year, you booted to the back of the line and robbed them of the investment that they've made, myself included, but I'm pretty much out of the game anyway. Failure to deliver this growing season is to effectively hand the fruits of our labor and investment to some future constituency. That's the price we would pay for your inaction. Theoretically, you're supposed to represent the interests of the people who put you in office, the constituency here now today, not the ones who will replace us because of your decisions. I live in D2, and our district's in dire straits. And our home turf has been ground zero for everything. We're still reeling from the Butte fire, then the Green Rush, then the ban. To be blunt about it, we need bold leadership and decisive action to pull out of this tailspin. The vast majority of farms in our district, the vast majority of farms are in our district, and they've been the backbone of our economy for some time. And it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out that a trajectory towards long-term health has to start with surviving in the present. And Supervisor Garamendi, you asked for the driver's seat, now you're in it. For better or for worse, you own a lot of the outcome. And everybody, you have an occasion to rise to, and this is your moment. I hope you do right by it. Thank you.
Very much. George, you get the last word.
Yes, sir. For those who don't know me, I'm George Fry. I've been coming to board meetings for over 20 years. I haven't missed many of them. I think right now we probably have, by and large, the best board I've seen in quite some time. I'm really happy that Marita's back. I'm really happy that Ben is with us. I think we have some people who have their heads screwed on right. I'm going to just leave you with a couple of things. One of them is, why can't we just all get along? That's the $64,000 question. The other thing I want to say is, if you're not a part of the solution, then you are a part of the problem. The two sides need to come together and need to talk openly, respectfully, and bring about. I'm retired law enforcement. I really don't have anything in this game. I used to stop parolees, and I'd search them, and they'd have baggies of weed, and I'd say, okay, and I'd throw it up in the air, and the first time around, that one's on you. The next one is on me. And I never really had a problem because I was straight with them. So I'm asking for us as a community in this county that we start working together and start solving problems instead of creating them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment. Bring it back to Mr. Maurer. Okay, well, now it's a time for some
internal discussion with the board and decision. What we would suggest is that you look at the big picture first. Do you want to revisit the issue of regulation and direct staff to prepare something for you, or remain with the ban, in which case we're done for today? So, and then if the answer is yes, let's move forward with some sort of regulation, then we will need to come back and have discussion of what is included in that, what do you want to regulate, what's the time frame, a whole series of questions that we'll have for you. So I'll turn it back over to you.
So let me conduct a poll of this board. The question is, do we want to continue this discussion and direct staff to move towards regulation and continue forward? Full board?
Yes.
Ms. Callaway is yes. Mr. Mills?
No.
Mills, no. Mr. Stopper?
Yes, contingent on what we discuss.
Very well, and I agree. So
I couldn't hear Supervisor Mills's yes.
Supervisor Mills was no.
The answer was no.
Thank you.
So we have 3-1 on the poll to continue this conversation.
Okay, so then what I would like to do is sort of raise sort of a series of questions, sort of manageable, bite-sized pieces that you would then discuss among yourself, and if you can reach a conclusion, then give us direction of how you want us to bring a regulatory ordinance back to you. The first question is, what do you want to regulate? Is it cultivation only? Is it medical and adult use? Do you want to look at other aspects of that, processing, which is a form of cultivation under state law that allows for trimming and drying and packaging and that kind of activity. If you want to allow that off the site of a cultivation area or cultivation premise, where would that be? Do you want to consider nurseries? That's a first question.
I think you could, that's a pretty broad question. Perhaps we can narrow that down to it.
Right fast? Okay. So the first one is cultivation. Is it cultivation only or other items?
Cultivation only or other included? Supervisor Callaway.
I'd like cultivation and distribution.
Supervisor Mills, you have
I think we got an overwhelmed staff if we move in that direction. I think if we move too quickly, we're going to compromise our ability to monitor this all the way through. So I would prefer we slow down, take one bite at a time if you're going to do that. Everybody decide what that bite's going to be.
So the question is cultivation or...
If you're going to go after one thing, just go after one thing, not all of it.
That one thing is cultivation?
If you're going to discuss... My microphone's on. Okay. If the decision is to go after cultivation, and I would suggest very strongly that, you can't even put a bike trail in Calaveras County or a sidewalk or a road without a study. At what point are we going to do some type of a comprehensive social and economic study on this and look at our hospitals, at our schools, and our mental health and our welfare and all of the other pieces of tourism, all the other pieces of the puzzle that are impacted by this decision.
So the question,
if I can include a social and economic study,
okay.
If not, then the answer is no.
Excuse me. No comment.
This is our conversation.
This is our conversation. Thank you.
Without it, the answer is no.
Supervisor Stopper.
I think the discussion right now should be simple, and it should stick to commercial cultivation, medical and personal. I think if we're to consider the others, I do not want to overwhelm staff, but there are others that I would like to consider in the future. But for those to start, the one.
Supervisor Callaway.
I need to explain, I don't think many of us, myself included, understood what distribution meant. I believe when cultivation, it's open. It should be for medical purposes and adult recreation. There shouldn't be a label that this crop can only be for this or that. But distribution is so that the people who are growing the product can distribute it themselves to the retailer. In California, the wine industry is allowed to sell the wine they produce to the stores. As it stands now, if we do not have distribution, we have commercial grow sites, they have to go through an independent distributor who knows where they are, and they take a slice of the sale of the product. I might not have everything exactly the right terms, but you have the gist of it. So the money is now going to a third party when it could go to our local cultivators. So that's what I mean by distribution. Local growers can distribute their product themselves.
I would agree with Supervisor Callaway, but I want to make sure that we limit it, much like we did in the planning committee, what was brought before the board, before the ban. We were working on that. We talked about distribution so that people could transport it. I'll let you guys figure out the legalese on that. So we have growing and transportation. We have 2 votes for that. Supervisor Stopper for growing, Supervisor Mills, no. So we need 3 probably to move ahead here. We should have 3. We can.
Can I have your support on that, Mr. Stopper? I mean, because what we're saying is that they can distribute, they don't have to go have a distributor who's coming into the county anyway and is going to the grow sites, picking up the product that's been tested and taking it to the retailer.
And maybe what we can do is, if we don't have to be that specific.
I understand distribution. I've read quite a bit of the state law, and I understand that an outside distributor would have to come from outside the county right now. I also understand that no one's ever had a distribution license temporary within Calaveras County in the past, so the route to a provisional and annual will take longer. And I am willing to consider distribution in the future, but that's putting the cart before the horse right now, in the sense that if we get cultivation through, there's an amount of time before the product is ready. And during that time, we can talk about distribution. And I don't want to overcomplicate this right now.
What do you think, Supervisor Callaway?
I wish I could have changed his mind.
Take them out back. Well, let's bring back transportation, let's bring back distribution when we have a further conversation. Right now, let's leave it up, because I think Supervisor Stopper has some very good points. I think Supervisor Callaway has some very good points. I would like to see how it all works out, and check and see how this will impact actual business flow we're talking about.
It's not a final. I'm open-minded until we get all the facts before us.
I agree. Here?
Okay, so just so I have it clear that right now we're looking only at a regulatory program for cultivation. Okay.
Medical and personal.
Medical and
commercial.
Adult use.
Rita, you okay with that? Yes.
Along those same lines is nurseries is a separate license type. Is that something you want to include in this?
You want to unpack that?
So a nursery is cultivation of immature plants, seeds, seedlings, clones, but no mature plants. And so that is something that I don't believe we had any of those license types in the county previously, but it is something that we've been approached with as far as, is this something that could be considered?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Stopper.
Punt.
I would personally like to learn more about what exactly we're talking about, and how it's going to impact things.
Okay, so we'll defer or
Well, do you guys, does staff have a recommendation? Or, I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but I would like to learn more about it.
Okay.
I got to,
And then the other aspect of this is processing, which is a type of cultivator license where growers would sort of pool their resources for a centralized processing facility where they would do trimming and drying and packaging, but no growing. And is that something that would be considered?
Start that.
Supervisor Stopper, do you have any insights on this?
I'll go. I think we're asking the staff to do too much too fast. So,
What you're bringing up is not a manufacturing center, correct?
Not manufacturing.
It's just for their processing. So that's part, that would be part of their cultivation in the end.
It's a different type of cultivation license type.
Okay. Right. That's something I'm definitely willing to talk about right now, yes, going forward.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then none of the other commercial types, distribution, manufacturing, testing, micro businesses, are any of those on the table at this point? We do have existing regulations for medical retail. We do need to conclude our revisions to that to bring it into compliance with state law. It dates back to 2005.
Retail is something I definitely think that, I guess this one hears me really well, is something that we need to discuss, because the ordinance that's with retail right now is from 2005 and outdated. And I definitely think that at this point, it's not even following along the lines of what the state's putting forward. So I think that definitely needs to be on the table. That's my opinion.
We had a draft ordinance, it was about the same time as Dan was going through. We were given some direction to make modifications to that. It had been already vetted by the Planning Commission. And just with everything else, it just hasn't been able to bring it back yet. So I would take that as a separate, I would recommend that that be taken separately. I don't think there's...
Absolutely. I agree that it would be a separate thing, and we could take our time on it so that we could, as we move forward, as I agree with some others that I don't want to over inundate you with work right now.
Supervisor Callaway?
Well, I don't mind over inundating you. On the ordinance 17 point, whatever, the one for the dispensaries, you already have a draft in place. I mean, I haven't seen it. It was brought back. It languished for some reason. I don't see why we can't bring that back as a separate issue to reinstituting cultivation, because they're not the same. And the word retail is now used exclusively in the state regs versus the word dispensary. So I think I agree with Mr. Stopper that, we need to update that and bring it back, but I don't think we need to do it slowly.
Supervisor Mills, your lights on?
well, I think that even though it was brought forward in 2017, staff would need to take another look at it just to be sure that everything is current. That might take some time. So I would not want to push it to making that an integral part of what you're doing here, because this is what the board's asked you to do is a whole project all by itself.
Indeed.
So I would prefer that that be held off. If you want to make that the priority and go there first, that's fine. But we got to decide which one we're going to go after. That particular dispensary ordinance, again, is going to probably take some staff time, staff review to be updated into the current code. And I don't want to put them together and think you can do them together.
Okay, so we have, so the consensus seems to be that we will take that on, but as a separate issue.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yes, there's 4. There we go.
Type of cultivation, indoor, outdoor, mixed light, and then the sizes, how big, I'll just start with one.
Sir, break those down if you would, Peter.
Indoor, outdoor, or mixed light, or all 3.
Indoor, outdoor, mixed light.
3.
What did you say?
3.
Mixed light.
Oh, 3.
All 3.
All 3?
All 3.
Yes, all 3.
Well, if I said no to the first part, I got to say no to this one too.
All right, well, I don't know.
Okay.
We appreciate the input, Dennis.
Maybe you do indoor.
So no? No. I'll go with all 3.
Then the size is the next issue. As you recall in the urgency ordinance, we had a cap of half an acre for outdoor cultivation, and I'm suddenly drawing a blank on what our cap was for indoor. But there are a variety of different license types that range from up to 5,000 square feet or 50 plants, all the way over to half an acre. So, or actually, up to 1 acre. So we want to keep the same range that we had under the urgency ordinance. Do you want to expand that to the full range of what the state allows?
So the question is, do we want to stay at half acre or expand that or go down for outdoor and indoor, whatever the range was
Right.
before?
That's the question, yes.
Discussion?
If we're talking about putting this back into rural residential 20s, I'm not even close to being interested.
Supervisor Callaway, Supervisor Stauber, comments?
That's a larger discussion, I believe. I don't think it's that simple. I am for going with state regs to not make this so complicated. So, state regs.
State regs are to 1 acre, correct?
There is a license type called a 3 medium outdoor license, which allows between 10,001 square feet up to an acre. That was something that we did not allow under the urgency ordinance. We had capped it at the at 22,000 square feet.
So
I'm having a hard time with these questions, Peter, and the way they're being posed, because if these people have temporary licenses for a certain amount of square footage on a certain piece of property, they aren't going to be allowed to expand it if they stick with the same license, is the way I understand it. So,
well, maybe it's the order of the questions that are causing some problem, because if we adopt a regulatory ordinance, then one of the questions will be, do we want to limit it, and if so, how? Is it going to be limited to just those who previously qualified under the urgency ordinance and got a temporary license? And is it limited to just what they had previously been approved, or would it be open to other who would also meet the criteria that are established under the ordinance?
Would answering that question help you on your question?
Well, I think it probably helped Supervisor Stopper in deciding how to answer the previous question.
Yeah.
right. Well, it's kind of all falling in there because it's a broader conversation overall, and I apologize because I've been over all this stuff quite a bit. I've been looking at what everyone had in the past, the ones that were compliant, which I would think would be, for the majority part part good actors. And, coming in and not being aware of what these questions are and what order they're going to be in is kind of where I'm, the order to them. Sorry.
Maybe that's, I agree with you, Supervisor Stopper. Maybe we ought to ask some of those questions to help shape the rest of our answers. Because there's no point in, if we're going to limit it to where we were in the urgency ordinance, we're not really talking about going to an acre.
I'm just going to be honest. I've always been opposed to how in the urgency ordinance that it ended up in residential areas. I think I've talked to a lot of people on both sides that agree with that. Not everyone, of course. But I think a good compromise moving forward is making sure that it stays out of residential neighborhoods to start, and that us figuring out how we're going to define that is a good place to start the conversation, so that then we can start working forward on what types of uses we can use and what we're willing to work on, because I think we can simplify this list substantially if we start at that point. But that's just where I'm coming from. I'm not telling everyone else what they have to do.
Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Callaway, what do you think?
Like I said before, it's got to stay out of the RR zones. You've got an A1 zone, if you want to talk about that. You have commercial, industrial zones, you can talk about those. But if the goal is to put it back into residentials, it's not a place to go.
Supervisor Callaway?
Ms. Romero, I think on the indoor grows, you'd have two. You could have indoor grows on a required on a 10-acre parcel, and then you have your indoor grows that would be in commercial areas. I'm not sure I don't remember what the state code is. I don't know if that's what I have in front of me. But I have no problem accepting the fact that if the state code, I think as close as we can stick to the state, it's easier for the county in both the short term and long term. And if the state code said that you can have up to 1 acre on a 20-acre parcel, I'd be supportive of that, a 20-acre or more. Where I'd be interested in looking at, you have 100 acres, could be contiguous or one parcel, doesn't matter, that you could do a cooperative or co-location grow. So, I'd like to see us address that, and I don't know, am I going too far astray?
Well, these are all questions that we need to get answers to. Maybe what would help if we looked at some of the primary fundamental questions that we need to sort of frame that, then we can get down into some of the details. So, primary question, do we want to move forward to regulation? It looks like there's a majority that says yes. The types of cultivation, we've already answered that. So then the question then is sort of size of grow, size of parcel, the appropriate zoning. Right, and
Do we want to discuss, Peter, do we want to open this up? Are we just limiting this to people who are already registered?
that was the other question, is what type of restrictions, if any? Do we want a numerical cap? Do we want to say anyone that previously were successfully registered or still in process and got a state license? These are some of the parameters that we're trying to figure out. We're going to turn around. I guess the other question too is, what's the expectation of the turnaround for this?
Well, let's get through the questions, and then we can tell ourselves how big the elephant is before we try to eat it.
So I guess let's sort of start with those questions. Zoning, minimum parcel size, and size of cultivation are probably...
Why don't we start with that first question of who do we want to let in, and do we want any limits?
I agree, Jack.
Let's just start with that.
That's where I believe we need to start, because it's not, our number is limited with that, and that's a good start, and then it gets limited more by our other sizes and so on. So
We don't need to.
Because I don't want to start another land rush. That's the first thing I want to stop. So I think a good place to start, and personally, I think are people that were in good standing underneath the EO that actually had temporary licenses or were actively pursuing it but never got denied.
So to that point, for those people that, when the ban came into place, that didn't comply with the terms and conditions of the ban, are you going to then just say, okay, no harm, no foul, you can still be in it?
Supervisor Callaway?
I don't think that's what I heard Mr. Stopper say. Is if people were in good standing, they had a county permit, they had a state temporary permit, and they were in good standing, they should be allowed to proceed. If they didn't abate when the ban went in, then they're no longer in good standing.
Okay, so I just want that clarified. That
Do I have your vote?
What a way to do it. The point is that we need to be sure that even though they may have been in good standing under the UO, but did not comply with the terms and conditions of the ban and did not abate and clean up, and I have several in my district that I can go walk right to today that are in that situation, are they out of this discussion? Or are we just going to ignore what the previous board decision was and move forward?
I would recommend we not ignore what the previous board did. We have, if you're in good standing, you paid your taxes, you went through all our process, you closed up your shop when we shut things down, you should be at the front of the line.
So in other words, for those that are not current on their taxes, that is also a reason to remove them from the list. Is that what you're saying?
Supervisor Stopper?
There's multiple on my list right now that haven't paid their taxes, but the county's still allowing others to get caught up, so that...
How do you work that out?
Well, if they pay their taxes, I mean, the IRS doesn't put me in jail if I pay my taxes late, as long as I pay my taxes.
Okay, so you're saying then your recommendation is to staff to allow them to come current with their taxes, and that puts them back in good standing.
Right, but if they violate non-compliance or abatement, that does not put them in good standing. That at that point, they would disqualify themselves. So there's multiple facets to it, but everyone's given the opportunity to pay their taxes before they go to jail.
And I would add that they would probably do that up front.
So that was one of the questions I was, so if they, maybe they're in arrears on their taxes now, but they pay it up, that would satisfy that concern. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
What about other violations? You heard from code compliance in building that people took out building permits to come into compliance with the code requirements, but then never followed through on finalizing that permit or making the improvements necessary.
Supervisor
Do they have the opportunity to correct that, or is that a disqualifying factor?
For me, our position as a county has always been to try and have people come into compliance. And, because it's expensive to go into like an abatement process. But the part that I don't support, and it probably doesn't fit in with this, I don't believe it should be mandatory that there is a residence on a grow site. There are some growers in here, I know, have a house that's on parcel A in Murphy's, and their grow site is in Copperopolis. Why should they have two houses? I don't think that's necessary. The issue is security. The issue isn't. So, Peter, I guess...
I think we're getting sidetracked on that issue. Let's circle back to that, but let's talk
So,
about...
so I guess for me,
compliance with-
okay, so I guess for me, if the code is because they haven't built their house, I don't think they should have to build a house.
Well, that was not a standard under the urgency ordinance, so that would not be a requirement.
I thought it
If
said they had to
built-
do...
If they had done construction, maybe they converted an outbuilding
Got it.
to
Okay.
a commercial building, but they didn't get permits for it, that's what we want to
Then for me, in the usual culture of Calaveras County code enforcement, we would allow them to come into compliance with any code violation.
The point is since the ban, these folks have been given literally a year plus to make the necessary corrections or to remove their permit with code or building department. If those have not been done, how much longer time, how much more time you want? You want a year? Let's decide what number you're going to talk about to come into compliance, if that's what you want to do.
Supervisor Stopper, do you have an opinion on this?
Clear path to compliance, set a time frame, and I'm not one to make that time frame up because every issue is different.
I sat through too many hearings where I saw a lot of people gaming our system.
Yeah.
And I didn't appreciate it. I'm not, I think that there's different levels of stuff. If somebody who's clearly gaming it and, and never had any intention of doing something, which is sort of tough to tell exactly, it's a bit subjective. But if they've made effort to come into compliance, we ought to consider it. But if they said they're going to go get a grading permit and they never did, no way.
Yeah, and I agree. That's part of what was happening but I think we've got to leave it up to staff to determine what that was.
Maybe you guys can figure us a path.
We're supposed to give you direction.
Right. So what I'm hearing...
Maybe a time frame in the sense that, look, if you've cleared out these building permits per se, by the time your application is final, because there's going to be a timeline here, right?
Well,
we'll be discussing that here in a little bit, but I mean, I don't, never mind. My thought was sounding good to me when I was thinking it, but it's not so smart now.
Chair, one thing that I guess what I'm getting from this is, and one question that came up throughout the morning was whether growers would be able to cultivate prior to having the county permit in hand. So I guess the question would be, staff can continue to work on an application with a grower as they work through the process of coming into compliance with all of the various outbuildings or other structures that are unpermitted, getting them up to compliance, fully permitted, and the final permit that would issue would be the right to cultivate. So everything would be in full compliance by the time plants go in the ground.
So I guess the question is, can you cultivate before you've got all your permits? Excuse me, this is our discussion. That's us. Thank you. Anybody want to start?
I think we're running down the road of the urgency ordinance again. Any other business, you have got to go through all of the processes. You can't put anything on the ground till all of those agreements, those conditional uses, if you might call them that, are met. There should be no different. How do we change the rules simply because it's one industry versus any other? We all need to be in the same playing field if you're going to play in the field.
There is a point to that. Everyone else has to be held to the same standard. That thing cuts both ways. So I believe that Megan has provided us a clear path to that. If you have certain permits for outbuildings, better get them done now.
No, but growing not before permits?
That was the question.
Oh, the question's growing before permits. I don't know if the state allows that, does it? No.
All right.
So it's
hold on a second, Ben. Really, people, we're having a discussion up here. Will you please be respectful?
My bad.
We will get our advice from our staff. Thank you. Ms. Morris.
I just wanted to clarify. The question is I think staff has all recommended that the board, if this is the direction of the board, that the growers would go through the whole process, be fully permitted before they're allowed to grow. That was one of the consistent comments from staff this morning as far as a drawback or a problem with the UO of allowing something to occur while we're trying to create a program and review applications and et cetera. And so, so it's whether they can grow prior to the county permit to grow.
I agree with the Supervisor Stopper. I think it's a state requirement, and I would say absolutely no growing till everything's wrapped up, dotted, and stamped.
And I would agree, that's 3.
I'm having a trouble on it. If we're talking about cultivators who had before their county permit to grow, and they have their temporary state permit, what are we talking about? Are we talking about more permits again? Or are we talking about a code enforcement issue because the fence wasn't high enough? Or I'm not real clear. I mean, because these are already permitted cultivators.
So there were a number of issues where we allowed someone to register, we issued a registration by someone pulling a permit to correct the problem, knowing that it takes several months to do construction, to hire contractors, to get engineers out there. As long as they were in the permit process and were making a good faith effort, then we allowed it to happen. In many cases, nothing ever occurred once the permit was issued. There was never any follow-up on construction or filing that permit. That's what we're talking about. So there are a number of outstanding people that had a license, people that were in good standing, but because the program ended, we just sort of stopped. We would have gone back, had it been continued, we would have gone back, and they might not have been renewed had they not done any progress on those things that they said, we're going to fix this. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
and we're also talking about issuing a new permit type. Those old registrations are history, they're gone. So we need to issue some new local authorization that the grower can then take to the state in order to get their license.
Okay, I understand that. But what I'm hearing then is the responsibility for that rested with the county not having the time or resources to go out and check.
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
People came in, whether in good faith or not, say, okay, I was inspected, I made some conversion of this building, need to get an as-built permit. They applied for the permit, but they never called for an inspection. Maybe they did or did not make those improvements that were required. There's also a possibility that, this has been, over a year now, and have things changed.
Correct.
So what we would want to see, what my recommendation would be, is that an application is filed, we make inspections to ensure that they meet whatever standards we have, that if there are any outstanding code violations, those need to be corrected. Now, we could probably do it, there's some flexibility as far as conditions on approval of the, whatever you call it, the permit, that have to be taken in order to validate it. My concern about that is, and this sort of gets to the next fundamental question, is what type of permit is it going to be? Is it going to be ministerial, where we have set standards? And if you meet those standards, then you qualify. If you don't meet those standards, you don't qualify, just like a building permit. The other alternative is a discretionary review where it varies from the site, site to site. That maybe, it fits on this parcel, but not on that parcel. That then kicks it into an individual CEQA review process. I can guarantee you that we will not be able to get through even 25 applications once this ordinance is adopted to do a full CEQA analysis of each individual site.
Because there's one more thing to consider, that when you say ministerial, it would be very easy for someone to appeal a ministerial decision. Now this is going to end up in front of the Planning Commission. You're going to move through those hoops.
You can appeal any one of the positions.
Was more likely to have an appeal over a discretionary action than ministerial.
Well, that's my point, though, is that we would be adding that layer in. I want to be sure that that's in this conversation. That's going to be an additional staff time, staff expense.
So, typically we don't have appeals of a ministerial action where there are set standards. The question is where it's unclear, or if it's discretionary, and say, well, I can't live with that condition. And the conditions are based on a variety of factors.
So of all of those that were denied in the original UO, how many of them went through an appeal process? I know, I'm sorry.
We had a lot.
Yeah, I didn't want to come up with a number, I'm just saying a lot.
Yeah.
So it really bogged down the whole system when that occurred, and I just want to be sure that we understand what we're getting into.
And I think that there was a different
Yes.
situation there, because by appealing something, that delayed enforcement of, a halt if they, it's going to be easier to comply with the requirement.
It's a ministerial action.
Then, if it's ministerial, than to go through a lengthy appeal process in which you still might not win that. So I would think that that would be a better course of action to take if timeliness is an issue for the board.
So the question is ministerial or discretionary? Is that correct?
Yes.
Here's something I have a suggestion, because I derailed this whole thing earlier, and I apologize about that to everyone, is can you just read off every question to us, and then we can start from the beginning and start over?
Huh?
I know, that's the question. You guys can tell me no.
Maybe we ought to...
That way I know what's coming down the pike and what crosses over, and, because then I have an overview of what we're dealing with right now. I have no idea what these questions are, Peter.
I'll try to summarize.
Okay, sweet.
So, and there aren't now necessarily in order of importance, but do we want to make changes to the personal cultivation standards that were adopted with the ban? We're talking about the type of permit. Is it a one-time permit, or is it annual renewal? Would it run with the land, or be tied or be tied to an individual? Can it be transferred to someone else? There's issues regarding premises. Premises is a term that the state uses for a cultivation site. You could have multiple premises on a parcel. Do we want to allow that?
That's like co-location? Okay.
Yeah, you could, again, and then we'd have to develop standards, how many premises could be on a site based on acreage, for example. The zoning, clear question we need to look at, and, where indoor versus outdoor might be allowed, in what zones. Minimum parcel size is still an issue. We need to discuss buffers for non-compatible uses, setbacks from property lines, fencing requirements, and I think the residents, having a permanent residence on the property, I don't know that was, I've heard strong opinions one way or the other, but I don't think I've heard a conclusion from the majority of the board. Then there are a number of state licensing requirements that we need to discuss regarding whether we want to rely on the state for compliance, or we want to set our own standards. And in some cases, do we want to sort of duplicate the effort to make sure that we have control of that? Example would be the background check process. State requires a background check. The sheriff had indicated that they wanted to make sure that they had a background check. Things such as, landowner consent. They have a landowner consent requirement. Maybe we want to have our own standards for landowner consent. So there's a long list of more detailed issues regarding OSHA standards, labor agreements, seller's permits. We still need to get into that. The application package itself, there's a huge application process that they have to go through for the state. Do we need to have all of that information? Do we want to duplicate that? I know we have our own information that we need to know in order to find that they're in compliance with our requirements, but how much do we want to overlap with what the state is doing on their application packet? We do want to make sure that what they've applied for with the state is the same as ours, so we would have to, we need to compare site plans and descriptions of the cultivation area, that kind of stuff. Noise from generators, that's a concern. I think we've clarified the issue about getting local permits and state permits before cultivation begins. Dark skies was an issue that came up. Do we want to have our own separate lighting standards?
Odors came up a couple times, Peter.
Oh, yeah, well, how do we address odor issues? So I guess think that sort of, there are a few other specific things as far as enforcement. We continue to use 806. Do we want to have different enforcement provisions in a new ordinance? Revocation proceedings, do we want to require posting of a bond? I guess that sort of runs sort of the gamut.
Okay.
Types of questions.
Thank you. I have a better understanding where we're working towards right now, so I can...
Peter, what was the question? I apologize, it's been a long day.
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yes, it's Tuesday.
I think we were on, we were discussing the type of permit, whether it was should be
Ministerial or
discretionary.
Ministerial, Supervisor Callaway, Supervisor Stopper,
Ministerial.
Supervisor Mills.
No comment.
Very well. Ministerial, say 3 ministerial votes.
Let me jump back for just a minute on personal cultivation. Is there any desire to modify those standards that were established with the ban? The standards right now, or is it indoor only, and you must register with the planning department? I will tell you, we have 7 registrants.
State regs.
Yeah, I'd almost like to take that on separately because we could get lost in the proverbial weeds on that pretty quick. Because then we're saying, the state regs, you're in outdoors at a 2-acre or 1-acre lot, and things are different. I would actually prefer not to take that on in the middle of this conversation. I don't know.
It's pretty hard to do without it.
Well, I would agree with Supervisor Mills that, it's a component. We could simply say, hey, what we adopted with the ban, those still apply, and that's fine. If you want to...
Okay, we'll take it on.
I don't know that registration is really serving any purpose at this point, considering I'm sure there's a lot more people than 7 who are growing for their own personal use. I think a bigger question is whether or not you want to allow it to be grown outdoor as opposed to indoor only for personal use. And we cannot regulate beyond that. You can, by state law, residents are allowed to grow 6 plants per residence. There's some limitations on apartment buildings and that kind of stuff, but we can't preclude them from growing, but we can limit it to being indoor only.
I would like to say that I could understand some small acreage issues in residential zones where it shouldn't be outside, but I think this is a fire hazard, and I don't know why in the past when they talked so deeply about the indoor growth and how it presents a fire hazard to people that are doing it personally, and then they forced it inside. So personally, I think it should be an outside, and with possibly looking at maybe a minimum acreage, because I don't think it belongs on 8 acres in certain areas, but that's just where I'm coming from.
We have to allow indoor cultivation, but we can't force it all to be indoor.
Right.
Yeah.
Supervisor Callaway, Supervisor Mills.
Well, despite the fire hazards, which I'm fully aware that they do occur, and the difficulty of growing indoors in residential areas, it's got to be indoors. But we just can't push that to an outside situation. It's too close to neighborhoods. If we're within 300 feet of a neighbor because we want odor control. How do you really gain that number? It's going to be very hard in, say, smaller residential 1 acre parcels to do that. So I say despite the issue of potential fire hazards, it's got to stay indoors.
Supervisor Callaway? What do you think?
I think it should be allowed outdoors. I mean, if you're allowed to shoot a gun near a neighbor but you have to be 400 feet, yards?
150 yards.
150 yards?
450 feet.
And I can shoot a gun, then I should be able to grow a cannabis plant 150 yards from a neighbor's house. So, I mean, I understand what Mr. Mills is saying. You know, if I lived in Gold Creek Estates or Fieldstone or whatever some of the more urban subdivisions are, and you have a 1/4 acre or 1/3 acre parcel, or in my subdivision, it's a 1/3 acre.
That 450.
I'd say, you know, it does become an odor issue. But I'm not sure what the acreage should be or what the minimum parcel size should be, but I think you should be able to grow it outdoors.
I think we could run into problems if we had it in residential neighborhoods. We're doing 1/8 of an acre. I would support keeping it indoors there. I think if you've got an acre or more, I mean, you're not going to bother anybody with a few plants. So I don't know, do you think we could make something like that work? Or do you guys think-
450 feet,
150
150
yards.
yards, 450 feet.
Oh, thank you.
Same smell.
You're not going to get it into a parcel.
Right, no, you're not going to get into 1 acre parcel at 450 feet. I think that's more than fair and something I can support, Marita. I think that's a phenomenal idea.
So if you're 450 feet from a residence or from a property line?
I think
what we can do is play
From a
with those
residence.
numbers and come up with a minimum parcel size that would essentially create a potential buffer of that amount of space.
We had a 200-foot buffer on the UO, correct? In some areas?
That was for the
Yeah.
commercial.
Right.
There was just the minimum setback, I think it was 30 feet for.
Yeah, they had a 30 on a, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I would like to see what you guys come back with that sort of suits the general concept that we're talking here, where we're not going to smell out neighbors, but we're also not going to make someone build a greenhouse when they've got a 40-acre ranch.
And then the other question along those lines are, do you want to retain the registration requirement?
No.
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 If you only have 7, I think that speaks pretty loud and clear.
Clearly, if they're going to build a greenhouse behind their house, they're going to need a permit. So as long as it's permitted and legal structure.
Okay. Permit type. Decided it was going to be ministerial. Is it an annual permit? Is there a limitation on the time? There was some discussion earlier about this being a pilot program. Do we want to establish some limit? Is there a, will this sunset after a period of time? And then do we want to do, is it a renewal of the permit? Is it just simply a review to ensure compliance like other permits? Would they actually have to reapply each year? I think those are sort of the questions as far as the time frame.
Mr. Maurer, what does the state law say? Does the state say it's annual?
Yes.
So if the state, once, oh, that's right, it is an annual. So once the provisional permit becomes annual, then, for the state, then they have to have an annual permit. So at this point, I would go with, as closely with the state to an annual permit. or renewal. I believe that's what the state calls it. I mean, truly, at some point, I would think, after 3 years, 5 years of good behavior, you go to a 2-year, 3-year, but we'll discuss that in 3 years and 5 years.
Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Stopper, you want to weigh in?
Well, something to think about too is the amount of footwork that's going to be required in preparing to confirm for a renewal. Or are we going to require staff to spend the time confirming compliance as part of a renewal process? And how long will that take?
Well, that's something we definitely have to look at and try to budget for. Part of the next big step in the process is what's it going to cost us to do all this?
It's not going to be just your office. I'm looking at the building department and code enforcement.
Oh, yes.
There's a lot of
We're
environmental health.
painfully aware of that.
Okay.
Supervisor Stopper?
Annual.
Pardon me?
Annual.
Annual, and I appreciate the thought of the pilot, but if we're asking people to make a pretty hefty investment, and they want to play by the rules, we shouldn't suddenly cut them off at an arbitrary date.
What about transferability?
Ability, and what you mean by that is the ability to sell or give your permit?
Right.
Sell your business?
Right.
Or if you're on a too small of acreage now that you can move your business to a different place in the future. Okay.
That's a separate question. So if
we
I
gonna
got a
allow-
license and I decide I don't want to do this anymore, but Ethan over here says, I'll buy your, he would have to obviously qualify under all of go through the background check and meet the state requirements, but would that be something that you would want to allow?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
I think it needs to be standalone.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
I think that if somebody builds a business, they should be able to pass it on to their children or sell it. Yes.
All right. Zoning. What zones do we want to allow this to? And that then gets to your question of if someone was qualified. And let me just sort of run some numbers by you here. I went through the list of the state licensees and not knowing what minimum parcel size you might land on. If 20 acres is the minimum, there are 21 qualified registrants in the A1, the AP, and the GF, the General Forest Zone.
How many did you say? 21?
21.
These are people who are gone through the process.
That were registered, were in good standing with the county, and got temporary licenses with the state. We had...
Peter, before you move on though, as we think about this, for those 21, of some of those that didn't comply with the ban and clean up, we could be dealing with a lower number, correct?
That's possible, yes.
All right.
These are just from the list that we received, and then we ran it through our zoning and minimum parcel size. There are 7 that are in the residential agricultural zones of 40 acres, or 20 acres or more. We had another 44 that were in unclassified zones. I did not bother running how many were in the RR zone because I sort of got the sense that that was where we had our biggest concern.
On the unclassified, did you have an acreage cutoff on that one?
That was also 20, and I also have it for 40 acres, so those numbers just...
The number didn't change for 40 or did?
Well, if it were 40-acre minimum parcel size, there were 18 in the ag and forest zones, 4 in the residential agricultural zone, and 26 in unclassified.
And we're only talking outdoor right now. We're not talking indoor or indoor growth because there's M2 and
indoor cultivators as well that were in industrial zones. I didn't differentiate between indoor or outdoor.
I think we should have a separate conversation on that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What about the unclassifieds? Would we be looking to rezone them?
Well, yes.
For a more appropriate use?
Eventually, and that will be one of the first exercises we need to go through when the general plan's adopted is bring the zoning into conformance with the general plan. It's not automatic that everything zoned and classified is going to end up in A1. It could very well be residential, it could be residential ag. It depends on, parcel size, location, surrounding land uses. That's something we'll have to look at. If someone wanted to apply for a rezone, let's say they were zoned RR and they had 80 acres and they wanted to apply for a zone change to A1, someone would have the right to do that. And that could be, we would have to look at that on a case-by-case basis of, is it appropriate? What are the surrounding land uses?
Because that's an issue I have with it. When I sat down with the planning commission and there's a lot of no rhyme or reason to zoning throughout Calaveras. There's RR 100 acres out there surrounded by agriculture, and then other areas that go back and forth. And other than those people originally wanted rural residential because maybe they want to split it up, but rural residential provides an agricultural use. The reason we're worried about this right now is because RR is primarily in tighter knit residential communities, and that's what we're trying to go through. So this is where the debate on RR goes with me, is because I understand that so is there any way we could say, look, RR, so many acres and above is good to go, and then do it separate for the rest of them? Because you do it separately for indoor grows. You do a separate parcel size.
We can do it any way you want.
Is this where I asked the question?
Sure.
Define RR.
So we don't have a definition per se, but we have a purpose statement.
There you go.
1722-010, the purpose for the rural residential, which falls under the broad category of residential zones. The RR zone is intended to provide lands for personal ranches in which residential use is the primary land use. The RR zone is established to permit small-scale farming primarily for personal use and not as the primary use of the property. I'll contrast that with the residential agricultural zone, which falls under the resource zones category, which includes forestry and ag zones. The RA zone is intended to be a district in which an equal emphasis is assigned to the residential and agricultural uses. The RA zone is to provide lands for small-scale and personal-scale farming and ranching, as well as larger residential parcels.
So what you're saying is the RR zone, the residential use is primary?
Yes.
And all other uses are secondary?
Not
under the purpose statement.
Under
the problem that we have with that is if you look at the list of uses, agricultural activities is a permitted use.
No, I understand
so someone could, so we don't, there's an inconsistency in our zoning that says here's a purpose statement, but we don't have any qualifiers that the ag use is limited in scope, or there has to be a residence first, or any of those things. It's a permitted use. And so we have a lot of RR zone properties that are primarily used for agriculture because there's no way to regulate that.
And that was to Mr. Stopper's point, is there's an inconsistency that needs to be cleaned up with the general plan update, or after the general plan is completed.
That's
another discussion.
You're correct. It's a very big discussion. So maybe the question is, we all recognize, I hope we recognize that this is, we can adjust. We need to we're trying to narrow things down.
Right.
So the question I think that before us is, instead of which one, let's just check them off. Is there anybody who would support growing in an RR zone?
Yes, depending on parcel size, and given that generally, I don't know who said it, a yes and a no, I think Dennis said it. I don't think we should be having grow sites in what we sort of normally think of as rural residential, which is your smaller parcel size. But if you have an RR 20-plus acres, I think there should be some consideration. And that the consideration could be a rezone of the property, depending on what else is around it. And of course, the ones that come to mind are the 20s, the bar 20, the circle 20, the diamond 20, and so forth. And that is the gray line area.
Yeah.
But you have an RR 40, as far as I'm concerned. You could have a grow site on an RR 40, which probably shouldn't be an RR to begin with. But if we want to, Mr. Mauer, I don't know, can you do carve-outs and say, for example, and no offense to anybody who's in here, I'm just throwing this out. If you live in Diamond 20, you cannot have a grow site in Diamond 20 subdivision. If they're all
It
RR,
becomes
but-
difficult when you are differentiating between different locations with the same zone. If you could have a standard that says, as you suggested, anything over 20 or 40 acres is zoned RR, it's okay, but less than that, it's not. But if you say, over here, the RR zone is okay, but not over here, that gets us into trouble, because we're not treating the same zone properly equally. So I would
I
say
know
that-
there's a couple of counties that have done carve-outs. I think Monterey comes to mind.
Green
But
zones.
That would be the
I'm trying not
application of probably a new, like a combining or overlay zone that says this is where it's okay and this is where it's not. That
Well-
would be a completely different exercise that's going to take a lot more time.
We have an ordinance that applies just to Lake Tulloch rentals that doesn't apply to the rest of the county. So,
You have a lake that's got rentals?
That gets sidetracked.
so, I'm throwing that out because I have a hard time with it if you have a 40-acre parcel or whatever that's large, or 30-acre.
So a blanket statement like 40 RR minimum with the opportunity of someone that was less than that to do a adjustment or a zoning change.
I have
Transfer.
a tremendous amount of RR that's really miszoned in my district. I think it gets very difficult. It's going to take time and money. I've got RRs, in places like M24, which have, they're big. Perhaps, I'm not going to support going in RR, but what I would do, say if a grower was on RR and they were on this, we'll call it a green list because they've done everything right, they should have the opportunity, that could be a question later on in this, to relocate, co-locate, go somewhere else, because if we start getting too narrow on this, it's just going to be thing after thing, so I'm not going to support RR.
I'm not supporting RR either. I think I've said that now here
But the
multiple times.
caveat that I want people to have a path out of it.
Pull
Agreed.
board for that.
I can go for that.
Okay, so at this point, not an RR, but the applicant, well, let's get then to Supervisor Garamendi's issue as far as could they take that and move it to another location? They had met our standards, they would meet the sort of qualifications to apply. Could they apply at a different site that meets the standards that we're establishing?
I would like to have them have that opportunity. I think we ought to talk, when we talk about parcel size, what a minimum parcel size for a co-location would be, or shifting it to an appropriate location. Try not to grow the pie bigger. I'm just trying to make sure the pie is in the right spot. What do you guys think?
I can concur with the RR ruling as long as we provided a lateral movement for them later. Or transfer.
Need to be able to transfer.
Right.
Supervisor Callaway? Supervisor Mills?
But when you transfer, you're now having to start all over again. You have to start with your whole infrastructure, your whole security system. And then you have to go buy the land or co-locate or whatever. So now we're saying that they have, the people that we're considering have already spent money on their infrastructure. They pay their taxes, they do the permits, they've walked on water, but now we're wanting them, we don't want to do it in an RR 35 or an RR 40, but they can go somewhere else. You know, it's like, are we Amazon or not?
We discussed this back in January of 2018 about doing co-locating. And that would be the only way that would be acceptable in discussion in my world. So you have your 3 votes.
We could also set up a process where, you know, if you've got a non-conforming lot to what we're trying to do, and there's some exceptional reason, you know, you can go through the planning commission either on a rezone or appeal or some method. So if we're missing something that's clearly a mistake that we should have done because you've got 200-acre RR, someone else should be a path.
Or even an administrative use permit or a conditional use permit in that sense. But, I mean, there's many options on.
Board Chair.
So everyone,
I just wanted to remind the board, and it sounds like this is what I'm getting from this group, is that you don't want it in RR, but if it's a large enough parcel, you want them to have the potential for being able to cultivate there. One thing that the board could potentially do is say no RR, and then anybody who is currently located on an RR parcel who is, for instance, 40 acres, can always submit for a rezone, and then through that process, they would be looking at is a different zone, such as A1, AP, General Forestry, or RA, appropriate for that specific lot. Then you would be able to look at the circumstances of that specific lot, the surrounding parcels, the surrounding zones, and to really have an opinion on the appropriate zone for that specific piece of property. So that is always an option, so that anybody who is currently located on RR can then start looking at whether a rezone is a viable option for them.
the other thing to consider with transferring it to a different site is that that's a new license under the state law. So they would not be able to use their provisional license. They would have to apply for a new one. But that's what it does.
I just don't want to see zone RR. Just, it needs to be off the table.
So where do you guys want to go with this? We have my proposal, which is no RR, but allowing people, find some way to put it in the ordinance, allowing people to transfer, recognizing they're going to have to get a new state license, and that's going to be a pain. And I think Ms. Steadfield's point, giving people, explaining to people that if they've got an exceptional case, they could always apply for administrative use permit. Or whatever the correct term would be. Rezone. Variance, whatever. Rezone, variance.
They could do a rezone.
Well, I think the rezone makes sense. I would be very concerned about a variance. We get into, how do we make the findings for a variance? Very difficult to make to begin with. You could conceivably say that, certain categories of zoning and parcel size could require a use permit. Conditional use, I would make it a conditional use permit rather than administrative use permit. But I think that for simplicity's sake at this point in time, I would just stick with, you meet these criteria, you're good. If not, then you need to look at relocation or rezone.
Because a rezone is going to still require the neighbors to weigh in, and
It's
the additional discussion is going to happen.
The planning commission and the board and public
Right.
notice, yes.
So it's a process. It's not going to be instant.
So what is the consensus of the board? Supervisor Stopper?
RR's pretty much every HOA and area that I'm concerned about in there, so that's the reason I'm not just going to roll with RR, so with a rezone or the other terminology that you used just now.
Supervisor Mills, I think I got your opinion already. Supervisor Callaway?
I feel we need to give the people who are in RR large parcel sizes some indication of where we'd be, without just a blanket saying, no RRs, and oh, by the way, you can apply for a rezone. So that costs money to do that. So now what? These are people that have been in good stead, and now we're saying you're going to have to put up whatever we charge for rezoning. And I just think if people are on large parcels, and, you know, I'm assuming most of them are in District 2. They should be allowed to have a grow site. And, you know, you have 30 acres or 40 acres. What are you going to rezone them to? A1? What, and where? I mean, I just,
Maybe we could circle back on this when we talk about acreage size, because this may cut out a lot of those questions.
Well, there's two other zones that we need to consider,
Right.
RA and unclassified.
Would you be requiring an unclassified to rezone eventually, or would you do it with a CUP? How would you do it?
Well, that's the question I have of you.
Well, I'm asking of staff's
Yeah,
opinion here, too.
If we require
Neither one's
them-
going to be easy.
Yeah, it really runs into the same issue that we've had with the RR, although most of the unclassified are not within a subdivision. We require, when someone comes in with a discretionary permit, we require them to rezone the property. The unclassified is an interim zone. It will be going away, hopefully soon, and all those will be rezoned to something. It makes sense that if someone wanted to pursue cultivation on the site, that it would be rezoned to a parcel that is appropriate, but again, we'd have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. On the other hand, and the more I think about it, you know, we often have uses that are allowed by right in certain zones and by use permit in other zones, and that's something that we could consider if you're open to that.
so Mr. Mauer, if you had an unclassified 20 acres, you go through a process when you rezone it to what's in the neighborhood. It's the same thing that we would be doing for RR 40 acres or 30. I mean,
If someone were to apply for a zoning amendment, we would look at, is that request reasonable given the topography, access, surrounding parcels, all the other parameters that we would look at to consider as a zoning amendment. It is a discretionary act. It's subject to CEQA. Typically, when someone is down zoning property, so an unclassified zone has a minimum parcel size of 5 acres, and if they were to down zone it to agricultural or RA 20 or something like that, then we would typically find that there's not a significant impact. But we would still look at, you know, what are the effects of this change? And we'd have to circulate an environmental document and get input from the public as well as planning commission and board hearings.
so when we go through the general plan process and we make the zoning changes because we don't want unclassified, you're going to, the county is going to be making determinations on each of those parcels
Yes.
on what they should be.
Yes.
Okay, that's something that we're going to do and absorb the cost. Now you have somebody that's met all the criterias, they just happen to be on unclassified 20. And we're going to make them pay to have the rezone. I mean, there's something a little
Well, that's-
disingenuous about that.
No, not really, because
I mean,
if
why-
someone
so
wants
why
it right
can't-
now,
pardon?
if someone wants the rezoning right now, they need to apply for it. But if they want to wait for the county to complete its adoption of the general plan and then going through the exercise of looking at every unclassified parcel in the county and determining what should that parcel be zoned,
Okay.
then they can wait.
So I'm going to circle back. If we have people who are unclassified, who have a county permit and a state temporary one, and everything else is good, they're in good standing, they don't have any code violation, we're going to allow them to grow.
Well, that's a decision that we're waiting to hear from the board on.
Yes.
If I could jump in here really quick. We have to change the DVD here in a second, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to continue this conversation. But I want to make sure that we want to continue this conversation tonight, because this is going to take us a while longer. We don't have another day scheduled on this. I just want to make sure that you guys are all on board for keeping working at it. And we will take, certainly after 6, we'll let everybody get a power bar to eat.
So, I mean, at some point you reach a point of blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, staff and the board. Well, I mean, if we're going to go on for a long period of time, we're losing people in the public. I'd rather, bring it back and continue the study session. Well, I'm not sure what our agenda is next week or whatever, because some of these things, I don't even know how significant this is, Mr. Mauer. I mean, I just know if they're an urgent, for me, and this one, they're unclassified, everything else is a go, and they can grow. What are we saying to them and to us? So that's my thoughts.
I say we take our break, and I'm willing to come back and work as long until we get to the point where we're completely lost. But yes on the U.
And then you're going to drive home? I'll stick around. We
got 3 drawings out. Therefore, I'm going to give everybody, we'll take a half hour.
That's too long.
All right, we're going to go a half hour. We're going to take a 15-minute break. No. What I would like to propose to the board is that we take a step back for a second. Sorry, I'm going to make a quick statement. What I'd like to propose to the board is we take a quick step back for a second. I would like to propose that Peter ask us the questions that would allow him some clarity on the big issues. And then we circle back, have another study session in the next couple weeks where we could dig into these in greater depth and in a different format so we could actually start knocking these things out. I think that the way we're going right now, we're not going to get the outcomes that we all are seeking. And so what I would like to do is have Director Mauer continue with a few questions. This board answer them. Then we will ask staff to bring this back for another study session in the next couple of weeks where we'll sort out further detail because there are implications to some of the stuff we're talking about that need more work so we could figure out some paths forward. And I'd like to, our experts, our staff, I would like them to help guide us through some of those in more detail. So does any of the board members have a problem with that? And we'll wrap this thing up. I know, and then we'll have, with the further questions at the next study session, we could go into greater detail, greater depth and public comments specifically to those items. Because I know there's a lot of people here who want to talk about specifics and how it's going to impact them. But I want to make sure that's okay with the rest of the board members.
Would the board consider the next study session to be a night meeting? So that you can bring people who normally aren't able to be here because they're working.
Let's do that. We want to do it this route, and then we can talk about what time we want to do it. So let's answer question 1 first. Are you guys okay with answering a few more questions from Peter and then continuing this study session in a week or 2, or a couple weeks, depending on when we can get a date together? And probably, go ahead.
Yes, sort of. I don't mind sort of commenting on some broad brush things. If there are things that you specifically would like us to do homework on, like maybe read the state law so we know what we're talking about, so that when we come next time, that we're prepared to answer some of the little more detail, the nuances to some of these. Peter, I mean, I just think we have, as board members, an obligation to do our homework too, and not just say, oh yeah, okay, But, something broad-based like, do you want to continue cultivation or not? That's pretty broad-based. I like that one.
Supervisor Stopper?
I agree with Marita. Yes, I am willing to consider another study session, but I think part of our agenda for that study session should include the questions in it so that we can do our research, so that we know what we're dealing with specifically before we walk in, because that's part of the whole of what we're trying to figure out right now. And that way we can come in and say we did our due diligence per our positions.
I agree. Dennis?
I wasn't expecting to end the study session with a whole series of questions. I think it's true. If we had had them vetted to us in advance and had an opportunity to do our own research or to ask our own questions to you for clarity, that would have been very helpful. I think even from the audience's standpoint of being able to see what those questions might have been. So you folks, the folks in the audience have just been surprised with all these questions too, and all of a sudden we're making these decisions that could impact a lot of lives. So having the questions and maybe some nuances of, if you answer this is some of the things that might happen, so that everybody can clearly understand, here's the result of this question, would give us, I think, a far more in-depth understanding of what we're really going to do and the relationship of each one of these questions to the final result.
So it would seem like we've got 4 votes. It's the second time. It's good. So with that, the second question posed by Supervisor Mills was time of day for the study session. He suggested evening. I would suggest, just because of the cost of staff time and overtime and bandwidth for all of our tired brains, we do it at a regular daytime meeting. But what's the opinion of the rest of the board?
Day.
Supervisor Stopper?
Day, first week of the next month.
All right. So we'll circle back at the end and see if we can find a date. If we cannot find a date, we'll have to go through a regular process amongst the board. So with that, day meeting, Peter, take us through the questions that you need to take us to the next study session.
Okay, I think we're sort of in the midst of 2 questions right now, and I have 2 others that I would like to get that could give us sort of a jump start of refining those questions that we can certainly provide to you in advance and let the public see that. So we're talking about zoning. I think we're almost there. I think the question was how to handle the RR and the unclassified. I think where we are at was that those would not be permitted, but there is an avenue for someone to apply for a zoning amendment if it's appropriate, or to apply to relocate to another site that meets our criteria. Is that where we're at?
I would like you to come back. Go ahead. Good.
RR was somewhat where we're at with that, with what you just said, but that was where the debate was at, and we were, I was a yes on you, so.
I would like to, obviously, I think you understand what some of the challenges are. We don't want it in residential communities.
Mm-hmm.
We have RRs scattered all over the place in a hodgepodge, which we'll solve in the next general plan, but it's not going to be solved before we finish this process. So I would like some options from staff on how we might be able to handle that.
And I have examples of that. Is I have RR zones that are literally out in the middle of nowhere. They're not even, they're tied next to unclassifieds, they're in strange places. So we really need to look at some of these RRs as saying, no, they really don't fit within where they are at the moment. And that has to be part of that discussion as well. Just a blanket say no RRs. My bar circle, or my diamond and circle 20s and bar 20s, that's a whole different issue than being out in the middle of nowhere.
We need to figure that out.
Yeah.
That's the rhyme or reason. There's no rhyme or reason to a lot of the zoning throughout the county, and some of those RRs are over 100 acres.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Supervisor Callaway?
I'm not sold, Mr. Maurer, on the unclassifieds. I think the unclassifieds, we're going to be considering rezoning them anyway. And if you have unclassifieds that are 20 acres or more, unless it's in the middle of Meadowmont. I'm not interested in telling them that they have to rezone their property. If, I'm looking now at an unclassified 80 acres, 81 acres, 29 acres, 130 acres.
I think we have a very similar situation with the unclassified as we do with those remote, not the ones that are in subdivisions, but the remote RRs. Very, very similar situation. Maybe the solution is that we require a use permit for those, and we can look at those on a case-by-case basis. Otherwise, if we try to figure out some way to say these RRs are okay, but these aren't, then we get into an issue with zoning and consistency with
vested
zoning.
rights.
Peter, are you talking about an AUP?
Could be AUP or CUP.
Which would be?
Is, the difference
Yeah,
is
but which
that
one?
the planning director has the approving authority on an AUP. It's ideally a less controversial, just making sure you're sort of meeting standards, but there is the opportunity for appeal, as opposed to a CUP, which automatically goes to the planning commission.
It's drawn out. If we want to just get some of these done, if that's the goal, then the AUP is really the only answer.
I agree, Mr.
I agree.
Mills.
Okay, here it comes. I agree. 4.
That's 4.
But we have to figure it out, and the nice thing about an AUP is that you notify the neighbors. You notify the neighbors, so if we have a neighbor issue, we're going to see it.
We will, with an AUP, because it's discretionary, we provide notice of an environmental document, and we notify the neighbors of the proposal to take action. And then we would, solicit their comments, and then, if we need to modify it based on those comments, we might do so. Otherwise, we would take action to approve or deny, and then there's a 15-day appeal period.
And we usually see a copy of them at that point as well, so we're aware of, if the neighbors start calling, that something's happening.
What's your next question?
Okay. Minimum parcel size. I've heard a lot of 20 acres.
It's got to be greater than 20.
40, 20 acres is the standard for minimum parcel size for agricultural activities in most of our zones.
Right.
So there's a connection there to, 20 acres being appropriate for agricultural activity. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right size for cannabis based on all the other issues we've talked about today.
Like setbacks?
Setbacks, odor issues, those kinds of things.
Mr. Callaway?
So, Mr. Mayor, if you're in a commercial area, in a commercial zone, and you have an indoor grow site, what are we saying, that the parcel has to be?
I'm thinking about the
Outdoor growth.
mixed light, on.
Got it.
So step back, that's sort of a separate issue of, we allowed under the urgency ordinance, indoor-only cultivation on industrial zones,
Got it.
M1, M2, and M4, I believe. Not in commercial zones, but in industrial zones. I think that's sort of a separate issue. I don't think there's a lot of opposition to allowing that to go forward, to continue on. So someone who had a registration, I think there were a handful in industrial zones that qualified, that I think that the same standards that we had for the urgency ordinance as far as zoning and parcel size in the industrial zone is appropriate, unless someone thinks differently. But I think we will also want to go back and revisit the specific standards that we had for those odor control and security, those kinds of issues we'll need to revisit.
Again, Peter, I think it's greater than 20, but again, there's some of those R20s that are in the middle of nowhere. So, you're saying, I need a parcel size.
Well, I think that we heard very loud and clear that 2 acres was too small. Is 5 acres too small? Is 10 acres? At what point do we say anything over this size, if you're zoned appropriately and you meet all our standards, we can issue you a permit. If you're less than that, then we won't consider it, or we'll consider it by use permit, and that can vary from zone to zone.
So the question is, what is the minimum parcel size?
For what zone?
Just,
Well, let's start with the ag zones. What's the minimum parcel size appropriate for cultivation in an ag zone?
10 acres?
Supervisor Stopper?
So we're able to do it different per every zoning?
You could, yes.
I could deal with 10 acres
On ag?
on ag.
Okay.
Which we probably have.
The minimum parcel
minimal.
size for an A1 and an AP zone is 20 acres. AP has its own standards to get into a Williams Act. You have to have 100 acres.
Correct.
And the only way that you can do that is by either have a parcel of 100 acres or more, or it's a consolidated
So
number
we
of
don't,
parcels.
we don't have any on ag, on any of these ag zonings that are less than 20 acres?
We have those substandard parcels. I don't know how many there are out there, but you could have an A1 zone parcel that's 5 or 10 acres, for example, particularly if it's part of a larger ranch and it was made up of a number of different
Right.
parcels. So it could be that they're consolidated if you have 3 parcels adjacent to each other that are more than a certain size, that could be a way to.
So if you have, which you could do under Williamson Act, if you have contiguous parcels and you have a 10 acre and a 5 acre and they equal 40 or whatever the minimum is, that's fine. You can still go under a Williamson Act.
That's correct.
So if we said, yes, A1, a 10 acre and they're contiguous to other parcels that the person might own or have the rights to permission to grow on, that is equivalent to 20 acres, that would be okay too. I mean, I guess I don't look at everything as one size fits all, and so I'm just trying to open up some options there.
So the options would be, we have correct zoning with a minimum parcel size of whatever, it's allowed by right if you meet the criteria. Between say, 10 and 20 acres, you could say it requires a use permit, or you have to have at least 20 acres in the aggregate of contiguous parcels in order to qualify there. There's a lot of different options here, and I think what I'm trying to get at is the bigger picture of, where do we draw the line? Is it 10 acres? Is it 20 acres? Is it whatever the number may be?
We've got 3 votes for 10 acres.
Okay. In the ag zones.
Mm-hmm.
Residential agriculture.
Anyone want to start?
A quick question, how many RA parcels are within HOAs? But
I would be surprised
Very
there
few?
aren't many. I don't know the answer.
That's
to that
per
question.
Dennis.
But I think that most of the subdivisions with CC&Rs, homeowner associations, are zoned RR.
And
Yeah.
development agreements.
Okay.
So I can't say there aren't any, but I think that the number is probably,
I can find you a few.
I'm sure you probably could.
But, how many RAs, if you go through this list real quick, I have the list, I can look at the same time, Ethan. You all deliberate for a second, I'm gonna look at this list and start getting myself.
I had a total of 7 zoned RAs greater than 20 acres.
Greater than 20, but we're talking 10 right now.
No, we're not talking any number yet.
That was
10
A1.
for ag
Our
zones.
ag one, ag 10 acres.
Okay.
And I guess, just to reiterate, the purpose statement of the RA zone was sort of equal emphasis on residential and ag.
Flat. This one's too small.
We'll come up with the same issues about RA that we did about RR, though. I mean, I shouldn't ask that, because I don't know. Has your experience been that the concerns from neighbors are the same in RA as they are in RR?
I would say no. I think that the most complaints that we received the program were for parcels in RR zone property, particularly the larger rural subdivisions like the 20s up in the Mountain Ranch area. Those are the ones where most of the complaints were. And they typically would range from 5 to 20 acres in parcel size where the problems occurred.
It was in the smaller.
So I'm going through this list, and I only find a few under 20, and most of those are already less than 10. I mean, here's one in Glencoe at 10.04, which Glencoe is not a tight community, and Glencoe spreads out over a large area, so that's not necessarily, well, there's no downtown in Glencoe.
Oh, I don't know.
Post office in the American Legion.
We have a former.
Okay, hang on, I'm going to move over a little bit.
Yeah.
Ben, you grew up in Mokel.
Yeah, I know Glencoe very well. I used to go up there all the time to stay at my friend's house. So.
We'd have a former supervisor disagree with you on that.
So, Peter, whatever number we pick, we have the option of saying, hey, if you've got, if you're non-conforming on RA, let's say we said 20, but you're at 16, they could come in and apply for an AUP. We can make that. And then it's a combination. It's not by right, but there's a process. Somebody might be able to get something done. Is that correct?
That's an option we could do. I would set probably a minimum parcel size, so say if you're between 10 and 20, but if you're less than 10 acres, you probably wouldn't want to do that
Okay,
at all.
I'd support that. Minimum 10 in RA
You go down the whole list.
with a
RA.
administrative use permit.
So if you've got more than 10 acres, you're by right? I don't know about that.
No, we're just saying
Sorry.
a minimum.
Don't apply for
So
AUP.
you could say, we could say between 10 and 20 acres on RA with a administrative use permit. And then you're taking into consideration the same things that we're grappling with 20 acres RR.
And then anything over 20
Except
acres
'cause-
would be by right.
Yeah, because he said RAs are not causing a problem.
I think I'd like to take a look at the land use map a little closer. I'm okay, but I want to make sure that RA is
What we can do
appropriately
between
located.
now and the follow-up session would be to quantify these. And again, it's going to, my understanding, it's only those who previously qualified that get to do it, at least at this stage.
We're only talking about that small group of people.
Right.
Yes.
That's our control for the land.
And let's make it really clear for anybody who's watching out there, we're only talking about that group of people. So no green rush, doors are not open, we are staying within these boundaries.
The other point too is that when you're looking at those RAs in those smaller parts, you need to know what the adjacent parcels look like.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So,
Maybe that's something we need to delve deeper into at the next study session.
Now that we know what we're
can you kick us a map, Peter? Can you kick us a map with these parcels somewhere on them? Even if we had a big map with just, we can look.
Yes, we could develop a map.
That would be very useful.
More work.
Okay. Two more questions. Premises versus parcels. Do we want to allow more than one cultivation site on a parcel of land?
Co-location.
Co-location, yes.
Provide the land's large enough? Absolutely. I think that streamlines the process for any inspections and keeps them grouped together in certain areas. So if it's a large enough parcel, that gives them an area to co-locate at, And that brings it out of more areas out around the county. I think co-location is a very good idea.
Supervisor Mills?
I would have to agree.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
I agree, and I agree specifically because I want people who are not going to qualify to have the opportunity to co-locate with somebody else. And I agree, it's much more efficient for us. We heard that in the last iteration of this. But I think we ought to have a minimum size of a parcel to be eligible for co-location. Maybe that's something staff can help us work through.
We'll have to figure out the nuances of how that correlates with the state licensing scheme. But what I understand is co-location, more than one cultivation site. And we'll probably want to come up with some standards, but I think it's, we'll work on that, come back with a recommendation to you on that. If you're going to have, is there a minimum? You can't do that unless you're over 40 or something like that. We'll muddle that one over through a little bit.
I mean, frankly, since we did this whole dance a couple of years ago, the more we could put on concentrating it, the easier it's going to be on everybody in the long run. Also, if somebody's getting bumped out of their property, obviously, we'll have to figure out the state regs to do that, but it gives people an option where they might be able to lease rather than buy, but we'll have to work through those details. But co-location, yes.
Okay, and then I guess the last question, and
That's
it's really,
another 4.
it really gets into the weeds, but I think that the broader overall scope of this is to what degree do you want to rely on the state regulatory process, and how much do we want to have of our own, where they are already looking at things. For example, a water board permit is required for the state licensing. We had required I'm going to blank on what the term was,
Central Valley.
Yeah, from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, there was a permit, authority, not authority to construct, but they had a term for it, I'm just drawing a blank on it. And they had to provide that to us as a part of our permitting process under the urgency ordinance. That's now required of the state permitting. And so for them to get a state license, they have to demonstrate compliance with all the water board requirements. Do we want to review that ourselves to ensure, or do we want to rely on the state for that? And there are a number of issues that they require. Landowner consent, they require that. We would want that anyway. I mean, there's certain things that we want that if we're issuing a permit, we need to make sure there's an indemnity agreement signed by the landowner and the applicant to indemnify the county. Doesn't matter what they do for the state, we will want that. There's no sale of alcohol or tobacco from a premises. Now, that's probably not an issue with cultivation, but it could be an issue with a dispensary or retail establishment. They require certain labor agreements. There's OSHA standards they need to meet. Obviously, one of the big issues is the background check process. Captain Macedo brought that up. They clearly want to have their own background check process and have the authority to approve or deny based on qualifying standards that the sheriff establishes. But the state has their own background check process. So this is sort of the bigger overarching question that will probably need to come back with very specific questions for you. What about this issue? What about that issue? And sort of a yes, no, or menu of cappuccino or espresso when we come back.
So we'll start with the question of state regulations are our own.
Right.
Easy one?
I'll start. State regulations, I don't want to add a layer of bureaucracy or reciprocate work that's already being done, because that will only be an added cost to the county. And I do understand with the background checks, the state is providing other jurisdictions the background checks so that the sheriff's department doesn't have to reciprocate it. If you could check into that and add that to our questions in the next meeting, I would appreciate that, because if the sheriffs are provided that through the state, because they're already doing it anyways, why don't we save them the work time and the money on doing it.
Supervisor Mills?
I think the sheriff has a valid reason why he wants to retain that control. And so for that question, definitely it has to stay in local control.
Supervisor Callaway?
As much as we can put on the state, I'd want to put on the state because that's where we're segueing to anyway. And if not this year, it'll be next year. So let's adopt the state rules, or the state can adopt us. In terms of the sheriff doing duplication, I was a bit concerned when Captain Macedo said that could take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month plus. That's one of the holdups that happen. I'd want to know specifically what is it that the state is, and this would be a question really for the SO's office, not for you, but I think what is it that the SO's office wants that's separate from what the state is doing? Captain Macedo said that it was sort of general. My understanding is that the state background check is not general. So I'm not interested in having a duplication of effort. If there is something specific, I'd be okay with that.
Yes, thank you. Do you remember back when we were discussing this before, they were concerned about not having the ability to do a triple I? Do you remember that terminology coming up?
I don't remember exactly.
And that was one of the things, because they were not able to do a background check for other states. It was only for within, and the state of California doing a background check, that's all it's going to be is for the state of California. So somebody coming in here from another state is going to test clear on the state's check. That's the concern that the sheriff had way back in January of 2018, and I don't want to go back down that road.
We are talking about people that have already been vetted. And so now we're going to vet them again. I mean, not that we shouldn't see if they got, I don't know,
I don't think
DV or something like that. We are talking about a really small group of people that have already been vetted, and now we're going to go through that process again. I find that a little redundant unless it's necessary. They have to go back through the state security check anyway. So now we're going to go do the same thing that we did before.
Can I adjust my comment a little bit?
Supervisor Stop.
State regs, when it comes to the sheriff's background check, I would like his comment to it next meeting so that we can get exactly what he wants, so we can address that specifically.
Okay, so Peter, it sounds like state regs with the caveat that we need to work out the background check issue with the sheriff. And I think part of that's going to be finding out exactly what's entailed in the state background check, how that coincides with the background checks that we've already done, and if there's a process forward. It may just be, rather than the sheriff doing the background check, they just have a sign-off, say, yeah, this was done correctly. But let's have the sheriff back in when we take that on. But other than that, I think it sounds like state regs. There's the three of us. That work? Yeah. Supervisor Stop it?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Callaway? Supervisor Mills, I got your position. All right, we've got some fours here. Peter, next question?
So I just want to make sure that we understand this. With the exception of the background check issue, for the most part, where the state is handling an issue, you just soon keep that with the state and not duplicate the efforts here at our local level. Now, as we craft the first draft of the ordinance, we may come up with issues, and we'll bring those back to you at the next study session.
Other questions?
Lots of them, but I think that is probably it
give you enough
for
to chew on for a
now.
while?
I mean, we will have a series of further questions, I know, as we come back to the next study session. And I guess what I'd like to ask is, what is the expectation for us to bring back to you at this next study session? Is it a first draft with some holes in it that need to be filled up? Is it just simply another list of questions that are more specific with very clear either yes, no, or a menu of options before you that we can then write the ordinance on?
Supervisor Callaway.
I think it's prudent upon us to answer the questions that staff needs to draft the ordinance. But to draft something, give it to us, and then we play volleyball with it, I don't think that's fair to any of us. I'd rather we go through what it is you believe we need to then put forth the ordinance.
I would like to reciprocate what I believe Jack and Dennis brought up is a map with that shows us the adjacent parcels with what we've proposed so far, and then also an agenda item that lays out the new questions as you're going to put them forth so that we can do our homework. And I think that about covers everything, including what Marita said.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, the goal should be that the staff has to thoroughly understand the direction of the board before you craft anything, because you might find that just the answer to one question will make tossed salad out of what you're trying to do. So let's be sure that we get all of the questions answered before we set even council to work on trying to figure out how to make the verbiage fly.
Right.
I agree. I think we have to answer some of these questions, but also I will put people on the spot because I'm going to want to know what the consequences or unintended consequences of these decisions are as best we can. And then obviously we'll have public comment where we'll get more informed on what we're actually doing to people or doing for people.
We will do our best to bring all that back to you.
If I could make one other thing, I think we should discuss and set expectations for a general timeline so that people can plan their lives. Peter, obviously we have another study session, we have to bring back an ordinance, we have to discuss the ordinance, we have to vet the ordinance, there's going to be discussions about that, it's going to have a certain amount of time to go into effect. What's your, also knowing that the board's priority is the general plan, could you tell us how some of these puzzle pieces fit together?
Well, let you know what my workload is right now. I am trying to review the final edits to the final EIR. They're sitting on my computer right now. Then I will need to prepare reports to the Planning Commission, findings, a lot of documents to move forward with the adoption of the general plan. That should be my number one priority. I have some commitments that I will be out of the office for some time in the next couple of weeks, not the entire time, but, and then it's going to take some time to package all this up to bring back something comprehensive enough for you to, get those specific questions and have time to review those, to think about them, to do research, whatever you need to do with those questions, develop the map, all that information. I don't think we can get that done and have a study session until April, sometime in maybe the end of March. But that's the same time that we're looking at trying to schedule hearings for the Planning Commission on the general plan. We're in the middle of February right now, pushing towards the end. We're probably looking at the end of March to start hearings on the general plan. Even if we didn't do that, we had all the direction we needed right now, we'd probably be looking at the absolute earliest of having an ordinance in place would be late July. Given public hearing requirements, preparation of an addendum to the EIR, if that's what we're going to use, we still need to discuss that internally. Notice for the Planning Commission, hearing for the Planning Commission, assuming they only take one hearing and don't want to debate it further. Then notice for the board hearing, packaging it up together and getting it, on your agenda. And then there's a 30-day time frame for an ordinance to become effective. We also need to consider a fee. How do we cover the cost of this? There's a 60-day waiting period for a fee to go into effect. And so we need to talk, all the department heads need to figure out What's my budget going to be for this? What's it going to cost us to do this? Do a cost analysis to figure out, how much this is going to be. We pulled a ballpark figure of $5,000 when we adopted the urgency ordinance. I think that money all would have been spent had we completed the process, but because we stopped short, there were incomplete review of some applications, we're now refunding some of that money. I think that's a reasonable assessment, but I don't have any way to back that up given what we have now. We need to know the numbers of applications we're likely to receive and how that's going to affect every department. So we're going to have to come up with a budget, a cost estimate, and then have a fee adopted by resolution that doesn't go into effect for 60 days. The thought of having an outdoor cultivation season this year is not realistic, to be frank. I know that's what a lot of people wanted, and certainly people in the audience, but the reality is I don't think we can get there from here. We will do what you want us to do, but there is a lot on our plates. We've got budget season coming up. We'll all be working on next year's budget. There's a lot of work that the county has to get done. I've got a housing element with a due date from the state that's in June. Those are all very important things that we can't let slip. I want to be frank about the reality of how we can do this. And I think realistically, now that we've added an additional study session, and if it's going to be worthwhile, we need to spend some time preparing for it. The three of us will have spent a great deal of time going through those regulations, figuring out what it is that needs to be done, preparing maps, preparing additional reports, list of questions. We're probably looking at towards the end of summer for this to become effective.
And then we have to stand up as staff to do this, to process all these applications.
Yes, and then we need time to, depending on the numbers that is it going to be, 40, 50, 120? I don't know. I need to crunch those numbers first to find out how many people do you think are we going to, have apply for a new county authorization permit, whatever we want to call it. And I think what I heard from the board, and I certainly heard a lot from the public and from the department heads, was that we want to make sure that these authorizations, that they meet today's criteria, not just the fact that they had an old registration, but do they meet today's standards? Have they fallen out of compliance, or were they never quite in compliance anyway, even though they were issued a registration? So that's going to take time to process, the number of applications that we get.
One of the things I might suggest we do, Peter, is, while we're in this interim between study sessions, it may be good to send out a letter to all the applicants to find out who's still in the pool. I mean, we've got people who are on here, but maybe they don't want to play anymore. And sort of get a feel, knowing that, we're not going to get anything in the ground in 2019. So there may be people in and maybe people out. But I think trying to get some sort of indication so we could get our mind around the numbers would be important. It shouldn't be a big task. Less than 200 of them. That should be a board choice, because that's going to take some staff. Is there anybody else interested in that? Sending a letter?
Sending a letter, but also the staff can review each one of those existing applications that we have in the list right now to confirm whether or not they did comply with the ban. We can do aerial shots to find out whether or not things are kosher, and really hone in on what is the number, what is the real number we're looking at, and where are they?
Yeah, I don't know that we have the resources to look at each individual application to see if they're in compliance today. We just,
It could be very difficult because we had a certain timeline that people had to remediate their site. I don't think we're at that point yet. We'll have to check that out. So is there any opposition to sending out a letter, just sort of get a ballpark?
What's the letter going to accomplish?
Letter's going to let us know who's still in, because there may be people on that list that aren't. And also with this new timeline, we'll have to see. If the board doesn't want to do it, we don't need to spend staff time on it.
I think it's a little early myself.
I'm happy happy to write the letter and sign on behalf.
I'm fine with a letter.
I don't have a, you guys don't give me a printer or postage, so I'll have to use the staff.
I mean, it's not a big effort, effort to send out a letter.
You guys do it all the time for stuff.
Whether or not we get, responses, we don't know.
Let's see.
So, yeah.
Those are all my questions.
My position on the fee is the county picked a number, 5,000, and didn't do a lot of analysis, I gather. So why not just go with that, with the stipulation to an applicant that they sign, that if it's under, you'll get money back, and if it's over, you don't. You'll have to pay the extra, whatever it might be. I mean, I feel like, why are we the only county that seems to be having so much drama, and putting so many roadblocks in? I mean, I wasn't here for the last 2 years. I'm looking at ordinances from other counties. Some are good, some are adequate. And, I was at California State Association of Counties this last week, and they're putting together a JPA of cannabis counties and, lobbying the state on things that help counties. I guess
I don't think we're the only ones, and I'll be at the County Planning Directors Conference next week, and that's one of the big topics of discussion will be how are we handling this new industry. So we're all struggling with, how to handle it. Some have embraced it, others have taken a slow approach. Some are sort of still trying to figure it out, as we are. So
I'd like to add in that, with RCRC, I've toured Humboldt with Trinity and served on a working group around cannabis, and we are not unique in struggling with this. I mean, some people are, for as messed up as we may think we are, sometimes there are people who are worse. And so we can take a little comfort in that we're not alone. Anybody else? Dennis?
No.
Supervisor Stopper? I'm sorry.
Just some quick questions. Right now, you're giving the general plan to the Planning Commission. And with it going to the Planning Commission, I want them to concentrate on that general plan as much as possible, because that has been one of my... Well, let me start over. With the general plan going to the Planning Commission, I want them to concentrate on that. That is one of my major priorities. Is there an opportunity for us, the board, to take this on while the Planning Commission is working on the general plan? Does this ordinance have to go through the Planning Commission as part of the vetting?
Yeah, for a final adoption, yes, it does.
Okay.
Assuming it's going to be in the zoning ordinance or in the zoning code, which is where it needs to be, then yes, it has to go to the Planning Commission.
Any further questions from the board to staff? Any final statements from the staff to the board? Madam Counsel?
Thank you for all the hard work today.
Thank you.
Let me finish up yours.
Learned a lot.
CAO Lopez?
I'm just wondering who's going to set the next meeting. Will that be something that we'll inform you of after we work with the clerk of the board?
I think we need to work with the clerk of the board and more exact work with planning so that they have the times that they need to do. I think we'd be premature to set that time at this meeting.
I agree.
I'd like to thank the audience. Everybody was extraordinarily polite today. I like the way, I'm proud of the way Calaveras represented itself, with a single exception, which I apologize to the people, and that's not who we are as a county. So, apologize again. We will take this up again. We will have public comment and great deals about that when we get to specific pieces. I appreciate the flexibility in everybody in making the adjustment as we moved into the 6 o'clock hour. And with no further comments, we stand adjourned.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. We don't. What do we have to do?
Supervisor announcements.
Supervisor announcements.
In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter does Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Stopper, we'll bring it down the line.
Nothing big to report. I worked with staff quite a bit over the last week to get me a lot of the information so I could work today. And I just want to thank Marita for picking up on the Economic Development Committee this Thursday for me while I attend CSAC.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I was at the Bureau of Reclamation in Folsom on Friday afternoon discussing the issues surrounding their operation of New Maloney's, primarily Camp 9 Road. We have some junk cars tipped over the edge of the road. We are dealing with the issue of the natural Bridges Trailhead and also some future control burns that are going to be occurring at Glory Hole to provide us a buffer for Angels Camp should a fire come out of that area. And they were very willing to listen and put things together. They got a CEQA or NEPA that they're in the process of finishing up. So I'm coordinating with CAL FIRE to be sure that that gets accomplished before May, June of this year. I will be in Auburn tomorrow with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and then back down here for camera in the afternoon. That's all I have.
Supervisor Callaway.
I attended the CSAC board meeting last week, and just to go quickly, we went over the governor's budget, the notable components for counties. It'll be easing the funding burden for IHSS, revamping regional housing goals. Peter, it kind of became clear that housing, and I'm not sure if the governor's comments weren't real clear, but that housing ought to be looked at in the homeless on a regional basis, not just a county, which doesn't match with what we have to do with the housing element. They're moving into regionalization. You might be talking about that at your planning directors meetings.
I'm sure we will.
And provide funding and resources for disaster response and recovery. There was an item in the governor's budget on investment for housing and homelessness, and that they could withhold transportation funding if we don't meet our housing goals. So that might be something that
those have been things that have been in the works for
We're just
the legislature. Yeah, we're just
reporting out. Sorry. Stay within
sorry.
our bumpers.
Anyway, that it was pretty interesting. It was an eye-opener. I will be going to Central Sierra Child Support, and on Sunday, the Old Timers Museum in Murphy's is having a film on cattle, on Murphy's cattle, from 3:30 to 4:30 at the old grammar school. So if any of you are interested in Calaveras history, I'd recommend that you do that. Oh, and then I'll be going to the graduation ceremony for the AB 109ers, which is very moving to go to something like that. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank county staff for all the work they did over this last week. I think we were all very busy with the rains. District 2 took a heck of a wallop. Fortunately, District 2 residents are pretty tough, but even they've got their limits to how much mud they could take on the road. I will be at RCRC for an executive board meeting tomorrow, and we will be meeting with the Secretary of Natural Resources, Mr. Crowfoot. Should be a great opportunity. I'm sure you'll be talking about this in your planning meeting, but there's a lot of things going on in the state that people are going to do to us. So we have to stay very vigilant in Sacramento right now, or we're going to end up having a lot of things done to us that we don't want. So that's my report. Any announcements from CAO? Madam Council? Madam Clerk?
I do, sorry. I just wanted to thank the members of the public who helped us set up the chairs in the room next door earlier today. Your help was very much appreciated. I also wanted to announce that the Clerk Recorder's Office is doing promotions throughout the year on special days for weddings, and we did one on Valentine's Day amidst all of the bad weather at the museum in downtown San Andreas. We did one wedding. So if you know anybody who wants to get married on a special day, look for our promotion on that.
And if I might add, I think supervisors are available as well. And
Supervisors may be doing ceremonies, no discount.
If you come with family
No
business and
discount.
children for
No
our schools.
discount.
Thank you. With no further ado, we stand adjourned.